Sword of Coming Chapter 1106. In the shade of the green bamboo forest, there is a house with a width of 3 rooms, facing a pond with rippling water. The spring is in harmony, the grass is velvety, the sunset and the moon rise, and the wind blows on the glazed water. Qin Pingan lived at the Fuyao foot between Jisa Peak and Chaoyu Mountain, took back 9 talisman avatars, and returned his mind and spirit. While refining swords at night and mending robes, he personally compiled and revised those boxing manuals and spiritual book secrets. The emperor must look like the emperor, and there must be several legal lines that can be passed down. The tuna mountaineering method taught by Old Man Yang from the pharmacy, Gu Yu's shaking mountain fist, and Zheng Deifeng's revised swordsmanship are serious. Qin Pingan brought his disciple Pei Qian together to summarize Cui Chengquan's moves, and at the same time sort out Ningfu by Nanny's boxing techniques, the secret moves of the Qingming warriors in the arsenal of the white-haired boy, which can be called killers, and a large number of wild boxing styles recorded in the Summer Palace. Li Er's unique understanding of the human body and the world from the perspective of a martial artist and analysis. In addition, the 18 stops of sword qi. Taught by Liang, the authentic book of alchemy presented by Li Shixing, plus Qin Pingan's Lei Ju, who can barely enter the hall, and the untold secret of the immortal Yunemo in the 9 true immortal pavilion Xiufeng Shuatao was robbed halfway in the Zhongtu Confucian Temple, the true meaning of Lei Fa, and so on. There are 40 or 50 books on the table, not to mention a large stack of scattered manuscript papers on the table, more than 2 feet high, have been recorded and transcribed here in detail. What's more, to a certain extent, Qin Pingan's self is literally a miscellaneous book, which contains the half-fisted martial arts of the 11 realms handed out by the first ancestor of the military family. During Pei Min's battle, the sword energy and so on were dismantled by Qin Pingan. According to Qin Pingan's preliminary idea, Luapa Mountain's own legal system can be roughly divided into 4 main lines: swordsmanship, boxing, talisman, refining things while taking into account thunder, hope, and array. In fact, Qin Pingan had already had a special sermon in Damu Temple, the blessed land of lotus roots, and taught him a rough sequence of practice. The truth couldn't be more simple. If you want to preach to others and give advice, you must first have the right way and reason first so as not to mislead your disciples. Pei Qian was the only one who witnessed this incident with her own eyes. She was so amazed that her jaw almost dropped from shock. But Qin Pingan didn't let Pei Qian watch too much content other than boxing. Qin Pingan said with a smile that he intends to melt the masters of hundreds of schools into one furnace, and finally compile a book of the most mellow and authentic boxing. But this kind of big talk, he let Pei Qian hear it so as not to let it out early, and it would be a joke if he couldn't make it up. Qin Pingan specially set up 2 cloud nest formations between Jisa Peak and Fuyolu for Xiaomi Mili, who likes to patrol the mountains. The effect is like a shrinking talisman, which is convenient for Xiaomi Mili to visit here. Of course, Qin Lingjun also wanted to join in the fun, but found that he couldn't get into the cloud nest at all. Master Shanzhu he was partial, but Qin Lingjun didn't feel wronged when he favored rice grains. Chao Gingxin, the servant of the official department who was in charge of escorting 16 people here, and Zhou Haijing, one of the 4 great masters of sword repair Xuanhuan and martial arts, each had their own personal demands. The owner of the mountain asked for 2 sealed books of Bai Jiangxian and Wu Jiangxian. Qin Pingan said that he didn't have any, so where could he find them? Unexpectedly, Chao Shirlang came prepared, and immediately took out from his sleeves 2 exquisite imprints secretly published by some bookstore. This friend, male and female. Chao Gingxin swears that he is a strong man. Qin Pingan immediately knew it, and did not hesitate to reward him with 2 words, "Don't talk about it." Chao Gingxin had no choice but to tell the truth, saying that she was a wealthy woman from Cheer Street, but she, like Guan Yiran, had been a monk in the army of the Greatly Iron Cavalry for many years, and she was still a child of her own. Qin Ping glanced at Chao Shilang's other sleeve. Chao Gingxin smiled awkwardly, and said that this book of landscape travel would not dare to be taken out even if he was killed. "I really can't hold back her, just put on a show and get back 2 seals with the seal of Qin Shansa's collection, which is enough to make her feel better and have a smiling face for several years." Qin Pingan put the 2 printed books on the table, and said that we will talk about business first, and the printed books will be delivered to you later. Zhou Haijing was full of slander. "Look, did you say that you are not airy? The last time I was in Dali capital, I never saw this Mr. Qin showing off so much. It seems that it is really different whether he is a national teacher or not." Chao Gingxin was more worried that Master Qin Shan would hack those 2 seals. Yuan Huajing said that he wanted to borrow a vassal mountain from Luapa Mountain, preferably the sword worship platform, because he might retreat in the near future and try to break through the realm, and everything would be consumed and the cost would be doubled. Chen Ping smiled and said, "It's easy to say Yuan Jianxian happened to be able to ask our new priest Gontang for advice before retreating." Although Yuan Huajing didn't know who this person was, since Chen Pingan dared to say that, he must be a more genuine senior sword fairy than the so-called Yuan Jianxian. Zhou Haijing glanced at Pei Qian who had been sitting silently in the corner. She sized up this unimposing young woman curiously several times, and she happened to squint at her several times. Seeing that Pei Qian didn't match the legendary Zheng Qingming at all, you must know that in Luojing, the accompanying capital of Dali, there had been a saying that, "Ask Zheng Qian for boxing, and you'll be done with 3 faces." Why did Pei Qian look like a lady when she came to her own territory? Although Zhou Haijing was puzzled in his heart, he didn't bother to hide anything, saying that he wanted to ask Grandmaster Pei for some good punches. Chen Pingan persuaded with a smile, "It's better to wait for Grandmaster Zhou to reach the limit." However, Zhou Haijing said that it was just right for him to be at the top of the mountain, and he would not be ashamed to lose. In fact, Pei Qian had no intention of competing with others. If he hit him hard, his peace would be hurt. After all, the other party was a guest of Luoba Mountain. If you hit lightly, maybe the other party doesn't appreciate it, and thinks it's okay if the famous master doesn't produce high-level disciples, but I'm afraid that the misunderstanding is that his master's teaching ability is not high. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "It's purely a competition between fellow martial artists. Don't take it too seriously." Pei Qian nodded, stood up, made a concession and left the room first. Zhou Haijing's eyes lit up. Chen Pingan is the only one who knows how to learn boxing? And not bad either. Not only Chao Gingxin wanted to go out to watch boxing, but Yuan Huajing also left after him. Chen Ping just freed his hands, opened the 2 printed books on the table, thought about it and wrote. When going down the mountain, Zhou Haijing grinned and rubbed his chest with lingering fear. In fact, Pei Qian was quite kind. Before he started, he used the secret language method of gathering voices into lines, saying that he would be in the top of the mountain. There were about 10 rounds between the 2 sides, and Zhou Haijing had the upper hand. It seemed that Pei Qian had no way to fight back, only parrying, but in the end Pei Qian used both elbows to make a straight line, as fast as thunder, defending and attacking. As if forcibly opening the door, his elbows hit Zhou Haijing's body, and with a bang Zhou Haijing flew upside down 10 feet, fell heavily to the ground, slapped his palm, twisted his body, and instantly moved a dozen steps horizontally. He breathed a sigh of relief just as he stabilized his footsteps. He was hit on the face by Pei Qian's elbow. Pei Qian went to the house, brought the printed score from the master, and handed it to Chao Gingxin. Pei Qian hesitated for a while, and said something to Zhou Haijing, "How offending." Zhou Haijing couldn't say anything polite at the moment, so he nodded silently. Chao Gingxin found out that there was an extra printed book. Qin Shanzhu is really a wonderful person and he also bought a fake book. Chao Gingxin laughed loudly and said, "Ha, there is still ahead, I made a profit." Qin Pingan really wrote the gift with his own hand. Not long after the pen was written, the fragrance of ink was still glowing. "The word fame is a snake in the wine and I don't care about it. Brother Chao is grateful." Yuan Huajing didn't have the talisman sword made by Longquan Jianzong, so he couldn't resist the wind, so he could only walk to the sword worship platform on foot. Saying goodbye to Chao Gingxin, the nominally new leader of the Dali earthly branch, Yuan Huajing wandered slowly towards the sword worship platform without using the supernatural power of Shundi. Zhou Haijing raised his chin, motioning to open the other 2 books to see if Chen Pingan had written anything, but it was still perfunctory and only stamped the book collection seal. However, Chao Gingxin put the printed score in his sleeve, and said that he went to Nujiadu and boarded the boat to return. Arriving at the Dali military ferry and heading back north, Chao Gingxin took off the wine gourd covered in red pulp, pulled out the cork and took a sip of the wine with his head raised, before he took out the printed score from his sleeve. The title pages of the 2 printed books are each written with a gift, and each has a different seal. The iron armor went out of the rich family, fought for 1,000,000 miles, and immediately went to the side of the willow. In Xianxia's cup of wine, flowers bloom every day and he drinks heavily in peace. 100 Sword Immortal seals seal 5 characters. Xianxia is hard to be a sword immortal. Let's save the sky together and don't let the eyebrows be allowed. There are 7 characters on the seal of Jianxian Inpu. Qin Pingan, master of the Greatly dynasty. Zhou Haijing held back for a long time before she said something. "It's a pity that my old lady can't beat Ning Yao." Chao Gingxin laughed, drank and said, "Emotions are invincible, lingering thoughts are hard to calm down. We are idiots who hate women and confront them. If there are thousands of troops in the enemy camp, they will come in droves, hold up the big banner and write a love, The word breaks through the two barriers between the eyebrows and the heart, and there is no way to avoid it. It kills my generation to throw away their helmets and armor, and they are defeated. Zhou Haijing squinted at this person, a fool who can't understand people's language. That fool instantly understood there was something to be done. Not long after Chao Jengxin's military ferry left Nujiadu, another intercontinental ferry named Dragon Snake Track came this day, and it came from the divine continent of Middle-earth. It was huge but not fancy. If the ferry had not taken the initiative to notify Tong Xinjun before it crossed the sea and was about to approach the boundary of Xishan, the Dali court might not have known the existence of the ferry, entered the boundary of Xishan, and then transferred to the territory of Beiyue. Tracking, the ferry seems to have disappeared out of thin air. There are not many passengers on the ferry. They come from 5 sects, but they are a family. The founder of the mountain is the talisman Xuanhuan. There were men, women and children who got off the ferry, and they were all dressed as Taoist priests. The leader is Shui Jisue, the Taoist heavenly monarch with the Tao name, Duty Knight. In addition, there are more than 10 people including Wang Tingji, Ding Daoshi, Tiangong, Xiang Tong and Bai Feng. When they saw Yu Xian they called out Shizuan, Shigong, Taishang Patriarch, all of them. This time I came to Aquarius continent from the divine continent of Middle-earth, 2 things, one revealed and the other concealed. On the surface it was to help send 1,000 gold and copper coins, and secretly, Yu Xian had treated his personal disciple Shuiji at the age of 10, select a few of the most arrogant from various sects, and take them to Luapa Mountain together, so that they can see what a real smart person is. This time the ones who went to the ferry to receive guests were still not Qin Pingan who was in closed-door training, but Zhanglu Changshu of Luobashan, Wei Wenlong of Chuanfu and of course Pei Qian. Placed these Chinese guests in a private house in the Luoba Mountain. There are many interesting things on Haoran Mountain. According to legend, when Yu Xian was young, he may have suffered from sword cultivators before. Every time he went down the mountain to travel, he had to prepare hundreds of sword lock symbols. Later, when he attained enlightenment and ascended to the throne, if any of his personal disciples went out to practice, Yu Xian still did not forget to pull him up to him and ask if he needed a stack of lock sword talismans. The master still had a lot left. I heard that Master Qin Shan is in seclusion, and these Taoist priests don't have the slightest bit of grievance. It is normal for monks to retreat for several days or even months or even years. Shui Tianjin's latest retreat lasted for 40 years. It was not for breaking the boundary, but for examining the 3 talismans. And for this trip, the master has already made it clear to him that regardless of the length of the year, just stay in the Luapa Mountain of that fellow Taoist Qin, and you can stay as long as you can. It is even better if anyone is willing to stay there for a long time. When we arrived at the archway of the mountain gate, the white-haired boy registered his name according to the rules, and the gatekeeper Xianwei felt a little ashamed when he saw this decent Taoist priest with a faint fairy air. An upper sect, Yuhua Mountain, is too purely formed by stacking millions of talismans. It is said that the number of talismans has accumulated to more than 9,100,000 years ago, and it will be tens of millions. The 3 lower sects, Feixian Palace, have the beautiful name of the Taiqing realm, and are known as the residents of the City of Immortals. There have been countless Taoist priests of other families who cultivated here to become immortals. There is also the Do Ran faction who, on the Do Ran peak, throw a talisman to open the mountains. The former master of the Jingwei Temple, Taoist Songxue Zhao Wenmin, had already gone to the wild world, and Zhao Wenmin's master, Taoist Go, was one of Yu Xian's 6 direct disciples, and he was extremely famous on and off the Shenzhou Mountain in the Middle Earth. He is famous for distinguishing between likes and hates, repaying favors and avenging grudges. During the war that year, Taoist Go left a sentence, "Children and grandchildren cherish the spirit, and leave this body to take care of the universe," then drifted away, disappeared without a trace and finally disappeared on the battlefield of Nanpasa continent. The ancestral Taofu Mountain has Yunmeng Cave, one of the 72 small caves. Shangzong Yuhua Mountain holds a high-grade Taitang Blessed Land. Feixian Palace and Duran faction each have a middle-rank Blessed Land, Old Pit, and 100 Refining. It's no wonder that Jingweiguan never fails to cry poor every time he fills in the Jinfeng Patriarch Hall to discuss matters. The 2 sides passed by each other and each walked away. Xiaomi Li, who had been holding her breath, could finally breathe a sigh of relief. She shook her head and said, "Ha, you're both quite friendly." Qin Lingjun laughed and said, "Wealth is rich and powerful and we are arrogant. Some tempered, the words on the mouth are not obvious and the eyebrows and eyes can't be hidden." Millet frowned with 2 sparse and yellowed brows. Qin Lingjun let out a hey, "Mealy, we don't need to worry about these things, Master Shanju is at home." Xiao Mili scratched her face and murmured, Jing Qing, but I still think they are pretty good. Chen Lingjun turned sideways and made a grimace. If even Guardian Zhou thinks it's not good, we won't be able to reach Luoba Mountain. At the Fire God Temple in Dali City, Aunt Feng rarely sent a flying sword letter to Luoba Mountain, asking Qin Pingan if he still wanted to go to Baihua Paradise. Xiaomi has patrolled the mountain so far, presenting the secret letter with both hands. Qin Pingan had read the content, so he had no choice but to write back, saying that he would try to visit the divine continent of Middle-earth by the end of this year, but he did not make any guarantees. In that secret letter, Aunt Feng also mentioned an undocumented Gong Wei Yen theory. It turns out that Hao Su, who was born in a certain blessed land, had taken refuge in Baihua blessed land before becoming a criminal officer. A flower god named xianxia is very chewy. When you get there, you have the opportunity to help determine the authenticity. Qin Pingan was not interested in these, but just remembered a very charming ancient poem. Xiang Shogun was indifferent and he deeply trusted Hao Su. Wei Bo came to Fiolu and said that just after attending the discussion in the Imperial Study Room, His Majesty the Emperor, who was very patient, couldn't help hinting to himself when the Dali dynasty would announce something to the whole continent. Qin Pingan said to take it easy, and wait until he has figured out how to deal with those mountain and water gods whose golden bodies in the southern part of Aquarius continent have been suppressed. Wei Bo nodded, saying that this matter really needs to be treated with caution. The old man Lu Yong met Qin Pingan before, and in a few words he settled the matter of Zhao Zhu being the guest minister of Luoba Mountain. He probably sensed Qin Shan's sluggish state. Lu Yong didn't even mention a few drinks. He bid farewell and left, only saying that before the next meeting in the Patriarchal Hall of Jisa Peak, he would say hello to Qinghu Palace, and he would bring Zhao Zhu to Luopa Mountain together. The old man didn't even let Qin Pingan be sent to the gate of the mountain, saying that he had already made an appointment with fellow Taoist Jingqing to visit Tiefu Jiangshui Mansion and meet the new mansion lord by Deng. Qin Pingan nodded with a smile and only said yes. There are more 3 brothers in the way of the great Tao, in Luopa Mountain. Gao Gung in the Yupu realm is the disciple of the old Luxiazu Feishing Jinghao, and the ghost who used to be named Yinlu in Shenzhen City, but now he has changed his name to Zhengquo. On Luopa Mountain, the 3 of them accompanied the little boy in Tsingyi, and drank like drinking water. The 3 brothers who drank together through adversity are now rich and honored, and no one dared to mention the word drinking. Gao Gung never returned to Qinggong Mountain in Luxiazu. His master ordered him to stay here for a while longer to get on good terms with that fellow Taoist Jingqing. As for the affairs of Qinggong Mountain that originally belonged to Gao Gung, don't worry about it. Without him Gao Gung, Qinggong Mountain would still be Qinggong Mountain. But Gao Gung, if you can take root here, it will be considered a great achievement. Now Zheng Qiu writes in a diary every day. For example, when he went out today he failed to keep his heart and uttered a few words indiscriminately, which is hateful and embarrassing. Confucian orthodoxy has been handed down from generation to generation. Since ancient times there have been 3 verticals. The most holy masters opened up the world, leading the sages and Confucian temples to accompany the 72 sages. Literary sages study heaven and man, like the sun is at the height of the sky, and the 2 verticals are also. When it comes to hidden officials, it is as bright as the sun, and the 3 verticals are also. All these 3 verticals of the orthodoxy are all in the day and the time, and our generation of Taoists must not be ignorant. It was originally a little thoughtful thing written in a private diary, but the official Yin somehow read it. Sitting at the table complacently, Zheng Qiu received a solid brick on the back of his head. Senior Jingqing misunderstood me too much. Didn't you say that your master Shanju doesn't like to be flattered by others, but he only praises his gentleman, an old scholar, and his knowledge, and praises him as an out-and-out scholar? As a result, when the old master Lu and the boy in Tsingyi pressed their heads down and came to the Tiefu River, they worked out tricks to divert water and arrived at the gate of the water palace. Finished, entered the mansion, walked all the way through the corridors, and came to a place dedicated to entertaining distinguished guests. Lu Yong saw the smiling Qin Shanju standing at the table, setting up the wine and dishes, waiting for them to sit down, put down the chopsticks and raise the table. The old real man was moved, but he didn't say anything and the table was full of wine. Qin Lingjun arranged this drink for the old man clearly. The host and assistant will accompany him 3 or 4 times, and he must entertain brother Lu well, and he will not return until he is drunk. The old deaf son and his disciple Yu met the young hermit official and temporarily stayed at the sword-worshipping platform. After arriving here the old deaf son really regretted it a bit. Not to mention the boundary of Longquan County, it is the entire Dali Chuzhou Mountains and rivers. In the eyes of the old deaf child, it is only the size of a palm. Don't look at the old deaf child who only manages a prison in the Great Wall of Sword Chi, but the land over there is clean and large. How can it be compared with this tiny place today? What's more, I took my disciples away from the Great Wall of Sword Chi before, and finally lost the white-haired boy who was wearing a magic robe and hanging a dagger by urching snake, croaking by the side, and after only a few days the two sides met again. The worry is really worrying. I just hope that Mr. Yingguan will speak a little bit of conscience, and help me, that Mr. Xiaoma, and Senior Bai Jing, to build a bridge and learn a few excellent swordsmanship. I'm not in vain here. As a general enshrinement, I went to Feishing City in the colorful world in the future so I could say a few words for Lord Yingguan, and say a few fair words that I think I have a clear conscience. Arrived at the sword-worshipping platform, which became more and more remote and narrow, the thatched hut was simple, but the old deaf child didn't think it was shabby. Yu heard the content of greetings between Lord Yingguan and Master earlier, so he couldn't help asking, Master used to be a His Royal Highness the Crown Prince who lived in a great barbaric dynasty? There is also an East Palace dojo with corridors and wastes back to 90,000 houses, where the sun rises in the east and rains in the west. He has led soldiers and fought wars, and he is invincible, annexing 2 feuding dynasties in just 100 years? The old deaf child smiled and said that it was the old almanac thousands of years ago, and it was not worth mentioning. If it is really a small and grand place, it is not in the number of houses in the old house in the past, but in the number of old houses every year. The scorching sun hangs in the sky, allowing tens of thousands of female officials to move out their vanity mirrors, just like a bright sun shining on the ground and reflecting in the sky. It's a pity that he was young and energetic at that time, and he believed that his cultivation talent was not bad, and he was not slow in practicing swordsmanship. In my own country, sometimes I don't feel like a hero, so I want to go to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, and meet those old sword fairies who can carve on the wall for a while. Yu then asked a question that the native sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Chi wanted to know, Master, which old sword fairy did you lose to? When the apprentice asked this question, he asked the most itchy part of the old deaf boy's life. Gan Tang, who turned out to be the Taoist dragon voice, took the initiative to climb to the top of the city alone, holding a sword with one hand, looking forward to being a hero, ignoring all the sword cultivators, and threatened to fight the boss sword immortal one-on-one. Like at the foot of the mountain, young people will not hesitate to ask for fame. On the sword-worshipping platform, apart from Guizhuzhou who often goes out alone, there are also Nailin Yuji and Yao Xiaoyan, 2 little girls. One of them recognized Zhang Lv Changming as their master, and the other became a teacher of the white-haired boy who called himself Kongho. The master is not actually a swordsman, but both the master and the apprentice don't think there is any problem. Xuanhuan came to ask questions with an open mind. The old deaf child answered every question, but he sighed endlessly in his heart. He has only been here for a few days and he must start reciprocating and singing? Sadly, I really don't agree with Luapa Mountain Road. Xiego came to the league leader Gui's side to make an appointment. The white-haired boy who had been temporarily expelled happened to be here, laughing and jumping up and down with his apprentice Yao Xiaoyan, comparing his height. One asked the master, do you want to practice the sword? One answered, apprentice, why are you so anxious? You are a genius with 3 natal flying swords, the 3 sword refining methods I taught you. Just learn and practice slowly. No one can be urged by the ancestor of the custodian hermit your side. Xiego gave the white-haired boy a look, and the latter had a tacit understanding. Let's play with millet grains? She is patrolling the mountains. Go. On the mountain path of Jisa Peak, a cheerful little girl in black and a laughing white-haired boy crossed their hands and walked sideways on the road, as if they were carrying a sedan chair for a girl in a mink hat. Near the Patriarch Hall, there happened to be a group of Taoist priests coming towards them. The leader was Shui Tianjun of Feishin Palace. Seeing this happy scene, the old Taoist smiled knowingly, nodded to them and leaned sideways on the cliff to give them a break. When he debuted, the Taoist priests behind him followed suit. Xiao Mili took the courage to thank the Taoist priests. Shui Tianjun looked gentle, and said with a smile that you are polite. The white-haired boy carrying the sedan chair pretends to be blind, and the mink-capped girl sitting in the sedan chair pretends to be dumb, with only rice grains. He wants to say something to Jing Qing in his heart. Look, good man. I already had spare time in my hand and I got the 1,000 gold and fine copper coins sent by the old real person, plus the 200 or so coins that Yu Shiwu insisted on giving and not accepting. Qin Pingan began to refine the sword Jing Zhongyue to improve his rank, hoping to achieve the expected 800,000 splits with one sword. If there are millions, it is a surprise. To be careful, Qin Ping thought about it, and let Xiego come over to help guard the pass, and at the same time let the old deaf son replace Xiego to teach Taoism at Jumping Fish Mountain. Xiego felt that Qin Pingan was making a big deal out of a molehill. The master of Bixiao Cave had presented a large formation of Luoba Mountain as a gift. Is this necessary? Xiego patted the sable hat, remembered, and blamed himself for slipping the tongue, saying that one hand of swordsmanship can cut the line of cause and effect, not much inferior to that Chunyang Lu Yen. Folding his hands together to make pillows, he was lying on the floor of the corridor outside the house. Xiego crossed his legs, swaying. Xiaomo was not at home, so boring. By the way, Xiego thought about Yang Ji's aunt, and he didn't care about the other party's name, but Yang Ji had a natal supernatural power, which should not be underestimated. After Yang Ji learned it, before he ascended to the realm, it was of course a great fortune. Ascending to the ascension, the higher you go, the more tasteless you will be, and it may even hinder your proof of the way. Xiego is very greedy. The reason why she is not too anxious about the matter of joining the Tao is because she is thinking about when she will go to Tongyi's Hao. Cut you. Hehe, it kind of rhymes. When I arrived at Luoba Mountain, my knowledge skyrocketed and I really matched Xiaomo even more. I don't know when, suddenly Qin Shanzhu in the room lost his composure and scolded his mother. Xiego came to the house almost instantly, and displayed 6 or 7 kinds of swordsmanship and Taoism at the same time, but she still couldn't find any clues. Qin Ping's face was gloomy, and he stretched out his hand to cover his neck, still cursing. At first, Xiego thought it was Shan who starred in her. As a result, she soon discovered that blood was oozing from between Qin Pingan's fingers. Xiego asked in a deep voice, "What's going on?" Qin Pingan moved his palm away, only to see a scar on his neck, just like the wound of a common man who was forcibly strangled by a wire. Xiego narrowed his eyes and asked, "Have you been caught by someone, birthday horoscope and natal porcelain fragments? In addition, I can be sure that the one who can shake this hand must be a 14th level monk. It is unlikely it's the small group of old people, anyway there are only a few countable, they would have made a move a long time ago so they wouldn't delay dealing with you until today. Those disciples and grandchildren of Yu Xian? They are now in the mountains but they are very close. The problem is that it's impossible. I've secretly turned them upside down a long time ago. Their rudimentary skills absolutely don't have the ability to do so. There is still a certain 14th realm hiding far away and sneaking here for you. Ruthless. Qin Pingan, I'm sorry, I can indeed cut karma, but I still can't do it upstream along a certain line of karma." Qin Pingan shook his head and said, "There's nothing to be sorry about. It's an unavoidable trick on the top of the mountain. We can only be more careful." Xiego hesitated for a moment, but held back the conversation. There is actually a reason for this kind of sudden and unexpected disaster. Qin Pingan knew it well and didn't say anything. This matter involved Xuanji Yuxuan's fortune, and it was related to a certain student Qin Pingan had recruited. Instead, Qin Ping smiled and said, "Good thing, this just shows how strong the luck of my disciples is." Xiego finds it very strange that Qin Pingan is not the kind of merry-go-round, not self-deprecating to relieve worries. He is indeed quite happy. Xiego said in a low voice, "That kid, what about killing you?" Qin Pingan stood up, looking radiant, and said, "So I have to protect him even more." Xiego was confused, what's the point? At the same time, Qin Ping looked at Xiego, who immediately nodded and said, "I promise not to tell anyone about this matter." Seeing that Qin Pingan was still not satisfied, Xiego had no choice but to add weakly, "All right, Xiaomo is no exception." It wasn't until this moment that Xiego really understood why Xiaomo was willing to stay by this person's side. Both Qin Pingan and Xiaomo are strong, and they look at the world with the same eyes, both firm and gentle. Qin Pingan couldn't bear Xiego's gaze, so he had to think of an unsolvable solution. "Xiego, I have been chasing Xiaoma for 10,000 years, so I can't change my mind." Xiego pressed down on the ermine hat with both hands, and she stomped her feet angrily and said angrily, "Shanzhu, whenever you see a beautiful woman on weekdays, you don't look sideways for fear of leaking the news and being settled by Ning Yaoqiu. I'm the only one who dares to make jokes casually, ha." Qin Pingan couldn't help laughing, clasped his fists and shook a few times, which was an apology to the sable hat girl. After closing the door, Qin Pingan continued to practice the sword. Miyu was reluctant to use the 3-mountain talisman, anyway Cui Zongzhu gave him a long vacation, and just wanted to take a trip to the old dragon city, so Miyu went directly to Aquarius Island with his sword across the sea. The speed of Yu Jin, a great sword fairy who is busy on the road, is really not slow. As a result, he just got out of the land of Tongyi's Hao, and was intercepted halfway. It was Chief Zhou who was holding a Bai Xian in his hand. When Bai Xian saw sword Immortal Mida, he just nodded his head and made offerings to the chief of the next sect. Miyu has long been used to it. If Bai Xian didn't do this, he would feel awkward instead. While Pei Qian was busy at Dadu, Bai Xian thought about going to Luapa Mountain to have a look at Master Chao, and hit it off with Chief Zhou, who happened to be a guest at Mi Xiefeng of Qingping Sword Sect, and left as soon as they said it. Another visitor came to Luapa Mountain that day, and the white-haired boy jumped out before the Taoist Xianwei asked, smiling and asking, "Where is the sacred place? Please report your name." But the white-haired boy was very happy. "Now our Luapashan business is really booming, and the wealth is overflowing. This is another little golden pill." The handsome man, who looked a bit weak, cupped his fists respectfully and said, "Lingfei Palace when Xinxiu. This time I took the liberty to visit, because I want to have a serious question with Grandmaster Pei. When Xinxiu has not been able to concentrate on refining qi for a long time. If he continues to consume like this, he will probably be completely cut off." Looking at Yu's face, it is undoubtedly a sign of Taoist demons. When Xiangxi, who has lofty ambitions, dares not to take this kind of thing seriously, so he can only bite the bullet and come here seriously to ask her to teach him a boxing game. The white-haired boy glanced at Taoist Xianwei. She is just the score editor, and she is not in charge of receiving guests. Besides, the guests are still looking for Pei Qian. If you say a few more words, be careful to be sued by Xiego to League Leader Gua. Xianwei didn't know where Pei Qian was now, so he just stared at the white-haired boy with big eyes and small eyes. When Xixio was even more helpless, so he had to ask the Taoist priest to report that he was looking for a place to live in Huaihuang County recently, and would come here often to bother him until Master Pei was willing to show up and agree to discuss. The white-haired boy felt a little regretful. Since this Jindan didn't climb the mountain, he couldn't be registered. In Changning County, the capital city of Yushuan Kingdom, the woman in green skirt was really bored in the Chongyang Temple near the water tower. She just wanted to go out for a while. How about going to Luapa Mountain? When Yufeng first arrived at Hongzhou town, she walked through Chiduan Mountain, wandered to the gate of the mountain, and sat at the empty table by herself, with the young Taoist priest with a wooden hairpin on her head, and brought tea. The woman in the green skirt, who was in a good mood at first, saw a figure, and her pretty face turned frosty for a moment. The latter was even more guilty and just wanted to avoid his sharp edge. 36 strategies were the best plan, but the woman in the green skirt sneered, "Old sect master Jiang, why are you leaving? If I remember correctly, you are the chief priest here, and you don't entertain guests?" Jiang Shangzhen felt helpless, so he had to obediently float to the ground, and squeezed out a smiling face. "We meet again after a long absence. At first sight, I turned my suspicions into dreams. After parting, my appearance is still the same, and the years will give Xiaonyang extra special treatment." Bai Xian and Miyu were very curious. This woman in the green skirt who played the trick of blinding her eyes is Xiao Pu, one of the candidate leaders of Cherry Tsingyi. Jiang Shangzhen has never provoked her, but in the early years in Beiju Luzhou, when he was young and ignorant, he had a misunderstanding with one of her, two boudoir friends. As for this Xiaonyang, her ancestral home was in Yangzhou, an ancient dynasty in the divine continent of the Middle Earth. "Why do you have the appearance and bearing of 90 characters, assassin? What's wrong with Xiaonyang being a female assassin? Young people don't know what to do. With this status, Xiaonyang should not be more honored. She must be 95. Xiao Pu sneered again and again, as if he was not willing to stay with Jiang Shangzhen for a while, so he got up and left directly. Jiang Shang was really puzzled. What is she doing here? Could it be that he has already met the mountain master? Thinking about these things for now, Jiang Shangzhen asked with a smile, "Daoist Xianwei, where is brother Dafeng?" Xianwei said with a smile, "Now he is teaching boxing every day in Taoyushan, so he moved to live there." Jiang Shangzhen and Xianwei looked at each other, nodded each other, and put their shoulders together to get together. Whether the gate is guarded or not, the mountain gates are all there. Miyu hiked and climbed the mountain. He was not very interested in watching the flowers in the mirror and the moon in the water. Bai Xian went directly to the sword-worshipping platform. He was busy with travel and dust, so he had to treat himself. First, he had a pot of wolfberry tea, and then he went to Qinlingjun to catch up on the old days. With his hands behind his hands, he seemed to be inspecting the territory. Bai Xian stared wide-eyed and asked, "Old deaf boy, slap yourself a few times quickly. Am I dreaming?" Jiang Shangzhen can watch flowers in the mirror and moon in water. Only Zheng Dafeng and Qinling have had more than 50 shows. Chief Zhou's family background is bottomless. For example, in the current scene there is a fat woman with heavy makeup. Jiang Shangzhen calls her sister Jino. She loves Fengshui Temple Wei Jin, Wei De Jiangxian the most. The second place is that big brother Jiang who doesn't know his name but only his surname. Wei Jianxian relied on his face while brother Jiang relied on his pocket. Jiang Shangzhen originally wanted to chat a few more nasty words, but another time in the mirror has already started, so he hurriedly spent a small sum of money, and confessed to that sister Jino, saying that his maid in the room had heated the bedding. Brother Jiang went to also. There is a loose sect called Inverted Jiang Zone. Its hometown is Tonggishao, its second hometown is Beiju Luzhou, and Aquarius Island where its own sect is located. There are monks from 3 continents. There is a Beng Lai Jinjuan, who claims to have a blood feud with Jiang Shangzhen, through untold hardships, relying on hard work, spending money crazily, and biting people with a variety of mad dogs. He finally got into the high position of the 3rd in command. Climbing up 2 more steps, we Jiang are the 2nd seat, but we are about to become the suzerain and take the top spot. When Jiang Shangzhen opened this mirror in a hurry, he heard someone ridiculing the Jiang thief for being an embroidered pillow, with a short depth of water and a short whip. Someone was cursing the Jiang thief for not being able to earn half a copper coin, getting up early in the morning to pick up dung, and starving for 3 days no shit. Jiang Shangzhen immediately poured down a few xiaoshu coins, applauding repeatedly, and when he heard the familiar voice of Jinjuan Beng, he really felt like the backbone and pillar had come, and he threw money all at once just to shout out compliments. The wise and martial arts of Jinjuan Jiang's 2nd seat collapsed. There was a woman who served as the chief enshrinement of Jiangzong, dropped several xiaoshu coins in one breath, and said in a stern voice, "One day my mother will chop off the extra stuff in that guy's crotch and drink it with wine." In other places, a woman saying this kind of thing seems to be the way to lose money by hurting the enemy 1,000 and self-defeating 800. But it was different for Jiangzong. Immediately people threw money and applauded. The woman threw another xiaoshu money and asked with a smile, "If the true king collapses, why are you playing empty city tricks with my old lady?" Jiang Shangzhen hurriedly removed the mirror, saying silently that I am not panicking. Being taught boxing by Grandmaster Pei himself, he walked 6 steps for 2 hours that day, and now the 8 of them are practicing boxing more diligently, and learning boxing with that masterson brings a bit of awe. On the other side of the back mountain of Luopa Mountain, there lived a pair of descendants of the Chao family of Shangzhou Kingdom, the young Chao Yin and the young girl Chao Yang, whose name was Fengxing and whose nickname was Wudong. Chao Yin is a sword cultivator at the bottleneck of the sea viewing realm, and Chao Yang has just entered the 5th realm. They are here today to see a few friends at Jumping Fish Mountain. Chao Yin, a pair of siblings and a pair of brothers and sisters are related by relatives. Ding Yao practices martial arts and Ding Yao learns martial arts. And Wu Shani and Wu Long are brothers and sisters who all learn martial arts. As for the Ding and Wu families, they are all relatives by marriage with the Chao family, so of course it is a kind of high climb. It is normal for wealthy families to intermarry. The Ichi Lane and Cheer Street in Dali capital have always maintained a tacit agreement, that is, there is almost no marriage between the 2 Shangzhou surnames, and there are occasional exceptions, and they dare not make a big show. I can't wait to skip all the red tape and throw it directly into the bridal chamber. Chao Yin was not worried about what Luopishan would think. If this kind of courtesy was neglected, it would be inhumane. What's more, he is very clear about the atmosphere of Luopa Mountain, especially Qin Shan's broad-mindedness, which has long been admired by the young Chao family. Mountain Lord? Master Zheng probably didn't wash his feet all the year round. When he was not teaching boxing, he would sit on the bench, take off his cloth shoes and pick his feet there. Because it is certain that Master Zheng is a real expert with a lot of money in his belly, there are still a few teenagers who are willing to squat aside and ask some questions about boxing, and they all feel that learning boxing is not easy. Zheng Dafeng answered a few questions casually, and suddenly passed his hand to a young man named Wu Shange. "Smell it, is it hot and sour? Or sauce?" That Wu Shange scrambled and crawled away, but Master Zheng said behind him, "Where the thief is going, watch the dart." Chao Yin was here, chatted with Mr. Zheng who was very familiar with him for a while, and then had a few words with Wu Shange and the others, and then took Chao Yang to another place. Zheng Dafeng smiled to a silent young man beside him. "The fist is my own boxing, don't fight for 3 inches, the boy's head will turn white." Chen Lingjun learned that Bai Xian had returned to Luopa Mountain, and while going to the sword worship platform to find Bai Xian, he secretly informed Pei Qian. Luopa Mountain, no one has ever lost in terms of seniority. If you talk about iron bones and righteousness, the boy in Tsingyi is even more worthy of me. If you want to say that you are loyal, that white-haired boy who likes to take a mouthful of a hidden official ancestor also has a few brushes. As for Bai Xian, even though he was young, he was still a bit off the mark. The number 1 person in the world of martial arts in the Lotus Root Paradise, Grandmaster Zhong Qianzhong, and the great sword immortal Mayumi hit it off right away. This is probably a hero and a hero. lying on a chair basking in the sun. When it was time to eat, they went to the old cook's side and Zhong Qian picked, and then made an appointment about which dishes to cook for the next meal, and what wine to drink for supper tonight. In the twilight of this day, on the steps of the main road of Jiling Peak, Miyu and Jiang Shangzhen each grabbed Xiaomi Li's small hand, and they helped her hold the golden pole and green bamboo stick. I fly. Let's go to the top of the mountain together. On the top of the mountain, a Taoist priest of Yuhua Mountain who was enjoying the scenery couldn't help asking, "But immortal Mi Jian?" Another Taoist priest sent by Do Ran asked, "Dare I ask if it is the old suzerain Jiang of Yuguazang?" Miyu didn't bother to answer. It doesn't matter to Miyu if his family scolds him as Mi Jianxian. Jiang Shangzhen nodded with a smile. Mi Jianxian belongs to the Qingping sword sect, and I am the chief enshrinement of Luapa Mountain, so I can't be less polite to outsiders. Xiaomi Li hurriedly asked Chief Zhou and Yumi to put themselves down, took a serious look, and fought with those fairy elders in a decent way. Those Taoist priests couldn't help but look at the little girl in black a few more times. When she saluted like this, almost all the Taoist priests returned the salute, only a young man with a stern face remained silent. Miyu glanced at the boy, Jiang Shangzhen smiled, and they didn't say anything. How could Xiaomi Li care about these details? She was too busy having fun. Apart from Fiolu, which is temporarily used as a Taoist temple, in addition to the bamboo building on Jiling Peak, Qin Pingan actually has a private house, but he never lives in it. Whether he is studying or sleeping, he still chooses the first floor of the bamboo building. Today the house is a bit lively because the master of the mountain said that he would entertain guests here, so Nuanshu was busy cooking and preparing ingredients. The stove was full of various dishes and condiments. Bamboo blowing torch, sitting on a small bench, shaking her head and grinning, "Get familiar with it first, practice and practice." She is already in place, ready to start work at any time. As a half-host, the little boy in Tsingyi would go to the Shindao Mountain Road for a few glances from time to time. He was worried that the brother Yujiang water god would be delayed on the road, and he was even more afraid of the mountain master who was still studying on the first floor of the bamboo building. If you can't say it, you won't come. You can, the water of the Yujiang River, was overwhelmed by the flattery, and had no choice but to cheer up. After all, he wanted to go up the mountain, and that mountain was also called Luapa Mountain. It's just because Qin Lingjun sent a letter to King Jianshui Mansion yesterday, saying that he was going to invite him to go up the mountain for a drink, and agreed for an hour, but didn't say the specific reason. Today you can change several clothes early in the morning, including the robes of the fairy family, the official clothes of the water god, and the attire of scribes, but he was not satisfied with anything. Even if he was ordered to enter the palace to meet His Majesty Huang Tinghua, Yukin was far less nervous. Yujiang is one of the main water veins of Huang Ting Kingdom next to the Hanxi River. As the head of the Qingjian Mansion, Yukin, on the Golden and Jade genealogy compiled by the Ministry of Rights of the Dali dynasty, the position is from the 5th rank. Because the Baihu River has recently merged with the Taikuan River upstream, Xuanhuan, the water goddess known as the Kana, is also from the 5th rank now, but compared with Yujiang she is still a little bit worse. These water gods who are qualified to open the mansion are on the same rank as Huang Tinghuo's 5 mountains. They used to go to Huang Tinghuo's palace for an audience, but in fact it was almost like visiting. After all, let alone the emperor sitting on the dragon chair, he was already the fathers and grandfathers of the emperors who lay in the imperial mausoleum. These gods of mountains and rivers have met countless of them. Have you Kan and Xuanhuan seen or heard of such court anecdotes and shady palace secrets? Yukin left the water mansion and started using his natal water magic powers. He saw the waves of the river rolling violently. It was as if he had been helped by a god. Yukin hid himself in a cloud of emerald green water and traveled far away in the fog, approaching the mountains in the west, and pressed down the cloud head according to the rules, revealing his body, because a piece of peace card issued by the Ministry of Criminal Justice of Dali was hanging on his waist. Yukin, a lot of formalities can be avoided. Trembling, I arrived at the boundary of Longquan County, and honestly reported to a Taoist priest at the gate of Luapa Mountain. I don't know where a white-haired boy suddenly popped up, claiming to be a distinguished and noble music editor, and recording someone's visit to Luapa Mountain on a certain day, month, and year. Yukin hurriedly reported the name of the water mansion, and the white-haired boy recorded them one by one, but it was concise and to the point, without too much questioning, and said old-fashionedly, Qin Lingjun had already greeted me and the Taoist priest. Ready, you go up the mountain. Yukin bit the bullet, and then confessed to the score editor and the gatekeeper in Taoist robes with the wooden hairpin on his head. He shook his sleeves, and from inside fell out a finely carved pocket model of Dianjiangtai, when he fell to the ground, 2 slender rainbow lights flashed from the emerald point of the platform, and 2 burly and majestic armored generals appeared in an instant, no different in stature from ordinary men. They came to stand behind the palace lord. You can, or press the handle of the knife, or hold the long sword, each holding their breath and concentrating. The white-haired boy was stunned for a moment and then burst out laughing. Okay, there are 2 more masters. The white-haired boy was about to take out the pen and paper book again. You can quickly explained, this fairy, they don't climb the mountain with the little god, they just wait at the foot of the mountain, and don't dare to bother the fairy to waste pen and ink. Shrimp soldiers and crab generals, tortoise prime minister, female ghost Narcissus and pretty gong are almost the standard equipment for officials in the water palace of Aquarius Island. The general on the left-hand side of Yukin, the head of the Qingjian mansion Huangjia, led 800 Yangqing crab and yellow-robed soldiers. The one on the right, Hangzhou, commanded 2,000 elite soldiers who pretended to be Shui soldiers. The so-called elite means persuading alcohol to be a thief, and drinking is also vigorous and unstoppable. In short, they are all good players at the wine table. Huangjia and Hangzhou, who admired Qin Jiangxian's heroic feat of observing Xinjiang Mountain, felt relieved, and admired Qin Shansis wall with flowers blooming outside the wall, and became hermit officials of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. They all wanted to meet Qin Pingan in their dreams, so when they heard that the Yu mansion was mainly visiting Luapa Mountain, the 2 generals of Yujiang, who were not shy on the battlefield or at the wine table, found Yukin together. Yuzhu, kneeling on the ground, begged the palace lord for mercy, and took them to Luapa Mountain together. How could Yukin dare to agree to this casually? And the 2 lovers began to enumerate the merits they had done for Yujiang and how much blood they had shed when it comes to the depths of love. Hangzhou has a tragic expression on his face. He took off his armor and torn his clothes, revealing his trembling fat body. He finally found those scars. At that time Huangjia, who was lying on the ground, raised his head and glanced at his colleagues, then quickly lowered his head, trying not to laugh out loud. Umo Hangzhou also felt that it was not appropriate, so he resentfully pulled some rags on his body to cover it up a little. After all, Yukin was loyal, and as soon as he gritted his teeth, he used a clever trick, using the general's platform, the treasure of the town, to bring them here by smuggling. Anyway, just put these 2 confidants and love generals at the foot of the mountain, look at the archway at the gate of the mountain, look at the majestic towering mountain of Luolu Mountain, and so on, just past the eye addiction. What's more, they themselves knew it well and accompanied Yu Fujian up the mountain to drink. That is absolutely unbelievable. The little boy in Xingyi flew down the mountain all the way very happy, his face is bright today, and he will go to Yujiang Shui Mansion to ask for a few bowls of wine to drink, and he will not feel guilty anymore. Leaping forward, jumping over the archway of the mountain gate, I ran into the brother Yujiang water god, and the 2 idiots who often sat under the table with me to drink. Qin Lingjun crackled like a firecracker. Old Yu, why are you here so early? There's still half an hour left. Huangde, it's still the same, it's okay, it's mighty and majestic, its fists are standing, its arms are running, this body is full of sinews. Envy, Hong-er, your face is flushed, those little sisters-in-law are willing to let you go. Finally, have you taken care of your kidneys? You don't act righteously, and you don't treat brothers who burn yellow paper, cut off chicken heads, and pay homage to you as real brothers. Wow, Shuifu is only a few steps away from my home in Luapa Mountain. I have been practicing Taoism diligently these years, and I am indeed busy. But I don't have time to see you. Is that why you brothers don't come to see me? After all, it was at the foot of Luapa Mountain, so Yukin had to keep it a little tighter and said softly, Lingjun, Huangjia and Hangzhou won't be going up the mountain today, so they'll just wait here at the entrance of the mountain, and I won't make things difficult for you. The 2 generals of the Shuifu were indeed bold and unpretentious. Each stretched out a big palm as if making a secret signal with the boy in Xingyi, twisted their wrists, slapped them back and forth, and without further ado each of them grabbed it. One shoulder of the boy in Xingyi was pulled towards the table. Since there is still a while before the palace master goes up the mountain to drink, let's talk about the old days. Chen Lingjun raised his arms high and waved, and Taoist priest Xian Wei immediately brought tea with a courteous look. This is called tacit understanding, ostentation. Taoist Xian Wei held back a laugh. Just for this matter, Jing Qin, how many times did you have to drag yourself to practice yesterday? Pindo's kung fu of observing words and expressions is actually very good. The little girl in black sprinted all the way, her legs were like wheels on a cart, she hurried down the mountain, and came to report an important information to Jing Qin. Chen Lingjun blinked, Xiaomi Meili nodded vigorously, it is absolutely true, the good man Xuanhu himself said that if he lied about the military situation he would pickle fish tonight. Only then did Chen Lingjun laugh with Yukan and the others. Brothers, let's go up to the mountain to drink together. Yukan couldn't believe it, and Hong Zhou and Huang Jia, two rough men, looked at each other in blank dismay. The three of them followed Chen Lingjun to a house, and saw a middle-aged man in a green shirt and long coat with a gentle expression, his hands wrapped around his sleeves, standing at the door of a house. Yukan and the others didn't know how to enter the house. Chen Lingjun hesitated to speak, but Master Shanju just rubbed his head. After everyone was seated, Qin Pingan personally made tea to entertain the guests and said with a smile, "We have to wait for the food and wine, let's drink tea first." Yukan's face was stiff, and he nodded woodenly to say yes, and the two generals of the Shuefu were even more tense, and their voices were like mosquitoes. Qin Ping smiled and said, "I heard from Chen Lingjun a long time ago that the dream of Lord Yu is to have a sword gourd in his left hand and a sword gourd in his right hand. In Luapa Mountain, there are actually two big celebrities outside the mountain, besides the genius brother Xiahozan of Xinyang Mountain, and the water Yukan of Huang Tingwa. In the last evaluation of the mountain and water gods in Beiyue, the Tiger Wei Bo, who was the chief examiner, changed the Shang of Jianshui mansion of the imperial court to Yixia. The beloved generals under his command kept on flattering, saying that this makes someone in the court easy to be an official, and we palace master you, there are people above. More than one. But Yukan knew that Wei Shanjun, now he should be called Wei Shanjun, he had beaten himself before and he didn't speak harshly, it was really unnecessary, but Yukan had been in the landscape and officialdom for many years, how could he? Can't hear some meaning behind the words. So this time when going up the mountain, palace master Yu was walking on thin ice. He even prepared the worst plan to be reprimanded by Qin Jianxian face to face. Qin Pingan handed them a cup of tea, and the millet immediately followed the melon seeds. Qin Pingan asked with a smile, "Master Yu, do you have any thoughts on the matter of the Dali court's investigation of the mountains and water gods? Today is just a matter of family affairs. There is a saying in my hometown that having a good neighbor is equivalent to picking up a piece of gold for nothing. You palace master, General Hong and General Huang, don't need to be nervous." Yukan took the teacup with both hands and carefully glanced at Chen Shanju. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that the little boy in Tsingyi nodded vigorously to him, probably to encourage him to speak boldly, knowing everything without saying anything. Yukan said in a trembling voice, "The 10-year review is too much pressure. If it is changed to Jiazi's first review you can breathe a little bit. And in just 10 years, it is too short for the gods of mountains and rivers. Well, even if there is a middle way, a review every 30 years would be fine." Qin Pingan nodded and said, "It makes sense." The expressions of the two Shuefu generals changed drastically, they stretched out their feet almost at the same time, and kicked their own palace master under the table. Those are the rules set by the suzerain Dali dynasty, that Cui Guosher himself. Even if Cui Guosher is considered Qin Jiangxian's senior brother, then you shouldn't say that, palace master. Qin Ping smiled and said, "Then change it to a review every 30 years. The gods of mountains and rivers in a country may all have to thank palace master Yu." Yukan and the others were completely dumbfounded. Of course we know that Qin Jianxian is an old man with superb swordsmanship, a profound background and a background that reaches the sky. But such a big matter involving the fundamental national policy of the Dali dynasty, let alone Beiyue Wei Shanjun, I am afraid that even the Song dynasty of Dali His Majesty the Emperor has to weigh again and again, and after many discussions in the imperial study, he can reach a conclusion. Qin Ping smiled and said, "Don't talk about these things, after drinking tea and eating a meal, they just didn't drink much. Yukan and the others don't talk about persuading them to drink. To be honest, it's inappropriate to propose a toast twice." But after a few glasses of wine, they were finally not so constrained as if they were sitting on pins and needles, and Qin Jianxian was really unassuming, and he was not that kind of pretending to be approachable. Yukan and the others were just afraid of this legendary Qin Jianxian. They're not fools. Is it true that as Chen Lingjun said, as long as they sit on the table, they will have no realm? Qin Pingan stood up, smiled and sent them to the door, saying that he would go to King Jianshui mansion for a drink if he had the chance, and he would definitely have a good drink next time. Nuanshu and Xiaomi merely cleaned up the dishes, and the boy in Tsingyi sent them all the way to the mountain gate, and then Yufeng returned. The master of the mountain was still helping to clean up the dishes in the kitchen. Qin Pingan said with a smile, "I have made some good friends." The busy Nuanshu smiled and pursed her lips. Xiaomili said, "Good man Shanju, you are busy and I will help sister Nuanshu has spotless." Following Master Shanju out of the house, the little boy in Tsingyi apologized. "Master, you feel annoying, right?" Qin Ping smiled softly and said, If this is bothersome, how can I be the owner of the mountain and the shopkeeper? Besides, no matter how busy I am, I can't support you? Qin Lingjun chuckled. Qin Ping stood at the door and said with a smile, everything is approaching and there are thousands of clues. It is like soldiers approaching the city. I must fight 10,000 with one. Ah. It can't be all about this skill, but it can't be without it. Living in the mountains to refine qi and ask questions, and dealing with worldly affairs are all indispensable practices. Oh. A chestnut knocked the boy and Tsing Yi directly to his head with both hands. Qin Ping angrily said with a smile, call Meili over here, you go to the kitchen to help. Qin Lingjun dropped his sleeves and swaggered back to the kitchen. Xiaomi ran out with a confused look on his face. Qin Ping said with a smile, let's go, let's entertain guests together, and it's really unreasonable not to meet again. After thinking about it for a while, Xiaomi decided to take off her beloved cotton satchel, so as not to make people feel naive and embarrass the good guy Shanju. Never thought that Qin Pingan squatted down and patted his neck. Meili scratched her face and hugged the good man Shan's neck. Qin Ping stood up and walked towards the adjacent Yajing houses. Riding on Qin Pingan's neck, Xiaomi whispered, put me down when you get to the door and the good mountain master will knock on the door again. Qin Ping smiled and said, fellow Taoist, you doesn't think it's necessary. Wow, that's so arrogant. That must be done, old world. The dumb lake monster who lives in Luoluo Mountain put his hands on Qin Haoran's head. Sword of Coming Chapter 1107. Qin Ping asked Xiaomi to knock on the door, and the person who hurried to open the door was a young female crown wearing a purple Taoist robe. She seemed to be the apprentice of one of Shui Tianjin's reincarnated disciples. Taoist among them, the one with the lowest seniority. It seems that the Taoist rules of Feishin Palace are not light. Seeing one big and one small outside the door, Zhu Zisho was stunned for a while. The first moment was that he finally saw Qin Shanju, who had been like thunder for a long time, and the second moment was that Qin Shanju was riding the little girl in black on his neck. On the other side of the hall of the mansion, seeing the scene outside the door, several Taoist priests frowned slightly, but they quickly calmed down. Since they came to visit Luapa Mountain as guests, the host should be more casual and informal, so it's hard for them to make irresponsible remarks when they are guests. Zhu Zisho hurriedly saluted the Taoist gate, and didn't care to see if Qin Shanju would return the salute, so she turned sideways and lowered her head to get out of the way. When Qin Ping crossed the threshold, Xiaomi blushed a long time ago and patted the good man on the head, but Qin Ping smiled and said he was not in a hurry. Intentionally or not, Qin Pingan slowed down his pace a little. Seeing that Zhu Zisho did not show signs of following, Qin Pingan continued to move forward, walked a dozen steps, and the young female crown behind him moved. When he reached the door of the main room, Qin Pingan put down the millet grains. Zhu Zisho hesitated for a moment and waited outside, never thinking that the man in the blue shirt turned his head and stretched out his palm, signaling that the fellow Taoist would go first. Then Zhu Zisho blushed and panicked. Quick stepping over the threshold, he returned to the seat closest to the door and stood there. Qin Pingan clasped his fists and said with a smile, Qin Pingan in Luapashan, I have met all of you who are Taoist Gaoxian. When Zhu Zisho opened the door earlier, he had already stood up from the chair. About half of the Taoist priests waited until Qin Pingan crossed the threshold and passed Zhu Zisho, and Taoist priests got up one after another until Qin Pingan came to the door of the main room. There was only one young Taoist priest still sitting still. When Qin Ping signed up for his own name, this person slowly got up, still a beat slower than everyone else, and returned a scribbled curtsy. The main room is wide enough to accommodate more than a dozen chairs. 2 chairs are still vacant, which are naturally prepared for the real owner of the mountain. Qin Ping smiled and said, You're welcome, let's sit down and chat. Lifting the green shirt and long coat and slightly exposing the cloth shoes on his feet, Qin Pingan sat down slowly, sitting opposite Shui Jisue, and Xiaomi sat opposite the young Taoist priest. Qin Pingan stretched out his hand and patted Xiaomi Li's shoulder beside him, and introduced with a smile, She is the guardian of our Lupo Mountain, Zhoumi Li, who has no Dao name for now. So next time I go to the Zhongtu Confucian Temple, I will invite Jing Xing Shiping helped her choose a good one, the track number of the point. Xiaomi Li grabbed the cotton satchel with one hand and gently scratched her face with the other, feeling embarrassed, really embarrassed. She was so embarrassed that the table was so big. Shui Jisue nodded to the priest who guarded the mountain, and said some kind words. Pindao hereby wishes Zhou priest a good Taoist name. Shui Tianjun then introduced the Taoist priests on his side. Many Taoist priests suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Miyu and Jiang Shangzhen loved the little girl so much. It turned out that she was a hidden mountain priest. The bigger the sect's great immortal mansion, the more detached and prominent the guardian of the mountain is. Like in the Heavenly Master's mansion on Longhu Mountain, isn't there a Taoist named Lianjin Ten-Tailed Skyfox? As the authentic Taofu Mountain of the ancestral court, a total of 4 Taoist priests came this time. A cultivating genius of Hebei Peak, a young Taoist Xiangtong, her master Yang Xianbao, she has a very special identity. She was once Yu Xian's pioneer disciple, and she was reincarnated by soldiers. As a direct disciple, Yang Xianbao has always been the master of Hebei Peak in his 2 lifetimes. However, Yang Xianbao, who has a withdrawn personality, has devoted himself to cultivating Taoism for 2,000 years, and only accepted a personal teacher like Xiangtong, so as a young man he followed his master many times and went to Yunmeng Cave to practice Taoism. Yang Xianbao even invited his master to visit Hebei Peak many times, and personally taught Xiangtong the Taoism. So in Taofu Mountain, Xiangtong is famous for his seniority, talent, and vision. In addition, the 3 most famous adjacent peaks of Taofu Mountain, Iho Peak, Erhu Peak, and Sanho Peak, seem to have been given sloppy names, but the meaning is not small. This time, 1 person from each, Liang Chaoguan, Wenxia and Xiaoshan, 1 priest and 2 women's crowns, Tao they are not very old, and they are candidates for the peak master at a young age. Shangzong Yuhua Mountain, also known as Mountain, this main line, only came a young Taoist priest named Dao Sherding, who was born in a blessed place with mixed knowledge. Yes, it will be fine in a while. In Xiaozong Feishin Palace, Shuiji Sui, the lord of the palace, whose Taoist name is Dui, is one of the 6 descendants of Yu Xian. So this trip, his seniority, realm, and status are all the highest, and he is in charge of protecting the way. Shuiji Sui brought 2 of them, and then passed on disciple Libiu Zhu Zishou, a disciple of one of Libia's junior sisters. The Taoist priest Wang Tingji of the Douran faction led the sect master Mei Zhen, 2 direct disciples Tiangong and Bai Feng. Only 1 Taoist priest came to the Jingwei temple, Li Muzhou. He is a disciple of the Taoist, and he is a brother with Zhao Wenmin, the previous master of the temple. When Shuiji Sui introduced them one by one, some of them got up, some nodded, some smiled, and some simply closed their eyes and meditated. In fact, there are 2 young Taoist priests, but they are not on the mountain at the moment. Kong Yu and Wang Gua went to the town together early in the morning. Shuiji Sui used a talisman to inform them that Master Qin Shan had come to the door in person, but the 2 Taoist priests ignored it at all. Shuiji Sui didn't force them to rush back to Jiling Peak. Kong Yu and Wang Gua came from Yuhua Mountain and the vassal sect of Douran sect. And there are about 20 such vassal palaces and immortal sects, hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and a lot of land gods. It can be seen from this that Fu Yuxuan's lineage is such a colossal creature, and how luxuriant it is. In fact, Qin Pingan had already looked through the booklet written by a notation editor, but he still patiently listened to Shui Tianjin's introduction. After Shuiji Sui finished his introduction, he smiled and looked at Qin Shanju, who was opposite him. This is the general way of dealing with sects and genealogy monks on Mount Hauran. Qin Ping immediately caught up with the words, smiled and said, "Your school is a major Taoist sect that has been heard by several people in the world, and our Luapa Mountain is just a small sect that has just started to improve. Senior, you asked you to come here for a tour this time. Pai Xinghui, as a junior, I am sincere and fearful. I am afraid that I will treat you with high morals, and I am also afraid that it will be unattractive if I use too much force and etiquette. If I did not go out of the closed door, I should go to Nujiadu to pick you up in person. Up the mountain, again set up a table of banquets to clean up the dust for you." Shuiji Sui laughed and said, "Where can we be worthy of Qin Shan's mobilization of teachers and people? I am a Taoist, living in the mountains and concentrating on cultivation. Happy. The next step is that you say you have been to such and such a mountain, and I say that you have been there. The scenery is quite good. Where are the characteristics, and it is rare to see it elsewhere. You say how the stone monument at the entrance of such and such a Taoist temple in Feishin Palace is a historic site. I would like to say something. Welcome Qin Shanju to go there to dig the steel when you have time. You can ignore the fact that outsiders have been banned from imitating the monument all the year round. In short, it is reciprocal, both parties are good. Let Qin Shanju and Shui Gongju have such a harmonious atmosphere chat in this way. You have to refill several cups of drinking, and you have to add several pots of boiling water to drink tea so as not to be thirsty." The drowsy Taoist Ding, when Qin Ping took his seat and started to speak, raised his eyelids a little, and listened as if he was getting more and more sleepy, shrank his neck and moved slightly. Adjust, find a more comfortable sitting position or sleeping position. In fact, this young Taoist priest who was born in such a blessed place is not considered young in terms of real age. After all, he is 200 years old, but if you count the fairyland he just entered, he seems too young. Ping and Jean in front of the door, he could be said to be one of the most polite Taoist priests. When Qin Ping opened his mouth, he felt bored instead. The Luapa mountain that I have been thinking about so much is nothing more than that, and the young hermit who is fascinated by it is also a layman. Take a trip for nothing. That Xiangtong sat reclined on the chair, resting his chin with one hand, and yawned. At least he didn't make a sound. Bai Feng was so bored he raised his feet and bumped them lightly. I don't know if Wang Gua will bring some delicious food back to the mountain this time. If I had known, I would have accompanied her to Huaihuang County. Wang Tingji, Liang Chaoguan, Xiashan, they're all okay. After all, we have seen many similar scenes. Maybe in another scene, maybe Wang Tingji, the patriarch of the Duran School of Law, and Liang Chaoguan, a waiter of Taofu Mountain, were the first to say hello. When Xia, who came from the lineage of Erhu Peak, was in high spirits. Ever since Qin Shanzhu appeared, her eyes had never left the man in blue. Taofu Mountain, together with the other 4 sects, plus those vassal sects, Taoist priests, descendants of various families, handymen, and a group of resident Taoist priests in vassal palaces and temples, there are as many as 50,000 to 60,000 people. There is the good doer who is full and has nothing to do, and has selected a few fingy female crowns who are the most charming, and she has 2 senior sisters Yuashan and Jingweiguan who have a good relationship, and they are on the list. There are all famous beauties. When they heard that they were coming to Luapa Mountain in Aquarius Island, they were able to see Qin Pingan, the 2 female crowns who usually didn't smile with anyone, and they went crazy. They found Wuxia by coincidence, their eyes were shining brightly, they scrambled to be the first, and they chattered non-stop. One of the senior sisters even secretly gave Wuxia a fan, saying that it was to let her go to Luapa Mountain so she would secretly open it. I met that Qin Pingan on the road. It would be best if I could find something to chat with. She must be grateful. No tears, thank you very much. Are you a nymphomaniac? The question is, do you care about it? She wasn't sure about this before she came, but now that she saw Qin Pingan's demeanor and face at close range, when Xia really wanted to tell the 2 nymphomaniacs, she really didn't want to. Just talking about Qin Pingan's opening remark, maybe he wanted to give them a bad blow? Why should I go to the Confucian temple to enshrine my family's mountain guard, and find a Taoist name for Jingsheng Shiping? When Xia almost didn't laugh out loud when she heard it, she had to hold back so hard that she wouldn't reveal her secrets. She found it ridiculous, but she was inevitably disappointed. How is this different from the kind of monk who visits a certain peak in Taofu Mountain and then goes outside to show off how happy he is with someone? I remember traveling with my master and uncle when I was young, passing by a long-established sect. The sect master with a good face and skill chatted, and then said something about the last time I drank with fellow Taoist you. Master is fine, just listen with a smile. What's more, the other party is not a liar, there is indeed such a thing. Master Yi got up and left the table on the spot, without giving the fairy any face. The problem is that even when Xia, Master Yi Dan, who has always been unsmiling and extremely strict in preaching, is ranked second on the list, second only to Hebei Pikyang Shenbao, and even she is weird. Zhuozai, Master Yi, is as bright and clean as practicing. She is referring to her, Master Yi, who has no Taoist companion so far, and has even rejected several men in the upper 5 realms. Yi Dan refines a treasure talisman bestowed by the patriarch himself? It is said to be an ancient relic, and the Taoism is as high as the patriarch Yuxian, but it is only refined to a higher level. Legend has it that once sacrificed, the talisman is like a dragon. There is the 30,000 feet of green silk statement. Uncle Yi had told her to go to that lost mountain to see what kind of character he was. Back to Erhu Peak, remember to let me know. In Erhu Peak, as long as Yi Dan is willing to speak, it is more effective than the Peak Master. Of course, when Xia dared not take it seriously, so she looked forward to meeting Qin Pingan more than anyone else, this time climbing the mountain. In the dense bamboo forest on the back mountain of Erhu Peak, facing the green hills is like a wall, and the beauty leans on the secluded bamboo alone. The female crown lives in seclusion, the yellow scrolls and green lights, the shadows of the windows, the wind passing through the bamboo forest is like a mountain ghost. Obviously it is a Xingxing dojo, but because the owner's temper is too cold, he keeps the door behind closed doors all year round to thank guests, but it looks like a spooky haunted house. When Master Yi was at the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm, when Xia knew about going to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. She also knew that Master Yi was seriously injured when he went to the battlefield and was attacked by wild monsters. It's just that happened hundreds of years ago. It stands to reason that there is no intersection with Qin Pingan, who was lucky enough to be the last hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Since you have never covered your face, why should you pay so much attention to it? When Xia sighed in her heart, probably because she had never seen him before. She was as noble as Master Yi, so she was curious about Chen Pingan. When Xia guessed that what Master Yi really cared about was not Chen Pingan at all, but the Jinshi Great Wall with that place name or the hidden official with that title. If this is the case, then Master Yi's abnormal behavior can be somewhat understood. Tamiya put his hands in his sleeves, seemingly looking ahead, quietly listening to Chen Shanju and Shui Tianjin's nonsense, but in fact the Taoist priest has already traveled far and wide, with his hands hidden in his sleeves, and he is doing his homework calmly. If it is said that Xuanhuan Mountain is based on the purpose of collecting the world's symbols, striving to win by quantity, without any defects, then the Do Ran sect, one of the next sects, just took the word gong. All the secret talismans of the Patriarch Hall, without exception, are all attacking together. As the direct descendant of Mei Zhen, the head of the Do Ran school, Tiangong and his junior sister Bai Feng have completely different ways of cultivation. Feng is also the most idle one in the whole Do Ran faction, bar none. On the other hand, Tamiya is obsessed with drawing talismans, and regards retreat as eating and drinking, so that Master Mei Zhen needs to arrange a guardian for his disciples. The only thing he does all year round is to remind Tamiya from time to time that he can leave the retreat. It's been a while to rest. You don't need to concentrate so much on cultivating Taoism. You can be a bit lazy. Since the mountains and rivers in Zhongtu Shenzhou are beautiful and you've finished your shopping, you can go to other continents to visit mountains and rivers such as the Lingbao and Nambiswazu Pai, his family's talisman. It's not bad either. Patriarch Yu often said that the orthodox talisman of the Lingbao sect is actually underestimated by everyone. Its method is inherited from ancient times, and its way has a long history. It is a Taoist priest who draws talismans and you must not miss it when you pass by. But Tiangong didn't take it seriously. He hadn't finished learning the big talismans yet, so he went to Nanpasuazhou, visited some Lingbao faction. This kind of abandoning the near and seeking the far will only make you farther away from the avenue. Going around the Tao and wasting time is destined to outweigh the gains. His master had nothing to do about it, but he probably believed in what this proud disciple said. After confirming that the good man Shanju is not busy at the moment, Xiaomi Li hurriedly asked tentatively in his heart, "Good man Shanju, that Zhongtu Confucian temple, what is the Taoist name? It can't be true, can it?" She doesn't want a Dao name, she just wants outsiders to refer to her as the dumb lake monster, that's all. If she has a Dao name, it's easy for her Dao name to fight with her nickname. Chen Pingan replied with a smile, "To scare them, I'm just showing off that I have a good relationship with Jingsheng Shiping and have a backer in the Zhongtu Confucian temple." Xiaomi Li immediately felt relieved, secretly happy in his heart, wahaha, so happy. Just to put it bluntly, for such a big matter, how could the good mountain master not discuss it with himself in advance? Li Muzhou was the only Taoist priest who liked to wander alone when he arrived at Jilin Peak of Luopa Mountain. He even went to the foot of the mountain and had a cup of tea with the gatekeeper Xianhui. He was still the person who listened most carefully in the hall today. This Jingwei Taoist priest sat upright and concentrated his attention. He listened to everything verbatim from beginning to end. One must know that his master, Taoist Go, is the same as Yang Shenbao of Hebei Peak, both of whom are descendants of Yu Xian, so Li Mus his seniority is not low. What's more, except for Shui Tianjun, the Taoist priests here don't know the rest. After Li Mus his brother Zhao Wenmin stepped down as the temple master, it was Li Muzhou who took over as the temple master. But Li Muzhou was only in the nascent soul realm, so he was caught off guard when he heard that senior brother Zhao planned to let him take over as the temple master. He shook his head repeatedly, not daring to agree to it. How can there be a reason for the affairs of Jingwei Temple, the abbot of Yuanyingjing? For the other 4 cases, it doesn't matter what Li Muzhou thinks of him. But senior brother Zhao even directly moved out the patriarch at that time, saying that the patriarch had already nodded and approved the matter at the Zhongtu Confucian temple last time. Li Muzhou really has this idea. The result immediately came to mind. The patriarch is not filling Jinfeng now, he is already in the outer galaxy. How can he be rejected in person? Brother Zhao burst out laughing and patted his brother on the shoulder. The burden is not light. One day my brother will feel that it is too much to bear. Don't be thin-skinned and send a letter to my brother. We will discuss the selection of a new audience master at that time. Li Muzhou really couldn't shirk it, so he had no choice but to do it reluctantly. Chen Pingan glanced at the Taoist priest who was sitting upright and said in his heart, "Xiaoli, you can find any excuse such as saying that you are going to patrol the mountains and leave here first. I want to talk to them about some boring things. Without the method is soft to take people, short-mouthed to eat people, 1,000 gold and fine copper coins, I have to take it seriously, and I can't let Daoist you feel that you Daoist Chen is not good at hospitality. The millet grain, whose insteps were stretched out and whose toes had just touched the ground, felt amnesty when she heard this. She finally didn't even know where to put her hands. She said anxiously in her heart, "Good mountain master, wait a moment, let me prepare my words for a while. I am not familiar with the scene. I promise that next time will be better than this time, but this kind of guarantee is not guaranteed, hey." Chen Ping rubbed her little head with a smile and said, "Then let me make up a reason for you this time? You can talk about it next time, there is no need to promise anything." Millet's eyes lit up and the chick pecked at the rice. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many outsiders here, she would have given the good Xianxia a thumbs up. Qin Pingan asked with a smile, "Do you find this kind of thing bothersome and frightening?" Xiaomili thought about it seriously. "Never bother, don't bother, not at all. If there are family members sitting on both sides, then don't be afraid at all. Today I am a little bit afraid, the size of a grain of rice, haha." Chen Pingan hummed and said softly, "Next time you call Shanglu Changsho or Chief Zhou, you just sit between us and don't talk, just be serious and stare blankly." Xiaomili grinned secretly and said happily, "This time is not over yet, so I'm thinking of next time to come sooner." Chen Pingan said with a smile, "Feng Zhou still has something to do, so he needs to leave first." Xiaomili slid off the chair, stood on both feet, beat the door in a good manner, apologized, walked out of the room slowly, stepped after crossing the threshold and reaching the gate of the mansion. The little girl in black didn't forget to turn around and give a slap. Then she turned and left. When she left the house, the little girl reached out and brushed away the strands of hair that were wet with sweat, and let out a long breath. She was about to run to the bamboo building, but found that Chief Zhou and Yumi were standing not far away, and they were helping her from the good guys. On the other side of the kitchen of the mountain owner's private house, he took back the golden pole and the green bamboo stick. The former smiled and waved to her, and the latter gave her a thumbs up. Xiaomi wiped her face, straightened her chest, walked towards them swaggeringly, and took the green bamboo stick and the golden pole with her hands. Miyu laughed from his heart and said, "Xiaomi, it's okay. I can entertain guests with Mr. Yingguan. Are you not nervous about such a big scene?" Xiaomi Li said softly, "Nervous, why not nervous? I was so nervous that my teeth were about to fight. I pretended to be calm, and I didn't remember many things clearly." Miyu smiled knowingly. "Don't look at Xiaomi Li's head sweating. In fact, every time I met a certain Taoist priest when I was patrolling the mountain, all the decorative details other than a Taoist robe, how to stand, the order in which they walked on the road, she remembers clearly the distance between each other and so on. Otherwise, how did you think that the nickname of the number 1 ear returning of Luoluo Mountain came from?" The old cook once asked Mi Li why he had such a good habit of careful observation. Xiaomi Li gave the answer without hesitation. "They didn't know themselves in Dumb Lake before, so I had to remember them." Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, "I remember the first time I was qualified to participate in the meeting of the Yuguizang Ancestral Hall. As soon as I sat down, I was so nervous that I wanted to get up and go to the toilet. I felt uncomfortable." Miyu laughed and said, "It was the first time I went out of the city, and my hands were shaking so badly that I couldn't hold my sword steady. The result was to directly disembowel a monster beast. In fact, Miyu originally wanted to chop him in half. Miyu felt that it was too embarrassing, so after thinking about it for a while, he decided to change from a vertical cut to a horizontal cut. He used his sword to sweep across a few times and soon became familiar with it." Jiang Shangzhen suddenly asked an inexplicable question. "Mili, do you still remember that Chen Shanju is in it? How did you call the old real person?" Millet frowned, did some quick mental calculations and said, 5 times senior you 6 times Fu? You Xian twice. That's all." Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, "Our mountain master is still too polite. He is also a person who has been the peak master and suzerain, and has managed a cloud cave-blessed land as the patriarch for many years. Why did Yu Xian mobilize so many teachers and make such a big commotion? The authorities are confused by the onlookers and Jiang Shang really knows it well." Miyu asked, "Do you have an explanation?" Millet pricked up her ears. Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said something strange, "The disciple is more sensible than the senior, and the disciple is rude to the fellow Taoist." Mi Jianxian was stunned and Xiaomi Li pretended to be stunned. Chief Zhou suddenly understood Xiaomi's pretense. On the other side of the mansion, there was a slight sound of closing the door. Jiang Shangzhen and Mi Yes realm was high enough so they could hear the sound. Miyu didn't care, but Jiang Shangzhen endured and finally couldn't hold back and said with a smile, "Using other people's money to replace others. It's not enough to eliminate disasters. Those geniuses who have a deep relationship with immortals, they all have a good life. It's just that the mountain master closed his door today, preaching Taoist priests and Taoist priests watching the Tao. It probably won't be too long in the future. Those who are resentful and aggrieved today will secretly rejoice in the future? Generally speaking, can it be regarded as a beautiful story on the mountain? The owner of the mountain is still righteous, he always buys and sells fairness, children and old people do not deceive. If nothing else happened, old master, you would think that if he gave 1,000 coins of gold and fine copper, he would not lose money but still earn money? Otherwise, with the cautious character and behavior of the owner of the mountain, how difficult is it to treat guests without leaking water after collecting money? It seems that he is too lazy to make a hammer and a stick, so he just made a one-shot deal? It can be seen from this that the mountain master is indeed very busy now, and the matter of retreat is absolutely true. This made Chief Zhou feel extremely guilty. He couldn't help the mountain lord. Xiaomili suddenly realized, no wonder the good mountain owner told me that I don't need to close the door when I get to the gate. Miyu asked puzzledly, Chairman Zhou, what do you mean? Jiang Shangzhen smiled and explained, for the specific process you can ask Mr. Yin later. Anyway, it is Ping who can say you are polite, I am kind, and we will say goodbye when we meet. Water relationship. Just because the mountain master took the money, conscience feeling bad, I have to work harder, have to bite the bullet, hold back my temper and say a few crazy words to those outsiders? Miyu was extremely curious and wanted to ask more questions, but Chief Zhou waved his hand, go drink. On the other side of the hall of the mansion, Qin Pingon pulled up his green shirt and long gown, raised his legs, leaned back on the chair comfortably, twisted his wrists and produced more dry tobacco sticks, and began to swallow clouds and smoke on his own. This series of strange movements made Shui Tianjun confused, not to mention the other Taoist priests who were looking at each other, so that Taoist Ding opened his eyes and looked at the man in the blue shirt. Qin Ping narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, when the door is closed, we are a family. I will help fellow Taoist you, and I will speak a few words of my own words with you who are learning Taoism. At the gate of the mountain, taking advantage of Master Sen's turn to teach boxing, Zheng Dafeng ran to the foot of Jilin Peak in a hurry. I'm really worried that those girls' movies will be like House Han Chaoyang, and they will mistakenly pay their infatuation on Brother Dafeng. Otherwise, why did he deliberately take off his cloth shoes and pick his feet to smoke people? If you don't humiliate yourself like this, God knows how much love debt you will owe. What he likes, after all, are women like Jing Qingjia in Jinsui City and Xianyang, a woman in a green skirt. At the foot of the mountain, Chen Lingjun was sitting at the table, licking melon seeds with his legs crossed. He had to say a few words of thanks to the Taoist priest, but he didn't say much. Zheng Dafeng picked up the kettle on the table, poured himself a bowl of water and joked, Qingjian Shuifu is very good, guests bring their own food and drinks. Then glared at Brother Dafeng who made a mess of metaphors. How could you tease my friend like that? But the little boy in Tsingy quickly laughed to himself, hey stomachache. Senior Bai Jing was finally willing to go back to Jumping Fish Mountain to help preach the word, which made the old deaf boy who was finally able to return to the sword-worshipping platform feel peaceful for a while. The old deaf boy is here at Luapa Mountain. He not only has to teach swordsmanship to his disciple Yu at the sword-worshipping platform, but also gets yelled at by Xian every day, and also answers Yuan Huajing's difficult questions from time to time. To a bunch of little the cub was Shilatsi's preacher. Everyone looked respectful and did not dare to breathe. Looking at the old deaf boy was like offering incense to a statue in a temple. This made the old deaf boy not only feel uncomfortable, but extremely awkward and uncomfortable. After all, it is not as numerous as the Great Wall of Sword Chi. I think back then, every time I went out to participate in the discussion at the top of the city, it was still very popular with the children. The atmosphere was hot and spit was flying everywhere. It's only been a few days since I came to Luapa Mountain, and I've been ordered like this. Mr. Yingguan really doesn't regard himself as an outsider. Thanks to Bai Xian, Yuan Huajing already knew the identity of this Gontang enshrined, the old deaf son who was qualified to participate in the city's head discussion, and the only old sword fairy who was born in the monster clan but was able to rank among the top 10 sword fairies. So Yuan Jianxian asked the question is even more unambiguous, and the matter of retreat that was originally scheduled has been delayed again and again, so there is no rush. A row of small bamboo chairs and benches under the eaves. Yao Xiaoyan curiously asked the old deaf son, as a monk in the wild, he appeared on the stage alone with a sword, and threatened to single out with the boss sword fairy. What was the result? Did he fight the boss sword fairy? There is no need for the old deaf boy to gossip, Bai Xian has already helped answer. Stupid girl asks some stupid questions. The old deaf boy is not good at cultivating Taoism. He is a waste with his little sword skills. He can't even reach the boss sword when he jumps up Sin's knees, grips what to pick, what sword to ask, what to do. Boss sword immortal just needs to stand still, tilt up the toe of the shoe and press it down, and the old deaf boy will be crushed to death. Hua, the old deaf son, can be confessed. But now that the old deaf son is alive and kicking to Master Chao's Luapa mountain, it means that the old sword fairy was merciful. The old deaf child laughed and said nothing. Nalan Yujin also had a problem and couldn't figure it out. According to this statement, the old deaf boy can't ask to stay at the Sword Chi Great Wall just because he didn't fight, right? The old deaf child narrowed his eyes with a smile, unwilling to tell the truth. Whether it is said that he cherishes himself with a broom, or enjoys himself, even with his disciples, he didn't say this. This jug of wine is so good that I can't bear to drink it. At the door of a thatched hut, there stood Yuan Huajing, who was surrounded by Xian, Yuan Jianxian and Yuan Jutsai. No matter how nosy Yuan Huajing was, no matter how withdrawn and proud his personality was, every time he came across this kind of chat between the old and the young, he couldn't help but listen in. It's just that Yuan Huajing couldn't understand why an old sword cultivator at the Ascension Realm was not angry at all after being dismissed by a few children like this. Is it because the old man has a high realm and a broad mind? The one named Xian has really good aptitude, and he is already a sword cultivator at the sea-observing level, but his mouth is really poisonous. Senior Gantang with the Dao name of Longxing, a ascendant and a sword cultivator. Putting it in any world, don't you just compliment it wherever you go? A voice sounded from the heart lake of the old deaf child. General worship, go to Jumping Fish Mountain, and replace me to preach to those children for a while, and the second worship will watch the excitement at Jilling Peak. The old deaf boy looked miserable and quickly stood up from a bamboo chair, but his voice was cheerful. Okay, Senior Beijing, I'll go right away, don't worry, nothing will happen. When the old deaf boy reached Jumping Fish Mountain, Yuan Huajing hesitated for a moment, then sat down under the eaves over there. Bai Xian habitually carried a purple clay teapot, which was shaped like a girder-lifting pot, with goji berry tea brewed in it. Bai Xian raised his head and took a sip of tea, hiccuped and said old-fashionedly, Yuan Jianxian, do you have something to ask? It's okay, you and I have a good relationship, Bai will answer every question. Before Pei Qian came to worship the sword platform, Bai Xian was stunned for a moment. He was indeed the leader among the 9 children from the same country. He was quite quick-witted, so he said that he would not practice boxing anymore. Pei Qian looked surprised and regretful, patted his head and asked him with a smile, don't you think it's a pity to give up halfway with such a good training qualification? Bai Xian shrunk his neck, saying that he had to concentrate on sword practice recently, otherwise he would be stretched too far by Chai Wu, and he would pick up his boxing skills again after a while. Thinking of this embarrassing incident, Bai Xian felt short of breath. However, I heard from Chen Lingjun that now there is a man named Wen who has lost to Pei Qian in Wenquan, and his martial arts level is not bad. Coming here means that the more you get frustrated, the more courageous you become. This is not going to come directly to ask for punches. As soon as Bai Xian heard it, he became excited. He is a resounding hero, his boxing skills are not high and his courage is strong. Bai Xian just wanted to sneak over, meet up, let the other party record his name and join in the grand event together. But it's weird, Pei Qian, a guy who doesn't talk about martial arts at all, and is all deceiving when he talks about pressure, is easy to talk to Guizhuzhou, who is obviously just her junior sister. Yuan Huajing asked with a smile, Bai Xian, I have a question that I have been unable to figure out. Since Senior Gantang is in the Ascension Realm, why is he not relatively famous and ranked high in the Sword Chi Great Wall? Among the top 10 sword immortals at the top of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Lao Defer was indeed at the bottom, and his ranking seemed to be his neighbor with Nalan Xiaowei and Lu Ji. Bai Xian shook his head. Yuan Jianxian, I usually think you have a bright mind, but you pretended to be so. It doesn't make sense to ask this question well. The old deaf child is just an outsider. If you ask too much of him, wouldn't it appear that we have sword spirit? The Great Wall is useless? Our Sword Chi Great Wall is not bad for old deaf children who release water from both borders. Nalan Yuji nodded. There is nothing wrong with this account. Yao Xiaoyan asked in a low voice, Bai Xian, are you at the bottleneck of the sea observation realm now? Bai Xian said unhappily, Yen, this is because you are young and ignorant. I am only a sea-observing state, not a jade-like state, so it is worth making a fuss about? You don't use swear words when you swear. Who did you learn from? Guizhuzhou, who had slept late, stood at the door of a hut, and she glanced at Bai Xian, who was pretending to be a master over there. Bai Xian immediately changed his words and said, Xiaoyan, now that you have recognized a good master, you must practice your sword well. Don't slack off or be impatient. Just be steady and steady. Master Chao has high expectations for you. You will definitely be better than me in the future. It's not because he's afraid of her Guizhuzhou but because he respects her. Yuan Huajing smiled and said, Yao Xiaoyan must have good aptitude, otherwise she wouldn't have 3 flying swords at the same time, but why do you think she must be more accomplished than you? He actually thinks that Baixuan's future state of swordsmanship is worth looking forward to in Luopishan. Bai Xian told Yuan Huajing in a very understated tone, my flying sword rank is too low, and I will definitely not live to be 20 years old in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. When you come here you can think about tomorrow and forget about the day after tomorrow. No need to think too far matter. If I didn't come here with Lord Yingguan but went to Feishing City, and I always have to go out to practice and take risks, then I don't even think about tomorrow, today is today. Guizhuzhou hesitated for a moment and said in his heart, my master, I really want to bring you by my side and teach you swordsmanship in person. But at that time you didn't want to learn from someone, and the master regretted coming, but he looked at you even more highly. The master said that if you can't get to Yupu in the future, you have to blame him for not caring, and it has nothing to do with you. So when you are in a certain state in the future who will be arranged for you to protect the way secretly on Luobashan, the master has already known it well so you don't have to be discouraged. The day after tomorrow will be the day after tomorrow, this year and next year will be 100,000 years, the sword of Luoba mountain will be white Shen. You can think about it, you must think about it. Master didn't let me talk about these things, I just saw that you were not in the right mood, it's not like a pure sword repair at all, let me remind you a few words. Bai Xian jumped up and asked, did you really lie to me? Guizhuzhou asked back, is it fun to lie to a fool? Bai Xian choked for a moment but endured it. After all, Guizhuzhou has been in the summer palace and she is a serious swordsman, she is not stupid. Guizhuzhou said, go back to the house to practice swords and break through the realm as soon as possible. The sea-viewing realm at your age is not too much in our side but it is not too little. Anyway it is not unusual. One day later before retreating, you are the bottleneck of sea-viewing, think carefully about why Chief Zhou took you out of Mishua Peak and traveled across the sea together, and remember to recall carefully what magnificent sights you saw on the sea. Especially don't miss out on the old dragon city whether to log in Gao Wangyuan, when you look back at the sea, what state of mind and feeling do you have? Bai Xian stared round his eyes and said, these things Brother Jiang told you in private? Guizhuzhou said unhappily, are you a pig brain? I guess what you need to say. Bai Xian held the girder-lifting pot in one hand, spread out his 5 fingers in the other hand and then clenched his fist, his eyes sparkled and he said in a deep voice, Dragon Gate realm is within your reach. Guizhuzhou laughed and said, why don't you spit in your palm first? Bai Xian resentfully said, it's so stupid to spit on my hand, it seems that I don't have the aura of being invincible. Just now when he saw Yuan Huajing's gaze, Guizhuzhou didn't say anything. He thought to himself that he was also a sword cultivator who would not be able to enter the summer palace even after reaching the Great Wall of Sword Qi. When that Lord Qinshan spoke out loudly and called out the title, you Taoist you on the spot, all the Taoist priests in the room had different expressions. Chen Pingan seemed completely unaware of their strangeness, shifted his gaze slightly and looked at Li Muzhou. I remember that there was a Taoist in Jingwei Temple, who was one of the few descendants of fellow Taoist Yu, who died on the battlefield of Nambiswazu. I turned over Confucian Temple archives, the master of the Jade Raw realm, seems to have tried his best to disappear, but he hasn't accumulated much military exploits? A Taoist slapped the handle of the chair vigorously and glared at Qin Pingan. Shui Tianjun however looked at Qin Pingan and at the same time stretched out his hand and pressed a few times with the angry Taoist priest, indicating that we should be quiet for now, we don't have to follow the master to speak ill at each other. What is the other party's intention? Listen to a few more words, maybe you will understand the truth came out. Qin Pingan just looked at Li Muzhou. You are the direct disciple of that lame Taoist priest, what do you think deep down in your heart? On the contrary, Li Muzhou was the calmest among the dozen Taoist priests at least on the surface. He heard the words and replied, fact. Qin Pingan asked with a smile, you're not angry at all? What's the matter? Jingwei sees the clay statue and you are eating incense on it. Li Muzhou clenched his fists with both hands, put them on his knees and said slowly, since Lord Qinshan is explaining the facts, no matter how annoyed I am when I hear it, I can't refute it. Take a step back and say that even if I want to refute, I'm not in the realm. But it doesn't hinder me from now on. From the sky, I look at the line of latitude and longitude, and keep a respectful distance from Luopa Mountain and Qinshanju. Qin Ping suddenly said, that's just pretending to be okay on the face but actually very angry, but the kung fu of cultivating the mind and character is not bad, so can you bear it? Or Li Muzhou still remembers a few words of the teacher's teachings other than preaching, teaching karma and resolving doubts, and how to deal with others is the world related to the foundation of one's life. So you don't want to be like a boy in the market, just like a firecracker, and when you get angry you have to roll up your sleeves and fight with others? Li Muzhou stood up, lowered his head slowly, nodded his head, got up again, turned around and strode towards the gate. Nothing stands in the way. Chen Pingan didn't stop him and Shui Tianjun didn't ask to stay. The lobby behind him was silent, and a needle could be heard. Li Muzhou, a Taoist priest of Jingwei, gently opened the door with a hand with bulging veins and then closed the door, but saw a man in green shirt standing outside the door with a smile on his face and his hands wrapped around his sleeves. Chen Ping cupped his fists and said with a smile, "It's so offending, I have to do it as a last resort. Of course it's just for you. The rest of the Taoists in the room may not be able to accept this." Li Muzhou looked bewildered. Chen Pingan took out a yellowed paper from his sleeve, which seemed to be torn from somewhere, and handed it to Li Muzhou. Li Muzhou hesitated for a moment, took the hand and took a closer look. After a while, he carefully put it in his sleeve, raised his head and asked, "Please tell me, Qianhuan, why didn't you give this to the master who was a guest here earlier?" On one page there is written the detailed file of Taoist Go of Shenzhou Middle Earth, on the Great Wall of Sword Qi, recording the size of each battle achievement one by one. There isn't much content on the paper and the handwriting is like a child's, but to Li Muzhou this piece of paper is more than just as heavy as a mountain. Master never said anything about his time at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and even Master's visit to the Great Wall of Sword Qi and Taoist priest Jingwei, all came from hearsay. Li Muzhou and senior brother Zhao Wenmin only knew that the master had fallen there. Although he returned to Haoran Xianxia and cultivated for many years, he finally returned to the Jade realm, but the master's great achievements in this life stopped at the Jade. For this reason, Master Yu Xian wanted to let Master go to Yunmeng Cave several times, but Master just refused, saying that the number of places is limited and the opportunity it will be rare, and it must be given to those real fairy seedlings, to young people. Chen Pingan said indifferently, "As an apprentice I passed the Daoxin mountain and went to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and as a master Taoist Yu has never been there. So I think it is more appropriate for you, a Taoist priest who is an apprentice to the Dirt Taoist." Said, "Let me just say something light and easy to talk while standing up. If I were fellow Taoist Yu, I would just beat him with a stick and put on a sack, and I would throw my disciple Taoist Ru into Yunmeng Cave first before talking about other things. I don't want to practice and I don't want to waste the cave. Dayanora? Then just wait up." Li Muzhou was in a complicated mood and had a weird look on his face. At this moment, the impression of the mountain lord who really spoke from the bottom of his heart, and the last hermit official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi overlapped somewhat. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Don't worry about things here, you can go to the foot of the mountain and talk to Taoist Xianwei for a few more words." Li Muzhou nodded, walked a dozen steps away, and then remembered to thank the young hermit official, turned his head suddenly, only to find that Chen Pingan was still standing outside the door. Chen Pingan turned his head and smiled and said, "You genealogical monks, just now Tamiya slapped him with a slap and didn't break the chair made of ordinary materials, don't you think it's strange? I sincerely admire the character of your respected Taoist master, but the way you fight on the battlefield and the heart to fight wits and strength with the wild monks is really hard to describe. In the Great Wall of Sword Qi accumulated there are not many military exploits, not without reason. But having said that, if I had been sitting in the summer palace back then, instead of the former hermit official Xiao Yu, your master's combat achievements would have at least doubled." Li Muzhou deliberately omitted those heart-wrenching words and couldn't help asking, "Even Shui Tianjun didn't notice?" Chen Pingan smiled and said, "After all, he is an immortal. You are a senior disciple of fellow Taoist, and he is not in the realm of paper. Shui Tianjun is indeed the first person to notice something is wrong. But now he can't move, can't open his mouth and can't speak." Seeing the man in the green shirt waving his hand, Li Muzhou had no choice but to stabilize his Taoist heart, and went down the mountain to find the young Taoist priest who didn't have the wooden hairpin. Outside the sky the two old men got together. The old scholar is in a panic and he has to give Brother Yu a look at his shoulder. "Are you going to say something more serious? Do you need me to remind you a few words?" Yu Xian looked serious, shook his head and said, not serious at all, good scolding, very good. I think Chen Daoyu said it lightly." The old scholar complained, "As a closed disciple, I am good at everything. The only thing I am not good enough for the time being is that I am too honest, lack a little insight and act too decently." Yu Xian said helplessly, "Old scholar, Chen Daoyu treats my disciples and grandchildren as fools, and you also treat me as fools?" The old scholar sighed first, You can't say that, it hurts your peace and feelings. Brother Yu, he is obviously his brother but talks about two different languages. It's not very kind. Rubbing Yu Xian's shoulder with his elbow, the old scholar asked, Brother Yu, is your strength okay? Yu Xian turned a deaf ear to it and just focused on the movements in that room in the human world. It is not an exaggeration to say that I am worried. The young people in that room are all good seedlings. The old scholar who was squatting aside hesitated for a moment, and just slapped Yu Xian on the head. Yu Xian turned his head. The old scholar said, It's light? Then I will increase my strength a little bit. Brother Yu, why are you being polite to me, hypocritical? Yu Xian kept silent and continued to look inside the room. In just an instant nothing was seen. Yu Xian knew that it was the old scholar's method, so he sighed, That's fine too. Don't worry. The old scholar patted Yu Xian on the shoulder, rubbed his hands together and laughed. Worrying? Don't you get cheap here and act good. You are the smartest businessman. Yu Xian also sighed like an old scholar and asked with a smile, Where are your shoulders sore? My brother will help you loosen your muscles and bones, keep your mind refreshed and make you look decades younger. It turned out that there was a real Qin Pingan outside the room, and inside the room that Qin Pingan held a cigarette stick in one hand, patted his knee with the other hand, and continued to speak nonsense there, disturbing humanity. Those who learn the Tao are as numerous as wormwood, those who have heard the Tao are as rare as rice, those who have attained the Tao are as rare as twigs and orchids, and those who prove the Tao outside the Tao are rare. Yu Xian has his own reasons for proving the Tao. It's a pity that you are not Yu Xian. Taofu Mountain and 4 sects, after all, there is no second Yu Xian, so if you can't do it, you can't do it. Am I a layman? Unfortunately, everyone here, you monks who have been enjoying the blessings of the ancestors for many years, are not necessarily qualified to talk about the difference between pure and turbid, refined and vulgar. If you want to blame, blame your own. That master, the patriarch, the great patriarch. Yu Xian cultivated the Tao in this life too smoothly. He didn't know the difficulty of the word money in his whole life. He didn't even know it. Then his eyes became even darker. Show off. When Qin Pingan really put on a show, it was because you were too poor to see it. Outside that city, Hu and Tuotian patriarch's direct disciples came to a fight of life and death based on their own abilities. Li Zhen was slaughtered first, and then one of them was in the battle, pointing his sword at the 14th throne. Who is in charge of the Summer Palace, in the Spring Banner House on the Upside-Down Mountain? Do you know what it means to be silent? If I ask anyone to stand, he will not dare to sit down, and if he asks him to sit, he will not dare to get up and fart. Confronting Tuoyue Mountain in the Confucian Temple of China and the Wild World, participating in the discussion of monks in the 14 realms by the long river of time, sitting in the center of the big formation outside the sky, and the cooperating person is Mr. Sanshan Joho, Zheng Juzhong of Baidi City. It's like this outside, and when I come to my own territory, am not related to you Taoist priests, so am not allowed to show off and tell a few harsh truths? Yu Xian deliberately arranged this way, and Qin Pingan had already known it, and his heart was like a mirror. Sure enough, the hottest thing in the world is money that seems to be given away for nothing. But when the girl whose real surname was Situ came to the intersection on the other side of Mud Bottle Lane, she sneaked forward a few steps, and backed a few steps, enjoying herself. Leaning against the wall at the corner, he rubbed his forehead. Isn't it your elders, a sword fairy who went to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, and when he came back he praised the young hermit even more? Even if your family is called a nest of beauties, it has nothing to do with you Wanghua. It's impossible for Situ Jiu to grow old in the same month, so help you draw a red line with that young hermit official? Besides, don't everyone say that Qin Pingan is famous for being a strict wife at the Great Wall of Sword Chi? Every time since after drinking some wine in a wine shop, they all sleep outside the door. The girl said to herself, a cultivator of Taoism should accumulate external skills and internally refine the spirit. It should be clear from the turbid, and it must be obscured to make it clear. Kongyu, is this kind of empty Taoist general language interesting? Kong said lazily, I don't have much talent in cultivating Taoism. When I was young, I was found to have the aptitude to draw symbols. I fell into the pit. If I concentrate on practicing boxing, I should have come to an end by now. Someone walked slowly in Mud Bottle Alley, approaching the two strangers, and said with a smile, it's not that easy to get to the top of the mountain, and the top of the mountain is still a little bit possible. Kong smiled and said, you have the final say? The man said, if I say nothing you can stop it? Wang Gua covered her mouth and smiled coquettishly and restrained her smile. The girl who had already guessed the other party's identity hurriedly slapped her head. Wang Gua from the small sect met Mr. Qin. Originally thought that it was not just anyone walking in the alley, but that Qin Pingan, so he quickly stood up and clasped his fists and said, "Junior Kong?" Qin Ping returned the salute with clasped fists and said with a smile, "It seems that fellow Taoist you values you very much. You obviously don't need to come here, but you are still here." The two looked at each other, both of them didn't understand. Qin Pingan said, "Take you for a stroll?" He didn't dare to nod his head. Although he is a Taoist priest, he considers himself more of a pure warrior. Now that he sees a senior, who can make Chao Si's nose bruised and swollen, he should be more humble. When meeting Chao Si, Confucius can be bold and ask for advice humbly. This one in front of me really didn't dare. That Wang Gua was fearless, so he nodded openly and said, "Yes, thank you Mr. Qin." Afterwards, Kong Yu became more and more confused. This Mr. Qin, who has many identities, really took them to wander around the town, and invited them to sit at two shops in Qilong Lane, saying that they were at the New Year's Eve shop. Bought pastry, can again go to the next door, and if you meet something you like you can get a 20% discount. Looked at Wang Gua from the corner of his eye, but saw that the girl's forehead was actually sweating. It was obvious that she was far less calm than she appeared on the surface. Was beating his heart. It wouldn't happen. Was it the brazen impersonation of Qin Pingan, who was going to rob money and sex? In the white mist, someone looked around, terrified in his heart, only heard his voice but could not see him. "Tamiya, you will have to pay for breaking the chair." In the blue sky and sea of clouds, "I don't know why I am here." He raised his head and saw a big golden hand falling like a mountain, hitting the top of his head, and the surrounding wind shook violently. Those who are destined to ride on the back of a crane should know that there is a strong wind in the sky. Bitter cold. Your child is called Tong Xiang, right, or Xiang Tong? It doesn't matter, anyway you don't understand this truth. Different Taoist priests in the house face different scenes. The first, second, and third peaks of Taofu Mountain, the three young Taoist priests visiting Luapa Mountain, happened to be on the top of the next mountain, and saw Yuxian, Shui Tianjun and Taoist Ding respectively. And that wuxia who just felt that they broke up with Chen Pingan that day, and soon took the Longshizong ferry back to Zhongtu Shenzhou. The familiar graceful figure called Master Yi when that Yi Dan turned her head. When Xia lost her mind in an instant and retched. So, mountain known as the realm of Taiching has a scenic spot, the Stopping Cup Pavilion. Just because the most proud person in the world once drank wine in the mountains. In the same mountain, Libiu saw more than a dozen big monsters of the old throne in the wild world, in different postures on the top of the mountain, but with the same eyes looking at him like ants. However, Zhu Zisho, who was walking alone, was in the gazebo, and he was the most proud in the world when he saw that peerless person. He put down the wine glass in his hand, smiled and nodded to her, saying that she is a good material, just continue to climb. There was also the Taoist priest Ding, who stared blankly at the corpses all over the floor that were instantly beheaded by Qin Pingan, and the Taoist priest whose head was pierced by a flying sword, leaning limply on his chair. There was the Taoist priest whose head had been cut off, raised his hand to hold his head, but slumped down. There was the Taoist priest who was chopped off with a man in a chair. She just stared at Taoist Ding as if resenting, hating why he didn't help him. Shui Tianjun, do you know who is the most conceited of you among my fellow Taoists? You guessed it right, it's you, Shui Jisue. This is just a wedge. The real fun is yet to come. The sable hat girl is sitting on the roof drinking. Our mountain master is really a busy person. There are more than 2 flowers in the house, one for each. Like a torrential river, before it knew it, it had branched out into dozens of branches. Master Qin Shan used the talisman to match the talisman. Qin Zongshi used boxing to Taoism. Qin Yingguan used swordsmanship to counter Fu. Qin Daochang used the thunder method to the Tao method. For example, Mr. Qin, who lives in a village school, always speaks the truth with reason. Xiego felt that if Qin Pingan entered the Ascension realm one day, if he hadn't reached the 14th realm, he might not dare to win against him. And the real body of Qin Pingan just went for a walk to the bamboo building, sat on the edge of the cliff, with a little lotus figure sitting on top of his head, and watched the clouds come and go leisurely together. Sword of Coming Chapter 1108. People are walking in the mountains, the wind blows up the pines, if they hear the sound of swords and halberds, the birds outside the cliff fly to the birds, and the clouds rise from the clouds. The little girl in black patrolled the mountain all the way to the edge of the cliff, followed by Chief Zhou and Immortal Mi Dajian who were dragging oil bottles. After sitting down, Mealy began to distribute melon seeds. Even without speaking, no one felt the atmosphere was awkward. Qin Pingan was eating melon seeds and suddenly asked a strange question. Will the former Jiang Shangzhen become the chief of today's week? Will he have any great regrets? The peak master of Jiui Peak of Yugui Zone, Jiang Thief of Beiju Luzhou, Chunqiao Palace Zhou Fei of Ahua Blessed Land, the head of the Jiang family who used to kill in Yunku Blessed Land, Shujin Huzhen Realm Sect Rang Yeshio Lu Laoqing did not dare to have the slightest disagreement with Jiang Zongzhu, Jiang Shangzhen who was thrown from the chair in the Xinjuan Peak Patriarch Hall. If Jiang Shangzhen wants to adapt and integrate into Luopa Mountain, it is tantamount to accommodating Luobo Mountain, which means that Jiang Shangzhen is no longer the same Jiang Shangzhen he used to be. The most troublesome thing is that there are many smart people on Luobo Mountain. If it's two people, it's tantamount to being inseparable, and the relationship is destined to not last long. Therefore, Jiang Shangzhen, who practices and behaves according to one's inclinations and is never forced to make a choice, seems to have to choose between the two. Jiang Shangzhen smiled from ear to ear. I reunited with Cui Zongzhu and Tongyi's Hao before, and he also asked me similar questions. As expected of Mr. Students, they all have similar thoughts. Qin Pingan asked, what was your answer at that time? Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, forgot. Qin Pingan stopped asking and started to change the subject. Aren't you in a hurry to go back to Tongyi's Hao? Jiang Shangzhen nodded and said, I am the chief of the Shangzone. Xiaomi Li looked at Miyu, covered her mouth with her hand and said in a low voice, Yumi, Chief Zhou wants you. Miyu wanted to pretend to be a fool at first, so he had no choice but to say, Master Yin, since the old deaf son is here, can you let him be the chief priest of Qingping Sword Sect? I am willing to let him. Qin Ping said with a smile, don't. If you add another burden to the old deaf child, he may have to pack up and run away. Miyu still didn't give up. Shall I persuade you? Qin Pingan said angrily, just treat yourself like a human being. Miyu had no choice but to give up. Jiang Shangzhen asked with a smile, the Lord of the Mountain has decided on a farewell gift? Qin Pingan nodded and said, it happens that I have a small family background and everyone has a talisman. Miyu coughed. Qin Pingan came back to his senses and made a mistake. Cui Dongshan once said something very Cui Dongshan, roughly meaning that his student is only good at destroying people's hearts, but Mr. Qin Pingan is good at repairing people's hearts. Qin Pingan didn't go into the details of how sincere this compliment was. But Qin Pingan remembered Cui Dongshan's words very firmly, as a very important reminder, even a beating. Therefore, Qin Pingan has been asking himself whether his words and deeds are worthy of his student's words. This is very Qin Pingan. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why Qin Pingan is Qin Pingan? Jiang Shangzhen asked, I heard that the mountain master urgently needs gold, fine copper coins? Qin Ping smiled and said, it's enough for the time being. Don't squander the word of mouth and reputation that old sect master Jiang has accumulated so hard. What's lacking now can't be bought with money, so it's more difficult. Jiang Shang really understood. It meant the sword sharpening stone made of the dragon slaying platform. This thing for a sword cultivator is really not too much. It's not a sword cultivator, but am willing to treasure it. It's a typical priceless item. The number of sword cultivators flying swords is not absolutely linked to their killing power and future achievements. In the Great Wall of Sword Qi, there are only one flying sword of their own destiny that can pierce through the barren formation. For thousands of years, there have been many sword immortals. But no sword cultivator in the world would despise himself for having an extra flying sword. There are not many sword cultivators with 2 natal flying swords. Compared with 1, the number has shown a precipitous decrease. As for sword cultivators with as many as 3 flying swords, it cannot be said that there are only a handful of sword cultivators in the 10,000-year history of the Sword Qi Great Wall, but if you give a piece of paper to the Summer Palace, you will not be satisfied with your name. Yu Gazong's youngest master of Jui Peak in history, the young Qiuji, has 3 natal flying swords. Among the 9 children, Yao Xiaoyan, who is the most inconspicuous, has 3. Pei Min, one of Haoran's 3 best swordsmanship, has 4. Pei Min is also the sword repairer with the most flying swords that Qin Pingan knows so far. Jiang Shangzhen said, only when a sword cultivator talks about this, will he feel that there is only 1 natal flying sword, and there are still some benefits left. Miyu asked in his heart, Master Yin Guan, Chief Zhou and I will return to Tongyi's Hao in a swaggering way, and then take a sneaky trip to Longji Mountain? The voiceover of Mi De Jiangxian is that we secretly cut off a few pieces to solve the urgent need first. Qin Ping angrily said with a smile, I am the master of Dali now, give me a sneak peek. Miyu glanced at Jiang Shangzhen. Chief Zhou could do things like guarding himself and stealing himself smoothly. Jiang Shangzhen said, "Every time a sword repairer uses up a sword sharpening stone, there will be one less dragon-slaying platform in the world. It is really difficult. Yuxian has money, realm, status, merit, and reputation. What a Qi trainer should have and what is enviable Yuxian has, and he has more of them than others." Even though he is so rich in all aspects, the old man was very embarrassed when he talked with Chen Pingan about the sale of Zhanlongtai. He didn't dare to make any promises. Whether they are willing to sell it and at what price they will sell it all depends on fate. Jiaoyou Mountain, which is secretly recorded by the Dali Household Department, is commonly known as Longji Mountain. There are 4 forces who founded the mountain here: the Song family of Dali, Ruanqiong, and the ancestral family of Fengshua Temple and Jinwu Mountain, 2 military families in Beipingzu. This mountain has been closed for nearly 30 years. There are many barriers and formations and the security is strict. Anyone who enters the mountain without permission will be punished. When Chen Pingan now has an additional status as a Dali national teacher, he can of course come in and out freely. However, the Dali Imperial Court was only responsible for helping to open the mountain, exposing the dragon-slaying terrace, and did not participate in dividing up these purest sword-sharpening stones. The dragon-slaying platform that originally belonged to Fengshua Temple and Longquan Sword Sect is actually an empty shell. Huge efforts have been rewarded generously. For example, the ancestor of Fengshua Temple secretly obtained an ancient sword technique, which made him one of the immortals. At the same time, this sword vein can make the sword? Xiao pointed directly at Yupu, enabling Zhenxiu to enter the Jade Realm in the opening of the mansion, the formation of the Golden Pill, and the breakthrough of the Yuanying resistance. In this way the so-called direct pointing is worthy of the name. After Ruanqiong saw the old sword, he also obtained an unimaginable sword-making technique. Of all the Zhanlongtai mined before that, Ruanqiong, who is the chief enshrined of the Dali Song dynasty royal family, only has a small part left, which will be kept as a family property. After all, Longquan Sword Sect is a swordsmanship sect, and most of the rest will be given to the Emperor. Dali gave it to the Mo family who helped build sword boats and mountain ferries. As a debt repayment, the most important basic material for the city built by the Mo family giants in the wild world is Zhanlongtai. Therefore now, the ancestors have not been defeated, only Jinwu Mountain is left. There were 2 execution platforms in the ancient heavenly court, one of which was called Zhanlong Platform, which was shattered in the battle of ascension to the sky and fell into the world. The 2 largest pieces are the Dragon's Ridge Mountain in the Lizhu Cave, which was built with the top of the Ningfu Mountain in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The Hill of the Gazebo. According to Lu Yen of Chunyang, Longji Mountain has many ancient names such as Jinin, Qianbi, Fengche, Liaoding, etc. There used to be a Dongtian Quokang cave in the mountain, which was the most important geomantic treasure in the ancient Shu land. And Ning Yao once entrusted Zhang Lu, the gatekeeper of Daoxian Mountain, to Chen Pingan of the Stork Inn, a piece of dragon-cutting platform shaped like a long ink stone, one side of which was engraved with innocence. Thinking about it, there is the meaning of Tianbi and Jinin, each taking a group of words. When Chen Ping heard about Lu Yan's revelation, he asked Ning Yao. Ning Yao said that it was the meaning of the boss sword fairy who sent this thing back then. It's just that Chen Qingda's comment on Chen Pinggan's remarks on Ninjio's side at that time was not very pleasant. The boss sword immortal said that the poor boy was not dark, he was not really handsome, although his eyes were piercing, but it made him even darker, and his appearance was ugly. But anyway, the boy Wu Fu, who can travel thousands of miles across the sea, almost lost his life in Jialonggu, crossing the inverted mountain just to give you a sword for Ning girl, met, drank a little wine, dare to say that I like you well. The shameless person who pursues the woman he likes, his kid has acquired the essence, not to mention that he still has a tenacity in him, which is not bad. Since he likes you and you don't hate him, you should express it anyway. I think that dragon-slaying stone is very good, he has it in his hometown, and the money lover already knows how expensive it is. He is not yet a Qi refining a scholar, let alone a sword cultivator. If on the way back to his hometown, for example, in that stinky lotus-nosed lotus-blessed land, the kid was lucky enough to rebuild the Changxing Bridge. If he was short of money one day, in order to break through the situation, he would be willing to sell it at a high price, or secretly with him. Whoever pawns this thing shows that this person is poor and uncertain, and it is definitely not a good match. Especially if you become a sword cultivator in the future, you will be tempted by the realm and sword refining, and secretly spend this side of Zhanlongtai. Ning girl, don't be fooled by his rhetoric, this kind of man is still unacceptable. At that time Ning Yao frowned, and only waited for Qin Qing to finish speaking before giving his thoughts and answers. I don't want to tempt him like this, and he doesn't need to be tempted like this. If the person who said these words was not the boss sword immortal, Ning Yao would have put it in a more direct way. This is her insulting Qin Pingan, and it is also Ning Yao who has humiliated herself. Qin Qingdu couldn't help laughing at that time and said with emotion, "Love is invincible, and Ning Yao is no exception. The love between teenagers and girls is really beautiful." Afterwards, the boss sword immortal gave a reason Ning Yao was willing to accept, saying that this object hides a great opportunity, which will be helpful for Qin Ping's future practice. Mystery, but you can't remind him. Once you remind him, you will digress a lot. A chance? Even if you put it another way, boss sword immortal, and say that it is a matter of literary fate, I might think a little more about it. Otherwise, I would not have given this token of love presented by Ning Yao a second thought. Chance? Being able to be with Ning Yao is the greatest fate. Besides remembering and seeing innocence and Ning Yao, every time just simply thinking about her, what else can I think about? What else can I think about? Probably this is the so-called predestined relationship, not to mention asking for it, not knowing how to ask for it, or even knowing that there is a need for it. Even if he resumed the game with Ning Yao afterwards, Qin Pingan was roughly sure that the so-called big chance of the boss swordsman was the Quokang cave and the half of the dragon-slaying platform. Even if he missed it, it was nothing. He never missed her. Back then, at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, you thought Ning Yao wouldn't let me in because I had a drink with friends at a wine shop? Of course not the truth, big mistake. Any who dares to misunderstand me, I will let him know what is meant by a scholar, and what is meant by the simple folk customs of my hometown town. That's because I don't want to enter the door, okay? It's cool outside the door, drunk, lying down and dozing, full of flavor, chatting with the gatekeeper Grandpa Nailan about the old almanac. It's really interesting. Jianghu Mountain, it seems that I still have to go there within this year. One is to talk about the dragon-slaying terrace, to see if there is room for negotiation. More importantly, Qin Ping wanted to meet Ma Kexuan's guardian. This person is naturally not a bad person. He is even different from many people who practice Taoism on the mountain. Of course, in Liju Cave he did not make things difficult or plot against Qin Pingan. It's just that the other party once put a certain truth on the straw sandal boy's side, and Qin Jianxian, who is now the owner of the mountain, brought this truth to meet him. It's very simple. After the last discussion in the Patriarch Hall, Qin Pingan went to the New Year's shop to reconcile accounts with shopkeeper Shi as usual. Zhou Junqian, the reincarnated disciple who likes to be a little dumb, met now. Although he still didn't smile, he would take the initiative to call Qin. It's safe to say, "Master." Qin Ping just nodded and hummed. "My heart is actually beautiful." In private, Shi Ro told the little mute that it could be seen that Qin Shanju was very happy that you took the initiative to call him master. The little mute curled his lips, saying that the master is busy with big things, so how could his mood fluctuate because of such a trivial matter? But the child said so, and he was in a good mood because when he was standing on the bench reading a book, his whole state was relaxed, and the child was no longer the kind who seemed to be curled up in a corner to watch the world cautiously. Qin Pingan asked a question about Xuanhuan seemingly casually. Jiang Shangzhen said that this kid is really good, with good aptitude and temperament. In fact, Qin Ping hoped to prove the matter through Xuanhuan. The current atmosphere of Luaba Mountain has nothing to do with me, the mountain owner, and has nothing to do with half a copper coin. This guy was already very good at talking before he went up the mountain. Since Xuanhuan is like this, so are Chief Zhou and old immortal Jia. This proves that what does my family have to do with the atmosphere in the mountains? It can't be said that you have influenced me. How does Jiang Shangzhen know the twists and turns here? Earlier in the capital, Chao Gingxin, the minister of the Ministry of Officials, came to seek wealth and danger, and became the leader of the Dali earthly branch as he wished, and finally had more room to display his ambitions. The former supervisor of Kiln affairs thought he was making a big gamble that put his life and family on the line. Unexpectedly, his choice had long been expected by Cui Chan. Because Yuan Huajing has proved this matter, the national teacher Cui Chan did have something to tell Qin Pingan, saying that Chao Gingxin is a more suitable candidate as long as he dares to bet. Qin Pingan will let him come to the local monk to become the leader, can avoid a lot of distractions from disturbing common affairs, but remember to let the Prince Song Su and Chao Gingxin restrain each other, and they should not be too harmonious, both in the open and in the dark. But before Yuan Huajing told the truth, he asked Qin Pingan two questions. First, what do you think of the once-in-decade landscape survey? Second, how will we deal with the suppressed mountain and water gods in the south of Dadu, outside of the Dali dynasty? Qin Pingan each gave an answer, and the evaluation of mountains and rivers in the Dali court was changed from 10 years to 30 years. Select some mountain and water gods from the southern countries of Aquarius continent, and give them a chance to make up for their mistakes, so as to ease the north-south relationship between the southern half-continent and the northern country. This is like a school examination. The chief examiner who sets the questions is Cui Chan, Yuan Huajing is just the examiner, Qin Pingan has correct answers with comments and wrong answers with wrong answers. If Qin Pingan, the successor of the great Li Guosher, did not make any changes to Cui Chan's established policies, Yuan Huajing could pretend that he didn't know anything. Qin Ping asked with a smile if every earthly branch cultivator had their own mission, waiting for him to make a decision, and then beat him according to the order? Yuan Huajing shook his head and said he didn't know. Qin Guosher could ask the answer himself if he had the ability, and he didn't need to repeat my words here. Seeing Yuan Jianxian treating others with such sincerity, Qin Shanzhu was very pleased, so he reciprocated, and personally agreed that if Yuan Jianxian failed to retreat at the sword-worshipping platform, all spiritual energy would be consumed, and Luapa Mountain would not charge a single snowflake. Yuan Huajing's face darkened on the spot. Fortunately, when he arrived at the sword-worshipping platform, he would often offer sacrifices to Nagantang for advice on swordsmanship, and he gained a lot, especially during the period. Xiego didn't know why, but he took the initiative to ask Yuan Huajing a few words, which made Yuan Huajing suddenly enlightened. It is not an exaggeration to say that listening to a few words from her is better than 10 years of hard work. Yuan Huajing's heart to retreat and break through the realm here has become more and more determined. Even if Luapa Mountain drives him away, he won't leave. At that time, Xiego didn't think that Yuan Huajing's aptitude was worthy of her advice or something. Xiaoma couldn't be misunderstood. Xiego simply can't stand fools doing stupid things, insisting on making the simple practice of sword practice so complicated, it makes her anxious to watch. It's like a boy in a school doing the simplest arithmetic problem, 1 plus 9 2 plus 8 3 plus 7? All equals 10. You little Yuaning, why do you have to add 1 plus 2 plus 3 or something? The key was an accidental addition of 1, 2, 3, and then subtraction or even multiplication and division. Your sword training path is quite fancy. Seeing that, Xiego wanted to press Yuan Huajing's head on the ground. It was 10. She knew the answer was 10 at a glance. No matter how poor your qualifications are, no matter how stupid your brain is, you shouldn't do this to yourself. At first, Xiego was worried that he had misunderstood this Yuan Jianxian, whether he was deliberately complicating a simple problem, but she looked at it for a while and found that it was not true, that the young man had a problem with his brain. The same sword cultivator, the same genius, even if it is also calculated according to the 100-year Taoist age. Yuan Huajing looked like this question was not easy, but it was actually really difficult. Xiego saw that this question was not difficult at first glance, but it is actually simpler. As for Ning Yao, she may not see any problems. Want to talk about our Lord Qin Shan? Probably very patient. No matter how to add, subtract, multiply, and divide, you have to try it again and again, and deliberately take a long way. Anyway, you will get the correct answer. No matter what, Yuan Huajing came to Luapa Mountain and came to the sword-worshipping platform. He didn't feel that he was a genius at all. As expected, he still needed to be diligent in practicing swordsmanship. Chen Lingjun wandered here alone, saw a large group of people sitting there eating melon seeds, and complained why didn't he bring himself along. Jiang Shangzhen said, "The master of the mountain needs to retreat for a period of time. How about letting me substitute for the teaching in the village school for a few days?" Qin Ping glanced at him but said nothing. Miyu shook his head even more. This is even more of a summer resort than a summer resort. In order to regain some ground with Xiaoma, Chief Zhou jumped the wall in a hurry and did whatever he could. Qin Lingjun patted Chief Zhou on the arm. "Don't be brave, you are not the material. I'm not the kind of person who loves the new and dislikes the old. No matter how good Xiao Mo is, you are also very good, Chief Zhou." Jiang Shangzhen rarely looked serious and said with a smile, "You probably don't know, I had a dream when I was young and I was never embarrassed to say it, that is, to open a bookstore in a rural market where no one knows who Jiang Shangzhen is. There is a school next to the bookstore, I will be the teacher. This dream of mine, although not a teenager, is still very young. Shanzhu, if you are worried that I can teach better than you, then just pretend I didn't say anything." In the mansion where Qin Shanzhu himself closed the door to entertain guests, the atmosphere was not as harmonious as the stone table by the cliff. To bully others if they disagree with each other? What a big family and great cause Qin Shanzhu, what a violent and famous xuanhuan. As a master disciple of the Do-Ran sect, Tiangong suddenly encountered a vision, and he remained calm in the face of danger. He first protected himself with a talisman array, and then sacrificed a few spirit treasures, which illuminated the surroundings with hundreds of feet of light, dispelled the fog and asked, "Chen, what does the mountain master want to do?" That guy was still pretending to be a ghost, unwilling to show his real body, and asked instead, "Why don't you ask a more meaningful question?" While stabilizing his Tao heart, Tiangong made a formula with one hand, and pulled out 100-foot-long fire dragon from his sleeve, wandering the ground, and then swept away the mist, which was faintly visible. Standing on the surface of the water, he looked closely now. Every water pattern seems to be an ancient talisman. Tamiya was shocked. Is it a ready-made talisman formation in Luoba Mountain? Was it used by Chen Pingon, or was it impromptu without anyone noticing? Tamiya was silent for a moment. The seat was still placed behind him. He finally realized it later and asked with a sneer, "Chen Shanju arranged for us to live in this house. Is it just to show off the talisman at this moment? I just want to know how far the ancestor talisman of Do Ran sent to open the mountain line, the Huojiao crossing the river talisman, can sweep away in one go, and how wide the water surface can be crossed." Chen Ping's voice came from behind as if he was standing on the chair. Tamiya was driving the talisman fire dragon, slamming it back with lightning speed. Tamiya turned his head in a daze, and saw that the man in the green shirt and long coat was indeed standing behind the chair, with his hands on the top of the chair, looking at himself with a smile. And the talisman fire dragon that went straight to the green shirt for some reason became smaller and smaller. The closer it was to Chen Pingon, the smaller it was, and it seemed to be no more than a foot away from Chen Ping's forehead, and the raging fire dragon never stopped. But Chen Ping turned a blind eye, as if he was sure that this talisman could not touch him at all. It stands to reason that this talisman has already traveled more than 10 miles in an instant, probably because there is still a layer of realm in the small world of this talisman array, which is blocked between the two of them like a natural moat, which is difficult to cross. Chen Pingon remained motionless, lying on the other side of the chair, and the old said, "If the talisman can speak, then this talisman of mine can make you this talisman. You can't stop complaining. You have a feeling of decadence that seems to be too late, but it's the end of the world. People are disheartened." Tamiya remained silent. Chen Pingon smiled and said, "I have a talisman which can make the fire dragon cross the river talisman, and go one step further, just like a mountain dragon jumping into the water and turning into a fire dragon." Tamiya scolded angrily, "Heretics speak wildly." Chen Pingon asked with a smile, "Since the fire dragon is doomed to be difficult to cross the river, it will succeed in crossing the water. We are also idle when we are idle, so why not guess what is the name of my talisman?" Tamiya was reluctant to give his guess. Shikhui talisman. Experts have lofty words and adults have big words. As the ancient saying goes, if you take half of a stick a foot long, it will last forever. As the most obsessed Taoist of the Do Ran sect, Tamiya still has some vision and knowledge. Chen Pingon nodded, "That's right. Let's guess again, what material is the talisman paper made of?" Tiangong said slowly, "The long river of time and light is made into talisman paper, so it has special effects. You can use talismans to refine talismans just like running water. This kind of talisman method is the essence of Feixingong's folding talisman." Chen Pingon asked with a smile, "A Taoist tree blooms with 5 flowers. The Do Ran sect and the Feishin Palace are different sections. After all, they have the same origin and worship the same ancestor. Knowing that the stacking talisman is very useful, why don't you refer to each other?" Tamiya hesitated to speak but finally remained speechless. The stern-faced young Xiangtong, who was praised by Yang Shenbao of Hebei Peak as a cultivating genius who has the closest talisman attainment to Xian, was suppressed at the foot of the mountain by the golden palm as big as a mountain, sitting cross-legged, and sacrificed countless a natal object, which can support that mountain character. He was squatting not far away in a green shirt, puffing out clouds of smoke, and when this person occasionally tapped the ground lightly with a cigarette stick, Xiang Tong would turn red in the face and struggle harder. Chen Pingon asked with a smile, "Whether it is Tong Xiang or Xiang Tong, they are all geniuses. Since they are geniuses, they must be learned after a few glances. I heard that Taofu Mountain often holds Taoist meetings, and the 5 sects will practice talismans. Discussing Taoism and learning from each other's strengths, why didn't you master the Do Ran sect's mountain opening talismans? Could it be that you didn't participate once? Do you feel that you are the only genius among the disciples of the 5 sects? Can you become the second in Xuanhuan? Who gave you the confidence? Master Yang Shenbao? Or is it because she took you to Yunmeng Cave several times?" Xiangtong's face was livid. After all, the young man seldom went out, racked his brains, and finally managed to swear a few words that he thought were swearing. Qin Ping smiled and said, "Swear more. I live in the mountains and don't know the mountains. I don't know what the Hebei Peak is and I don't know what the Taofu Mountain is." Yang Xianbao himself cultivates the talisman method. He is a master and he is a disciple of Taoism. She protected you too well and it backfired. In the future, when Xiangtong dies secretly, or goes down the mountain to practice his life and death, when he looks back at his life, the one who praises and kills Xiangtong is Yang Xianbao. Little baby, you must be worthy of your master Yang Xuanbo's pampering and expectations. Don't let her be sad and kill thousands of Xinxi once and make her regret it. Xiangtong's arms were numb, his neck was sore, and the mountain above his head was getting lower and lower. The boy had to lower his head more and more. The most hateful thing is that the man surnamed Chen intentionally added another mountain to the mountain every time he said it, forcing him to nod and say yes again and again. Relying on Taoism and realm, how dare you insult people like this? Xiangtong's eyes lit up suddenly, and saw a familiar female crown forcefully broke through the formation, broke the barrier, stepped out of the gate and said indifferently to the man in blue, "Master Chen, please stop in moderation how to preach, you are an outsider, don't point fingers at me." Not waiting for Hebei Peak Yang Xianbao to say the last word foot, in an instant with a flash of sword light, the head of the female crown fell to the ground, and her eyes met Xiangtong's. Xiangtong was terrified even though he knew that the master was a fake and the matter was not true, his Tao heart still lost in an instant, and the mountain crashed down as if his real body was crushed into a meat paste, and his soul was turned into powder. The next moment, "Go little baby, there is no realm for the time being, no identity, purely as a mortal with the naked eye, I will show you a few glimpses of the world of mortals, and my experience will broaden my mind with mountains and rivers through the ages. Trivial things sharpen our Tao heart. Teach a Xiangtong who has lost his master how to live in this world, and see if he can find a place to stand in the world by himself." Walking on Mount Zhu, Lu Biu raised his head and saw the mighty king throne monster on the top of the mountain. He guarded his Tao heart and told himself that what he saw was nothing but illusion. As a result, the monster Zhu Yan smashed him down with a stick, engulfing him infinitely. Taoist and murderous, Lu Biu's eyes widened, and he retreated subconsciously. The long stick was pressed against Lu Biu's head. Tao Xian was really vulnerable, so with a single blow, it would be so difficult to kill dozens of Yu Shen's disciples and grandchildren. Zhu Zisho, as a bystander, I have a word of advice. You don't have to regard Shui Jisue as a god, especially don't respect him as the way of heaven. You look up to him but you also underestimate yourself. Shui Jisue as a heavenly monarch and the lord of the first palace, do you need to introspect yourself a bit? Don't talk about the heavenly monarch of other families. According to the inheritance of Shenzhou, there is no problem for those who learn from others to live like others and die like others, but if they are apprentices, they are not like the master at all, and they are not similar in form and spirit. Why Shui Tianjun wants to deceive the master and destroy the ancestors and replace him. The female crown Baifeng, who is so talented and can eat talismans to increase her way and break her realm, has already eaten countless rare talismans that she has never heard of or seen before in a cage of boundless void, but the more she eats, the higher her realm becomes. Ben Yupu immortal Feisheng. But the more she eats, the thinner she becomes. Throw out a piece of rune light as small as a mustard seed, and you can blow up those ancient stars or cut them into two halves, and you can stir up the bright galaxy so that the stars are shifted, and you can move and arrange them at will. Celestial phenomena. She was going to throw up. Dao Sherding looked at the house, the corpses all over the floor, the horrific scene, his heart just rippled slightly and then calmed down. False so it is. Even if it is true, Ding Daosher is even more so. People who practice the Tao, why bother to talk about good and evil? Where there is good and evil, there is right and wrong, and when there is right and wrong, if you live in a secluded mountain and practice the Tao, you just roll around in the world of mortals. I am afraid that the heart of the Tao is not pure. He was born in a blessed place, and before he went to the mountain to practice Taoism, he had witnessed and experienced a lot of suffering in the world. Taoist Ding sat on the same spot, still in a lazy posture with his neck tucked back and leaning against the back of the chair with his hands in his sleeves and asked, Master Qinshan, this kind of fake tricks may be used on others and it may be somewhat effective. To deal with Xiaodao, it may be winking for the blind. The man holding a tobacco pole and crossing his legs smiled and said, Taoist Ding, the way is too many to perish and scholars are perishing because of many ways. Daosher Ding changed to a more comfortable sitting position so that he would not be sleepy anymore, and said with a serious look, If Chen Shanzhu wants to persuade people with reason, it may not be useful either, so why not use another method such as using strength to convince people? At least it can make Xiao Dao feel dissatisfied. Unlike now, Master Qin is wasting time and spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and Xiao Dao also thinks that Master Qin is wasting Xiaodao's time. Just like that one Xia who showed off to you earlier with Confucian Temple and Mr. Sheeping relationship, she didn't take it seriously. She felt that your state of mind is not worthy of so many titles, and you are just someone who likes to say who you know at the table. It's just that I know you, Xian. Xiao Dao is the same, things are different, and the reason is the same. It's useless to let Xiao Dao look down on Qin Shanzhu, it's unnecessary. Dao Sherding didn't expect the man to nod his head seriously and said, then change another method, let you get what you want and convince people with strength. A moment later, Dao Sherding, with a bruised nose and swollen face, lay on the ground and wiped his nose with his hand. Blood was all over his hand. Daoist Ding still smiled and said, Qin Jianxian, does this stop here? Qin Pingan, who was standing nearby, smiled. What you rely on is indeed not in external objects, but in your own ingenuity and in seeking the Tao. Otherwise, you won't even know how to bypass the inner demons and get into the jade shell smoothly. You can think of a shortcut. Of course you don't believe me if you say you've gone astray? Ding Daoxi's eyes blurred, and he changed from lying down to standing, hanging in the air overlooking the mountains and rivers of the earth, and saw two mountains cut off by the river water on the ground, bounded by a long river. Two scenes appeared, one of which was a mountain range on the side of the river. There are hundreds of peaks stretching, but on the other side of the river, there are only a few peaks. Each mountain is higher than the other, but the road is obvious. And the other mountain range is connected by a long bridge across the river. There are few peaks on one side, but there are thousands of mountains on the other side. One mountain releases one mountain barrier. It is just a rough road, but no high mountains stand tall. The next moment, Dao Sherding was standing on the long bridge and Qin Pingan stood aside with his sleeves covered, sealing memories with talismans, bypassing inner demons with shortcuts, and passing the bridge by luck. It's not useless, it's very useful, it's just that it can't be used in the stage from nascent soul to Yupu. Have you never thought about why you have this seeking truth, of returning to the original and becoming a fairy after entering the Jade Realm? Smart people who learn Taoism. Daoist Ding, I don't need to scare you. Just wait. When you reach the bottleneck of Yupu Realm, you will have to pay off your debts. You have been cultivating Taoism in the mountains. Xuan, come to Fry life, it will definitely make you miserable. Daoist Ding sighed softly when he heard the words. Every family has scriptures that are hard to recite. There is no way to do it. Master Qin Shan, you don't know. I didn't mean to be clever, but I had no choice but to make such a bad plan. Yuhua Mountain has a large number of high-level people with a lot of knowledge, so no one stops you? How about a few words of advice? They didn't think that I could come up with such a shortcut. When they realize it, it's a foregone conclusion. As the elders of the master, they can't beat me to the bottom and go back from nascent soul again. There is no unparalleled road in the sky. Why don't you ask the Patriarch Yu Xian? Who do you think Patriarch Yu is? See if you want to see, ask if you want to ask. Do you know how many disciples and grandchildren of Patriarch Yu are there? How many Taoist priests are there in one mountain and 4 schools? How many letters do you need to answer when you appear in the Taoist temple to fill in the Golden Peak? How many Taoist priests you meet every day, and how many general affairs you have to deal with that must be personally reviewed by him? If you have a chance you can ask for it. Why don't you ask for it? That's a talisman Yu Xian He Dao Xinghe 14th Realm. Do you think Fei Jin sent a letter or ran to fill Jin Feng? Why don't you ask? In the future I will help you and fellow Taoist you to beg for the first time, only this time, and the next time will not be an example. When cultivating the Tao you must be afraid of impurity in your mind. Don't be afraid of impurity in your mind. This principle doesn't work for other people, but you, Taoist priest Ding, must always keep it in mind. The Taoist priest turned sideways and gave a sincere slap. Taoist priest Ding, please be taught with an open mind and keep it in mind. Qin Pingan accepted it calmly and asked with a smile. Dao Sherding is definitely not your real name. The original name is not good? Tell me? Dao Sherding glanced at the future scene and asked back. Mr. Qin, if I hadn't received your guidance, I was doomed to have a rough road ahead? Qin Pingan smiled. You really believe those who scare you. If you ask the truth you won't be able to stop you. Dao Sherding was stunned at first and then smiled, asking all over the sky to pay back the money? He asked, Mr. Qin, why did you deliberately use those words as an opening remark to make Xiao Dao, Wen Xia, and us all treat you a little less? Qin Ping asked back, If you don't know what your contempt is, if you know what your emphasis is? I want to know what the commonality of you genealogical monks is, and I also want to know your uniqueness and differences. Fellow Taoist Ding, you are not vulgar when it comes to cultivating the Tao. As for preaching, you are still far behind. Do you have any disciples now? Taoist Ding said with a smile, I haven't accepted apprentices yet. Also, Mr. Chen, don't call me a fellow Taoist. The younger generation can't afford to be one now. All the Taoist priests in the house returned to the real world one by one after another, and they all felt as if they had passed away. Taoist Ding has become sitting upright, and there are also Taoist priests who look dazed or sweating profusely, and Taoist priests must sit still in order to stabilize the movement of the heart lake. He has long been convinced by Mr. Chen, not only is this trip worthwhile, it is also of great benefit. Tamiya changed his mind and planned to go to the other 3 sects in one mountain to study and ask, and then go to the Lingbao school of Nan Pasuajo to find people to ask. Steal? Master Chen Shan said that's called sparring. Those of my generation who learn the Tao learn from others, can it be called stealing? Liang Chaoguan passed the test with no surprises, but he still had a lot of thoughts, thinking that one day Qin Pingan would visit Taofu Mountain and pass by Iho Peak, so he had to excuse himself to retreat and stay away from him. Zhu Zisho was actually the worst Taoist priest. She didn't know that those geniuses who were unattainable in her mind all had the appearance of meeting a ghost and seeing it at the same time. The young Xiangtong was the last Taoist priest to open his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, My surname is Chen. You can use countless tricks, but I won't accept you. The 3 Taoist priests on the Sanho peak of Taofu Mountain met different people on different hills, and each of them had their own gains. Only now do I know that a talisman is not only a big talisman that goes to a high place. Bai Feng sighed faintly, the talisman in that illusory realm. She was almost fed up and vomited, so she thought that when she returned to the Taoist temple she would learn how to draw talismans. The one with legs raised Qin Pingan of Hanyan smiled and said, It's a bit of a trick to make people laugh. Dao Sherding knew something was wrong, it would be worse. This sentence sounds like a closing sentence, the gavel is slapped and it will be broken down next time, but it is not. Shui Jisue, the heavenly monarch sitting opposite Qin Pingan, kept his eyes closed all the time, silent and thoughtful. Only when you enter the mountain do you know that Yunfeng is good. Hold an umbrella and walk slowly with the rain. Li Muzhou was the only Taoist who didn't have to suffer. When it rained in the mountains, Li Muzhou took out an oil paper umbrella and walked to the foot of the mountain. The Taoist Xianwei, who was the gatekeeper, had already gone back to the house to hide from the rain, and the gate was left open. Li Muzhou was at the door, knocking on the title ring. The young Taoist priest heard the sound and came out of the house, stood in the corridor, smiled and waved, Li Daocheng, come and sit inside. I have heard Qin Lingjun introduce in detail the greatness of the Taofu Mountain in Shenzhou Zhongtu. Of course, the boy in Xingyi also showed off that he was sitting next to the talisman Yuxuan and talked happily. It was the first time for Li Muzhou to enter Taoist Xianwei's study, and the first thing he saw was the plaque in the study room, Xuanhu, which means a lot. There is a pair of simple copper paperweights on the desk. The inscriptions are the very common content of persuading students, but relatively rare. They have the same 7 characters. It is said that everything is inferior, good at reading, not good at reading. It is said that time is precious and time is good for reading but not good for reading. Li Muzhou is a man of great knowledge, and after a little bit of chewing he quickly figured out the joints. Indeed, ordinary people under the mountain are often the easiest to study when they are young, but they are not willing to study diligently. When I grow old I want to read well, but my eyesight and spirit are not good, so it is not so easy to read. Taoist Xianwei is indeed elegant. He took the Taoist name Xuanhu Xianwei, but he didn't want to play tricks and said with a smile, This pair of copper paperweights is an old cook. It was made by our big steward of Luapa Mountain and given to me as a clean confession for my study. This Mr. Zhu is truly erudite and talented, with witty words. He said that if you don't read books you have low talent. He also said that the root of wisdom in our life comes from reading in the previous life, and the wisdom in the next life is from this. I spend my whole life reading. Mr. Zhu said again that reading is divided into inside and outside the book, but you don't have to stare at the words on the book, look at people and things, think and ask more, it's also reading. Li Muzhou believed deeply, this is indeed the truth. Mr. Zhu's few words are full of Zen ideas and profound moral meaning. No wonder when I passed by the house that never seemed to be closed, I saw the old gentleman painting in the main room, painting a lotus flower in ink, spreading a very long but narrow piece of rice paper on the table, and letting the man named Jingqing the boy in Xingyi drag the rice paper, a branch of ink lotus, The stem was more than 10 feet long, and it was written in one stroke. Energetic and hardy. Li Muzhou was originally a master of dancing, so seeing this scene he had to admire him. Xianwei is used to the rivers and lakes, fake Taoist priests, real rivers and lakes, so he smiled and said, Li Daochang can make such an evaluation and he is almost somewhere. Li Muzhou asked, the book's here? Xianwei moved a chair and said, look at it and flip through it. Taoist Li regards this as his study. Anyway, some serious books that I read a lot are already hidden in the drawer. Li Muzhou thanked him, took his seat, picked up a Taoist book with many inscriptions at the foot of the mountain, read a few more and found a detail. The Taoist Xianwei seemed to only read the preface and postscript when reading books. Obviously, the content of the main text, those long and cumbersome texts, the owner doesn't need to read it all, just turn the pages and scan to get the general idea. Occasionally, there are corners of the pages, which are the most important parts of the book. No doubt an expert. No wonder Qin Shanzhu asked himself to chat more with Taoist Xianwei. Xianwei felt guilty, but it was rare to have a serious Taoist master sitting in his study thinking about asking for advice. There were doubts everywhere on the corners of those pages. Learning is too low and cultivation is too difficult. It is not easy for a scholar to live in the capital. For those who cultivate the Tao, it is difficult to live in the mountains. Xianwei was hesitant, but still mustered up the courage to point to the origami page, read a few lines of the book and asked tentatively, Li Daochang, what do you mean by this sentence? Li Muzhou listened to that sentence in his ears, stared at the contents of the book with his eyes, and what he was thinking in his heart was, did the Taoist master Xianwei mean something? School knowledge? Li Muzhou, who originally thought that sentence was easy to understand, suddenly felt uncertain. Could it be that this sentence was unexpected and intentional, and there was something mysterious about it? Xianwei saw that Gao Zhen, the first Taoist of Jinghuiguan, had to think seriously when he encountered this sentence. The Taoist priest Xianwei felt sad for a while. Yes. It is really difficult to read books and practice Taoism. Li Muzhou thought about it, but he couldn't keep his mouth shut. Just about to speak, Xianwei sat on a chair beside him, leaning his elbow on the table, resting his chin on one hand, and the young Taoist priest with a wooden hairpin on his head, as if he was reading the book. The open book also seems to be wandering thousands of miles. It seems to be talking to Taoist Lu and talking to himself. Mr. Zhu said that he also listened to a scholar's teaching, which lies in 5 words, Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva. The general meaning is that we should observe, read more books, world, walk more, walk in the world, sound, listen more to what others say and want to say, don't just talk about yourself, and finally if we have the compassionate heart of a bodhisattva, then we are truly practicing. It's as if a Taoist learns the Tao in case the Zhenguan is broken. Taoist Li Muzhou instantly entered the state of forgetting things and me. In the sky, Yu Xuanfei wanted to rub the old scholar's shoulders, but the old scholar refused. The 2 stubborn old men were pushing and shoving, going back and forth. I don't know who was the first to fail to master the strength, and the other followed suit. You come and go, look at the posture, it's about to start a real fight. The old scholar suddenly stopped and frowned. Yu Xian, what do you think will make you turn against Luo Bashan? Yu Xian smiled and said, is it because I am worried that there will be a sneak attack similar to that ghost? There will be 1 or 2 Taoist priests who will die suddenly in Luopa Mountain. Just rest assured, I will not make it difficult for Qin Daoyu. First of all, I personally selected these Taoist priests. Second, I quietly set up a big amulet on them, which is not only a talisman but also a talisman. If anyone thinks there is an opportunity to use some ghost tricks, then don't blame Pindao for following that clue and visiting the door. Besides, fellow Taoist Qin is always cautious, otherwise fellow Taoist Bai Jing wouldn't be sitting on the roof. Brother Yu, there are so many mountains in your house, it's normal that you can't manage them. Having said that, it's no wonder that Taoist Xianxia said a few words about you earlier, so it's not wronged? 5 zone prefixes, I almost can't count them with one hand. Jinghuiguan is the poorest, but family style is the best. Do you think it's strange or mysterious? You are joining Dao Xinghe here. Of course, everyone expects it. Everyone else will be convinced. Bai also said that he owes you a favor and he will definitely repay it in the future. Of course it's best if you don't. So you have entered the 14th realm, and you have to give a congratulatory gift from the Confucian Temple of China. What does it mean? Brother Yu, guess what? Everyone counts it up, thinks about it, but there is no conclusion. If you give too much, I guess you will think it tasteless, and maybe you still feel that you owe the Confucian Temple a favor. If there is less, you will not be able to keep any mountain, palace or sect. You will think that our group of scholars who eat cold pork head meat in the Confucian Temple are a bunch of stinking poor. To be honest, we are also worried. Yu Xian grabbed his beard, his old face wrinkled into a pile. Old scholar, let me tell you something, if you are so neat, you will be very poor. You are Taoist priest. Taoist priests must live in a Taoist temple or they are in a Taoist temple, right? Old scholar Sun Qing. Don't force me to swear like that, shrew. Yu Xian also have a temper. Why are you so impatient, scolding? Old man Yu, I will give you another chance to talk properly. Hey old scholar, I'm not worried that something went wrong at Jilling Peak. If I'm so anxious, it's easy to talk out of my head. Forgive me. Presumptuous, since you don't regard me as a friend and Yu Jinren broke my heart today, I won't treat you as a brother either. Call me an old scholar and a scholar. The 1,000 gold and fine copper coins that were half borrowed and half given to Luapa Mountain, and the 500 coins that were lent to Qin Yu, this debt should be settled on you, old scholar, how about it? Brother Yu, if you chat like this, then I will climb up the pole and treat you as my own brother? Shan, I always hurt my relationship only when talking about money, and borrowing money is equivalent to losing friends. Where is it? Is there a relationship like ours where we talk about money and become more and more deeply emotional? Brother Yu, do you bring wine? Brother Sun, just drink. To be honest, I discussed with Yaxing repeatedly and finally came up with a congratulatory gift. I plan to give you 2 plaques. Li Xing thinks it's okay, and this matter will be discussed through the Confucian Temple. 1 plaque, the 2 plaques of the dojo, the big characters. It's up to you whether you put it in Jinfeng or not, and the other piece says Taoist Temple. You can put it wherever you want, and the Confucian Temple just sends it, but it doesn't matter where you put it. Yu Xian was surprised and said, the Confucian Temple is willing to give such a heavy gift? The old scholar sneered and said, who do you think started first? Yu Xian let out a long sigh and praised, Qin Daoyu is really kind and sincere, but lacks a little bit of insight. His 6 direct disciples. Yang Xianbao of Hebei Peak in Taofu Mountain was once Yu Xian's first disciple. He was reincarnated after being dismissed from the army, and returned to the mountain to continue practicing Taoism. The dirt Taoist of the Jingwei Temple, the main element of the ghost and immortal mountain of the Yuhua Mountain. Shuijisui of Feixian Palace. There is also the Do Ran faction, the current head teacher Mei Zhen, and Tong Meng who has been in seclusion for 100 years. Of course, Yu Xian still has a young disciple who is hidden, but for the time being, let Jingwei Temple help teach Taoism. After all, it is not suitable to take him to Xinghe to practice together. It has always been Yu Xian's purpose to accept disciples to first settle down and then preach the Taoism and art. This time Shui Jisue was deliberately asked to protect the Tao. As Qin Pingan said, the one who needs to sharpen his Tao heart the most in Yu Xian's view, happens to be the Taoist heavenly monarch of this direct disciple. Such a huge Feixian palace is too dull. Every time Yu Xian was in Linfei Immortal Palace, there were not many Taoist priests who dared to look up at him. He was neither on patrol nor on a tour, but desperately hoped that a Taoist priest would take the initiative to ask him about the Dharma while he was walking on the road. There used to be such a Taoist priest, although he would look cramped, speak incoherently, and ask some unsophisticated questions, but Xuanhuan was among them, patiently explaining their doubts carefully. But I don't know when, seeing the patriarch Yu Xian, the number of Taoist priests who dared to speak began to decrease. The last time I went to Feixian Palace, there was not even a single Taoist priest. Of course Yu Xian could take the initiative to stop and call for a Taoist priest who was speechless from a distance. But Yu Xian hoped that there would be a Taoist priest who would speak on his own initiative on any mountain road in Feixian Palace. Yu Xian said, old scholar, can I have a chat with Qin Daoyu now? Although he couldn't see the scene of the lost mountain, Yu Xian could still feel their Tao Xian roughly because of the talisman. That is to say, a Taoist priest's state of mind has really reached a corrupt state, and Yu Xian also has a chance to save 1 or 2. It was not until the old scholar removed the avenue barrier. Tianhua Yuxuan said something from his heart. Qin Daoyu is sincere in his hospitality. Qin Pingan in the mountains replied. Fellow Taoist, you has worked hard. Yu Xian seemed to be relieved, stroked his beard and smiled. 1,000 gold and fine copper coins is definitely not a waste of money. In the long run it is actually profitable, a lot of money. Unexpectedly, Taoist Qin asked with a smile. They just got a negation of negation and a very preliminary affirmation. After all, senior, you gave 500 gold and fine copper coins. I always don't want others to lose money when I do business with others. Yes, do you need the younger generation to push the boat with the tide and strike while the iron is hot? Generally speaking, after the wedge is over, after turning over the content of the opening text, it is time to enter the middle, and finally come to the conclusion. Yu Xian hurriedly said, No, fellow Taoist Chen is busy retreating now, so it's not advisable to waste your mind and distract more. A wedge and an opening chapter are enough. Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Don't worry, seniors, I will only sharpen things in the future, and I will not hinder too much Taoism. I will first show them the battle scenes other than fighting on the mountain, and then help them tailor assassinations such as putting yourself in the same place." If it was Qin Pingan, how would he face the encirclement and suppression of that sword cultivator in Jianghu? Yu Xian tentatively said, "Why is Qin Daoyu so troublesome?" The voice of the heart is like a stone cow entering the sea. Yu Xian started pulling his beard and worrying again. In fact, it is the same way as Zhulu Chuicheng who helped Qin Pingan and Pei Qian teach boxing. Let people retreat first and there is no way to retreat and they are cornered and there is no room for maneuver. For example, Taoist Ding is very proud of his talent in cultivation, knowledge and intelligence. Then destroy it all and rebuild it. If the same method is used by a monk in the Ascension realm, the effect will be greatly reduced. This group of Taoist priests still have a lot of room to retreat, and it fell into the hands of others because I am too old to be Taoist. Qin Pingan, an outsider, may know the 5 sects better than them, whether it is clear from the sidelines or due to his vision. Just talk about from Yu Xian to Taoist Go, then to Zhao Wenmin to Li Muzhou. Just like Qin Pingan himself, he lost patience with the 16 people who had just entered Jumping Fish Mountain, and he lost a lot of patience. Of course, this has a lot to do with Qin Ping's current situation, but taking a step back, even if Qin Ping hadn't fought with Ma Xuanhuan or been attacked by a candidate ghost in the 14th realm, Qin Pingan would still be impossible personally preaching and teaching boxing. It is not even possible to go to Jumping Fish Mountain frequently. At most, you can stand at the foot of Fuyao, which has been opened as a private dojo. Leaning on the railing, look at the progress of the 16 peoples. Practice and determine their xinxing through some details morality, and then meet Jing Dafeng and Sun Yuanji regularly to check for omissions and make up for vacancies. A Jumping Fish Mountain, there are 16 more people temporarily. What about when the Dali dynasty sends the second batch of sword cultivators? Or did Qingping sword sect not be established in Tonggishao? Or wait until the mountain is closed for 20 years before the ban is lifted? All the peaks of Luapa Mountain will be opened one after another. There will be Yuanying monks or distant warriors sitting on the top of the mountain, and these peak owners will have more and more people. Personal disciples and second disciples. Can't take care of it. Qin Pingan just learned from Jing Juzhong. After all, he is not Jing Juzhong. Therefore, Qin Pingan felt sorry for Yu Xian's good intentions. Isn't Yu Xian's troubled situation today the inevitable future of Luapa Mountain and Qingping Sword Sect? The small sects are worried that they will not be accepted, and the incense of the Zushitang will not be prosperous. Disciples, money, treasures of heaven and earth, spiritual weapons and foreign objects, secret books of Taoism, the more the better. Great sects also worry about the disparity between good and bad disciples, the overcrowded Taoist temple, lack of attention to one thing and the loss of another, and worry about those good seedlings who accidentally go astray and seek the truth. Yu Xian wanted him, fellow Taoist Qin, to be that villain, to be a millstone to sharpen the hearts of those children and grandchildren. Qin Pingan took over this drudgery with a tacit understanding. Old master, you spent money to buy Dao Xian. Isn't Qin Pingan a kind of rehearsal and practice for a rainy day? Not to mention spending no money. In Qin Ping's eyes, most of these Taoist priests who are noble and worthy of the reputation of fairy seedlings are young people. A novel app that has been running stably for many years, comparable to the old version of the book-chasing artifact, the source-changing app used by old bookworms Xuanhuan app. Tiangong, a Taoist priest of the Do Ran sect, was willing to be the first to tear his face openly for the dirty Taoists of Jinghuiguan. Okay. Qin Pingan almost gave him a thumbs up. That one Xia thinks that Qin Ping's style is annoying and disgusting. Okay? Qin Pingan felt that it was too reasonable. She thought so. Very good. There was still a group of young Taoist priests sitting there, as if they were waiting for Qin Shanju, who had been famous for a long time, to see if he had real skills and was worthy of those rumors and deeds. Deep down in Qin Ping's heart, not only did he not have any grievances, but he felt that their attitude should be like this. Of course, like Xiangtong, that's another story. As for Taoist Ding, who was an exception, especially Shui Jisue, the knight duty of Tianjun, the Feixian Palace lineage had 2 strict rules. Of course, there must be rules and there is no rule without rules, but if they are too heavy they will go too far. Taoist nature, the more restraint, the less stretch. If the body and mind cannot be stretched, how can man and nature be one? Generally speaking, in this sit-down discussion, Qin Pingan is nothing more than correcting mistakes and polishing the rough jade. Better than that. It is said that it is preaching, but it is not true. Qin Pingan is not thick-skinned enough for this. Let them see what is called the sinister world, which is worthy of the name and does their part. Yu Xian taught that a tree blooms with 5 flowers, taught that most Taoist priests are upright, but may not have more energy, taught all Xiangtong who passed on to his disciples, 2 rich and blessed land Taoist Ding. Qin Pingan, an outsider, may be able to teach Xiangtong Taoist Ding, an outsider who is right in front of him, and he may not be able to teach a view of longitude and latitude, or a dirty Taoist. Yu Xian gave a questionnaire, and the correct answer was made public. It is enough for Qin Pingan to give a detailed and specific problem-solving process. Yidaoyu Qindaoyu. It is not a polite word to call each other friends. One is that you can trust the other party, and the other is that you can afford it with confidence. Woke up, again Shui Tianjun, who was watching from the sidelines with Qin Pingan, got up first and made a speech. This time, even Xiangtong got up and followed him and honestly performed a slap in the face before he spoke harshly, but he was slightly stern, still not convinced. The most unconvinced Xiangtong at Hebei Peak in Taofu Mountain, Baifeng of Duran sect who has a headache when thinking of talismans, and Libiyu of Feishin Palace who wants to ask Master Chen for more advice, these 3 Taoist priests, they are all willing to stay in Luoyuoshan. There are many preachers on the Jumping Fish Mountain. Sun Yuanji teaches boxing to others as learning boxing. In the same way, if you help preach the Tao, you are cultivating the Tao yourself. Can't beat a host who has the right time, place and people, and teach a few children whose highest state is the Sevuing state, isn't it easy? On this day, Qin Pingan personally sent the rest of the Taoist priests who were returning home to Nujiadu. When he saw the dragon snake track, at close range, Qin Pingan was amazed. Qin Pingan actually had a fight with them and said with a smile, "The Tao is in Qianglu and the Tao is in the tile. The Tao is in the talisman and the Tao is outside the Tao. My generation of Taoists should cherish it." Wuxia, the female champion of Erhu Peak, plucked up her courage and asked tentatively, "Mr. Qin, can this junior start a show?" A group of Taoist priests saw that Qin Shanzhu seemed to be on the verge of a great enemy in an instant. Qin Pingan said with a smile, "It doesn't have to be like this. If you pass by your school's dojo in the future, you must have the opportunity to have an interview. Repaying kindness with revenge, destroying my Tao heart. Wuxia has a little regret." The little girl in black stood quietly without saying anything. Millet seemed to hear nothing and see nothing. Yidan didn't know whether she used some means of talismans or came here by herself. She appeared out of thin air at Nujiadu, looked at the man in green shirt, and after confirming her identity she said calmly, "The master sent down a decree not long ago. Lease this dragon snake trace cross-continental ferry to Luoba Mountain for free for 100 years. Qin Pingan pretended to be calm and nodded. Luoba Mountain thanked Taofu Mountain here. Yidan smiled and said, "I must also thank Qin Jianxian." Qin Pingan knew it in his heart and said truthfully, "I accidentally avenged you for you, but incidentally, you don't need to thank you, fellow Taoist." That Wuxia was still bewildered. The smile on Yidan's face became wider. Sure enough, under the shadow of a famous tree, xuanhuan is indeed quite powerful. Qin Ping smiled but said nothing. Yidan's arrival was unexpected enough, but after he showed up, it was like playing riddles with Qin Pingan, and it was even more weird in every way. Do Ran faction Yi Chushi, who will smile with someone? Then a few Taoist priests complained in their hearts, could it be that it is still an illusion, the doggy Qin Shanzhu, who is endless, still testing our Taoism? There was a young Taoist priest who felt unbearable, just lay down on the ground and see what you, Qin Pingan, can do to me. My current Taoist heart is like an ancient well. Yidan frowned and said, "It's Eho Peak, whose name is Liang Chaoguan. What are you doing and what is your status?" Liang Chaoguan smiled and raised his legs. "Qin Shanzhu, next time I go to the Duran faction, I will meet the real Master Yi." Qin Ping reminded with a smile, "You have already met the real person. If you have anything to say, you can speak clearly in person now." Shui Jisui said helplessly, "Hurry up, Lord Qin Shan did not cheat." Liang Chaoguan glanced at Shui Tianjun, then at Master Yi, who was dignified and not angry, and finally at Qin Pingan, got up, patted the dust on his body, and silently chatted with that Master Yi striding towards the ferry. "Go." Qin Pingan kindly reminded, "Forgot? Dragon snake track has been leased to Luopa Mountain." Liang Chaoguan said loudly, "I haven't forgotten. Pindao plans to stay in Luopa Mountain to practice well." Shui Jisui didn't have a cross-continental ferry, and Shui Jisui sacrificed a talisman boat, which was enough to travel across continents. Fortunately, Yidan also followed the Taoists back to Shenzhou, the Middle Land. An extremely rare colorful short whip is hung around her waist, and the phrase hugong was refined in ancient Xishan, and the word catch the sea are engraved. Jiang Shangzhen asked in his heart, Miyu, you have been to the summer palace, but you don't know why the mountain master is so wary of Yi Dan? Miyu hesitated for a moment and replied with his heart, I used to have nothing to do in the summer palace. I like to read files. I really know the inside story here. Apart from being a Taoist priest, Yi Dan is also a swordsman. She once went to after crossing the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he rushed to the battlefield for the first time, and was seriously injured. He was severely injured by Hui Ting, the monster sword cultivator of the Hongya sword sect, with fat powder. The guardian of the elders, so she once made an oath, whoever can kill the enemy, if it is a man she is willing to become a Taoist partner with him, if it is a woman she will serve as a maidservant for 100 years. It is no wonder that our Lord Yingguan Sa Yi Dan is so scared to death. If she insists on fulfilling her oath and stays on the Luapa mountain, what should I do, Mr. Yingguan? Jiang Shangzhen suddenly realized, there is a shrinking whip in the fate, but it can't shrink the lovesickness. Miyu said, switch to the two of us? It's not a big deal. Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, this is where we are far inferior to the mountain lord. The greatest charm of a man is to be clean and self-sufficient, and to be single-minded in love, so that women in the world can neither desire nor desire. Miyu was in admiration. Chief Zhou's words really spoke to his heart. Chen Pingan said, when Xiaoma comes back, you sword celestial beings plus Pei Qian will accompany me to Dali capital city. Pei Qian. Jiang Shangzhen Miyu. A martial artist from the Endless Realm, and 2 sword cultivators from the Immortal Realm. Xiaomo, Xiego and Lao Def. This is another 3 sword cultivators of Ascension Realm. Chen Pingan, the new national teacher of the Great Li dynasty, will appear in the court hall for the first time. Sword of Coming Chapter 1109. There is more than one cross-continental ferry, so there must be some clues about Zhenlangxi? Boarding the dragon and snake traces, ascending the heights and overlooking, Qin Shanzhu accidentally saw the Dragon's Ridge mountain. A certain proposal of Mi Jianxian shouldn't be made when there are many people. Being the chief of the next sect, is he still wronged? Li Muzhou, the current viewer of Jingwei Temple. When the Taoist priest came, the nascent soul realm had not yet reached the bottleneck, but when he left, it was already jade. Previously in the study of the gatekeeper of Luapa Mountain, Taoist Xianwei, Li Muzhou seemed to be enlightened by a single word, and his mood was opened, like a heavy rain washing away the dust, and like turning the clouds to see the sun. The momentum is like a broken bamboo. Then broken. When Li Muzhou came out of the state of Xinzhai and came back to his senses, he broke through, and the Taoist priest, who was not stagnant and refreshed, still checked his mind carefully, and it was really all right. Li Muzhou immediately stood up from the chair, with 1,000 words in his mind. It seemed that they were all burdensome, so he had to say a very solemn Taoist check. Like a Taoist priest worshipping piously, a Taoist mountain that stands upright. At this moment, Taoist Xianwei was completely confused. Li Daochang, even if you don't know the answer to the question on the origami page, you don't have to feel so guilty if you can't answer it. The key is why you still have red eyes. After much deliberation, Xianwei could only come up with an answer that he could barely convince himself. He is indeed a serious Taoist priest who came out of a famous school. Courtesy is a lot. Apologies are so polite. Xianwei just wanted to give Li Muzhou a gift. After all, he was the gatekeeper of Luaba Mountain, and he was also the new mountain owner of the fragrant volcano. He also took in an apprentice. The burden on his shoulders was heavy. The etiquette. I never thought that the mountain master would appear in the study out of thin air, and stretch out his hand to support Xianwei's arm. The meaning could not be more obvious, so that Xianwei does not have to return the courtesy. If he hadn't become the master of the Jingwei Temple, Li Muzhou might be the Taoist priest he most wanted to stay after all. After all, the general affairs were heavy. This desolate mountain, strange or not, really makes Li Muzhou feel too natural and friendly. At that time, Qin Pingan accompanied Li Muzhou out of the house. The rain had stopped outside the house. Li Muzhou even forgot to take the oil paper umbrella. Still remembering things, he picked up the umbrella and ran to the door, calling for that Li Daochang, but Qin Pingan turned his head and laughed. Road. As Li Daochang's slight thank you, just accept it. Xianwei had no choice but to accept it. Qin Ping smiled and said, when carefully, think about it carefully, anyone can say the phrase, if the poor Taoist is your master's patriarch, Taoist I am your patriarch's master? One carefully looked as if he had been struck by 5 thunders for a moment, and was dumbfounded. Is it really the portrait of the patriarch hanging on the highest place in the patriarch hall of the Taoist palace? That white jade headmaster Jinglu wearing a lotus crown. When Cece was full of tears, facing the direction of Xuanhuan Mountain, knelt 3 times and kowtowed 9 times, and said in a trembling voice, "When Cece of Lingfei Palace, I pay my respects to the Supreme Patriarch and Teacher Lu." Lu Chen's lineage respecting the teacher really has nothing to say. From the xianxia who dares to scold the world and everyone, but who does not scold his master, to Chao Rong, the heavenly king who has been deceived by his master and has been delayed for a long time, and has never complained, to his disciple son Xiangjuan, and even if you are expelled from the division, Zhao Fiang who still recognizes Lu Chen as his ancestor, and Qing Qian, the real person who wants to beat Zhao Fiang to death because of Zhao Fiang's Taoist uniform? Of course there is. Also the arrogant Wen Xieshi in front of him. Bai Xian asked in his heart, "Master Chao, what's the matter with this guy? Let me explain in advance, I didn't say anything, the conscience of heaven and earth, I just invited him to occupy a place on the list of heroes." Qin Pingan explained, "It has nothing to do with you. He always wanted to meet someone but he didn't recognize him when he saw it. He missed it. It's hard to say whether he will have the chance to meet again in this life." Bai Xian nodded. In this way he can be considered a man of temperament, such a hero, he should be included in the list of heroes. Qin Ping stretched out his hand. "Here, take a look at that booklet." Bai Xian's spirit was shaken and he said happily, "Master Chao, you also want to record your name? That's it." Qin Ping hit Bai Xian with a chestnut and put his head in his hands and said with an angry smile, "Do you know that Pei Qian is your age? Even if I say something to her, I have to go through my brain several times to make sense of it." As expected of Bai Xian asked tentatively, "Master Chao, is there such a possibility that Pei Qian will be less willing to use his brain once his boxing level is high?" Qin Ping rubbed the center of his eyebrows, stretched out his hand to hold Bai Xian's head, and said with a smile, "You have great courage." After Wen stood up carefully, his expression had returned to normal. Qin Pingan said, "If Master Wen is not in a hurry, go to Jumping Fish Mountain and wait. Pei Qian will show up to have a match or two with you soon." Wen carefully judged the two and said, "I dare not call it a competition, but I just ask Grandmaster Pei for advice." Qin Pingan said, "Of course you are a martial arts genius, but you are not a pure martial artist." Wen was careful and silent. Qin Ping said with a smile, "If you really want to learn boxing, then going up the mountain is easy, but going down the mountain is not necessarily." Wen said carefully, "The younger generation is already mentally prepared." Qin Ping pointed to the direction of Jumping Fish Mountain. "Pei Qian is already waiting for you at the foot of the mountain." Wen carefully cupped his fist to say goodbye, and galloped away with a lot of momentum, when a series of noises like thunder rolled on the ground sounded on the road. Bai Xian sighed in admiration. "It is really admirable to dare to single out Pei Qian. It is worth me to make an exception and write his name first." Pei Qian followed the master so far in the rivers and lakes. There is a tacit understanding. For example, when Zhou Haijing wanted to ask about boxing, Qin Pingan said, "Don't take it too seriously if you are too serious about invincibility, which means that you need to pay attention to all this. Discuss but don't hurt your peace." What Qin Pingan and Pei Qian said today, the front and back sentences just reversed. The meaning is not difficult to understand, in fact it is just one point: you can't kill people. When carefully arrived at the foot of Jumping Fish Mountain, just cupped his fists and wanted to speak. Pei Qian just said, "Same situation." In a blink of an eye the punch has arrived. When carefully had no time to fight, let alone fight back, when Pei Qian hit him in the neck and knocked him down. When Xixia's eye sockets were instantly bloodshot, and the blood in his body surged like a flood bursting a bank. Pei Qian stomped his feet lightly again, and when Cece, who was lying on the ground bleeding from his orifices, bounced up. When Pei Qian came to him, she kicked Wen Cece with her toes, and threw Wen Cece into the martial arts arena on the mountain. It's really easy to go up the mountain. A person suddenly fell from the sky. The 6 martial arts practitioners were startled. When Xing lay down on the muddy ground of the martial arts arena, struggled to get up several times, and vomited a big mouthful of blood, but the blood flowed a little bit, opened his eyes, the blue sky was thousands of miles away and he felt comfortable. If you can't bear Pei Qian Tong's 2 punches, you won't go down the mountain. Sun Yuanji just glanced at it and shouted, "Keep going." A man sitting on a bench picking his feet hurriedly shouted, "This man who fell from the sky, don't come to our place to cheat the medicine fee. From this day on, there will be one more martial arts master in Jumping Fish Mountain who only receives 1 punch from Pei Qian every day." Then negotiate the price with Master Zheng. Soak a bucket of medicine, one price a day. The market is not the same. When carefully doesn't bother to care about this, let Master Zheng keep it in the account. The 6 people who originally thought that it was quite hard to learn boxing in Taoyuan saw with their own eyes every day a master from Yunyujing fell to the ground, slept peacefully for a while and then staggered up. His clothes were soaked in blood. They are all bright red footprints. From this point of view, learning boxing is not hard. Pei Qian came over to feed punches, not at regular intervals. If it was in the morning to teach punches, when carefully liked it, after being punched he felt his whole body fell apart, so he went to soak in a steaming hot tub. Taking a bath with medicinal water, changing into clean clothes, sitting on the small bench refreshed, chatting with Master Zheng, watching those boys and girls practicing boxing, it was very good, and the day was very fulfilling. If Pei Qian came to feed his punches at night, when Xianxia would have been worried for a long time, sitting sickly on the bench, unable to lift his spirits, and he didn't dare to ask Pei Qian, it was Master Zheng who was righteous and helped him after a discussion. The daily discussion will be scheduled at 1 o'clock in the morning. As a reward, when carefully gave Master Zheng and that Mastertsen a helping hand, teaching the 6 children a few stances and boxing moves. Once you come and go, you will get the name of Master Wen now, because there is a Master Zheng who is not to be judged by his appearance, to accompany him to gag and talk about the mountains, when Xianxia doesn't feel that the life of practicing boxing and teaching boxing in the mountains is so boring. 2 guys who will enjoy themselves on the top of the downcast mountain are lying on wicker chairs. The sword fairy is eating melon seeds, and the master is eating longan. Brother Zhong, it doesn't seem to be a problem for you to be so idle every day. I heard that the swordsman Xuanhuan is already a martial artist with a golden body, and he Chizhou is not a weak hand, the number 1 in the world. Name, don't you want it? Brother me, I'll go to Jumping Fish Mountain tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. I heard from Mi Li that there's an extra traveler called Wen Shixiong over there. I'll go meet for a while. Brother Zhong, if I remember correctly, you also said the same thing the day before yesterday. You said that you will meet Jing Dafeng for a while, and weigh the weight of this former gatekeeper. This morning the old chef's topping noodles, I always feel that the taste is not as good as yesterday. Is it because I have a tricky mouth, or is the old cook just not paying attention today, just perfunctory? Our brothers? Brother Zhong, help me think of a more reliable way, how to delay the date of going to Tongyi's house. Go to the sword worship platform and have a fight with that old deaf boy. If you get injured, you can stay here to recuperate. The old deaf child may not be willing to agree to this matter. Brother Mi is the chief priest of the next sect anyway. Even if the meeting is held in the Patriarch Hall of Jisa Peak, the seat position is still very close to the front. Although the old deaf child has a higher realm, after all, it's just a general offering from our lost mountains, and the first level of the official ranks crushes people to death. Well, what's more, you are still half of the same country and he doesn't give you this bit of face? Can't, that's too bad for a person. Huh. That makes sense. Brother Zhong, what do you want to eat for tonight's supper? It's sad. Don't worry, think about it quickly. Xiaomi Li told me in private that the skill of the old cook is directly related to our requirements. Okay, if that's the case, then I'm going to be ashamed and I'm going to make everyone more happy. In the end, the Taoist priest who chose to stay in Luoluo Mountain became 4 because of one more Liang Chaoguan who temporarily changed his mind. Liang Chaoguan was of course very jealous of that Qin Shanzhu, but when the young Taoist priest thought of the great reputation of his uncle Yi Chushi, he felt even more uncertain. This is called choosing the lesser of 2 evils. It's really not that Liang Chaoguan is timid. In fact, there are many Taoist priests who fear Yi Dan, Taofushan and Do Ran sect. Although Yi Dan, native place, was born in Erhu Peak of Taofu Mountain, and her dojo is on the back mountain of Erhu Peak, but Yi Dan is also one of the Do Ran sect's Haigong masters. The reason why she is the head of 2 Dao veins is that there is a mysterious cause and effect of going up the mountain. If Yi Dan was not robbed in the Great Wall of Sword Qi back then, she was hit by a certain number and could not escape. Otherwise, with Yi Dan aptitude and bones, she would definitely be an immortal, should have been the peak master of Erhu Peak long ago. And the Taoist protector who was supposed to fight for a chance to help her escape was the Taoist partner of Tong Meng, the founder of Do Ran and one of the 6 descendants of Yu Xian. It was just that she hurt Yi Dan in order to save Yi Dan on the battlefield. At the root of the Tao, she passed away soon, and her reincarnation this life is the female crown wuxia who was brought back to the mountain by Yi Dan himself to renew her celestial relationship. Yi Dan felt guilty for the Do Ran faction, so he only kept the golden and jade genealogy of the Erhu Peak Daoji, and then relied on his own strength and all he had. After accumulating merit, she transferred to the Duran school, and was promoted step by step to the high level of the Duran school. In addition, she also served as one of the special Taoist officials in the Taofu Mountain Patriarch Hall, and was in charge of picking up the merits and demerits of Taoist priests from one mountain and 4 sections. There are even some gossips. In the early years, Yu Xian had approached Yi Dan in private and asked her if she had any thoughts on being the Taoist priest of Taofu Mountain Patriarch Hall. She said no. According to outside rumors, Yi Dan's reason was that his morals were too low to take on a big responsibility. But in fact there is no such nonsense. Yi Dan and that patriarch Yu Xian, from the beginning to the end, she just said, no. On the Jumping Fish Mountain side, there are only 6 cultivators, and among the preachers, there are the second seats in Luoba Mountain to worship Xiego, and the young men who have been arrested for a few days are named to worship Gontang, and they moved here from Jiling Peak. The 4 Taoist masters of the Middle Earth Shenzhou Real. 6 people went to the mountain to practice, and there were 6 masters who helped to preach. Isn't the 2 sides of learning and preaching the same as one-on-one? Generally speaking, the so-called personal inheritance in the mountains is mostly a situation where a master brings several direct descendants. How can there be such special treatment that is rare and unimaginable? This made the 6 Jumping Fish Mountain learners, all of them the sable hat girl who first came to Jumping Fish Mountain to be a master. She called herself Bai Jing, and had beheaded several throne monsters. Whoever dares to believe such a thing, everyone has doubts in their hearts. Probably on the battlefield of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, the day before yesterday I sacrificed a flying sword to a certain throne monster, and yesterday I threw a spell at another throne monster from a distance. Is it considered cut? When it comes to preaching, Xiego has no patience. Whenever they ask a question, Xie, who always likes to put the second seat on his mouth, will stare at someone and look at each other. The latter doesn't know what he is asking. Too mysterious or too superficial. Later, Xiego felt that their previous learning paths were too unsightly, so he casually threw out several chi refining and breathing techniques and cave-carrying techniques, a total of 6 kinds, which happened to belong to 6 categories, and asked them to study hard. Practice, don't pick and choose, learn all. She will test the results after a while, first determine their general aptitude for learning different Taoism, and then she will make a decision how to tailor the preaching to them. Start small. Stove. The 6 people went in without knowing it. No matter how good their aptitude was, and no matter how talented they were in cultivating Taoism, they were after all the outstanding ones in a certain country and place in Aquarius continent. Who knew the meaning of the Tao name Bai Jing, and how did she know that this girl with a sable hat was a well-deserved one among the Taoist priests of a group of cranes on the ancient land? Anyway, in the minds of the 6 of them, at least for the time being, this Master Xie's cultivation attainment seemed to be inferior to that of the general worshipper, Gontang, who came later. Help to solve the puzzle, and the answer is extremely accurate. Some are lost. The old deaf-mute eats Coptis chinensis, and occasionally looks cautiously at Senior Bai Jing in the distance. The latter smiles, nods, and casts an encouraging or gratifying look. He is not bad at teaching. It made the old deaf children worry about whether they would become long-term workers just because they were working part-time. From Taofu Mountain in the ancestral court, he is the first disciple of Yang Shenbao on Hebei Peak, Xiangtong Yuanyingjing. In terms of seniority, they are Fulu Yuxuan's grandchildren, but they are already too tall to be taller. Feixian Palace Libiyu, the reincarnation disciple of Tianjun Shuijisue. The direct disciple of Mei Zhen, head of the Do Ran school, by Feng. There is also Taofu Mountain Niho Peak, Liang Chaoguan. Among the 3 young Jindan Earth Immortals, Liang Chaoguan was still a sword cultivator. When the alchemy reached the 2nd rank, they also gave birth to a natal flying sword. The sword turns with the breath, and within Liang Chaoguan's body and the world, there will be auspicious visions that recur in the dark in the past. What's more, the ancestral Taoism book, Xuanhuan 8-scene sword classic, enshrined in the Patriarch Hall of Hofeng, is ready to move, as if paying homage and congratulating. Master immediately helped to report the great news to Zhu Shitang, so Liang Chaoguan was eligible to visit Yinmeng Cave. He and Hebifeng Xiangtong have always disliked anyone, a master who thinks that the other party is lying on the credit book, and every time he shows up, his eyes grow above his eyebrows. One thinks that the other party is because of 2-1 aptitude for cultivation. Generally speaking, only then will there be branches outside the Tao of Talismans, and become some kind of sword cultivator who will have a lot of promise in the future. If it weren't for this trip to Luopa Mountain, since the 2 hate each other, it would be better not to see each other. Taofu Mountain has a vast territory with more than 20 peaks, and more than 300 Taoist temples and palaces in the mountain. There are so many Taoist priests. At the ferry, how many Taoist priests will meet with someone today, and if they want to see each other again, they don't know the year of the monkey. I never thought that now they need to get along day and night, seeing each other every day. Bai Xian got advice from Guizhuzhou, and went to retreat without saying hello to anyone. It is called retreat, but it is just closing the door and sitting on the futon. To retreat and break through the realm, Bai Xian only used an incense stick of kung fu, and when he left the customs he was already a sword cultivator in the Longmen realm who was full of spirit and full of sword spirit. A natal flying sword hovers around Bai Xian non-stop, like thousands of wisps of white clouds lingering around a lofty mountain. Bai Xian threw off his sleeve and said the word receive, and the flying sword returned to the center of his eyebrows. Originally, when he heard the commotion outside the house, Bai Xian immediately became unhappy and looked down on someone. Do you feel that your retreat may not be successful, and you need to protect yourself? Or do you feel that you have become a little dragon gate so you want to congratulate me? What a stinking problem, our Luobashan can't be spoiled by you, so vain and pretentious. Mr. Bai is not used to you. Just about to eat a few caddies of arsenic when I went out I saw everyone scolding me. As a result, Bai Xian turned his head and saw that Master Chow was also there, sitting on the bamboo chair in the porch of his own room. With a bad smile, he trotted up to the guy in the green shirt, long coat, cloth shoes and smoking a cigarette, and stood still suddenly. Master Chow, you don't need to worry. Chen Ping said with a smile. This retreat took up a lot of time, half a stick of incense longer than I expected. Next time we will continue to work hard. Xiao Mili sat aside, holding a golden pole and a green bamboo stick, clapping her hands silently. It's amazing. Chen Pingan stood up, put the pipe in his sleeve, waved the smoke and said with a smile, Old deaf man. Son, jumping into the fish mountain to help preach. Now that there are enough people, you don't have to worry about it here. There are too many masters who preach and teach, but it is easy for those who learn the Tao to have no way to start, and they are too greedy to chew. Of course, if you are particularly interested in teaching, you can also go there to take a closer look. In short, this matter is not compulsory, it all depends on your personal hobbies. As if the old deaf child had been pardoned, his old face, which had been wrinkled in pain, gradually became more relaxed. Never thought that Senior Bai Jing squinted and wanted to run. You are an ordinary worshipper with low status and arrogance, and you still want to ask me and Xiaoma for some sword skills? Do you know how difficult it was in the ancient times to obtain a sentence or two of true biography? Back then, how many enlightened demon chi refiners were willing to be the gatekeepers of the caves and the mountain guards of the dojos for hundreds of years in order to hear the Taoism from a certain person who had attained the Tao? The old deaf boy knew that he was on a pirate ship, so he had to pretend to think about it and temporarily changed his words. Shanju, I think it is best to have a beginning and an end when doing something. I will not go to the fish mountain every day so as not to hinder other masters teach, even I'll go over there to have a look and give some pointers. It's not difficult after all, and it should be. Qin Pingan looked puzzled and said empathetically, wouldn't it delay Gantang's self-cultivation? The old deaf child glanced at the young Yingguan, but the Lord Yingguan didn't have a definite hint, so he had to make the least mistaken choice. No, since I have become a priest of Luoba Mountain, I must do something within my ability. Just like a teacher who preaches harshly, asked the lazy apprentice, the boy is so diligent in practice, staying up late to complete the Taoist lessons, it will not hurt the spirit, pay more attention to the body. Chen Pingan nodded and said, it's fine if you want to, and jumping into the fish mountain to preach is enough. The old deaf boy has a smile on his face and I have told you all the beautiful things so I will just let it go? Isn't it just not paying attention? This Luapa mountain is really not a place where honest people can stay. It's really not a place for people to stay. As soon as that surname Chen left, the old deaf boy saw that Senior Bai Jing looked unhappy. The old deaf child was depressed. Where did he say something wrong again? Before leaving the sword-worshipping platform, Chen Pingan laughed in his heart. When Xiaomo returns to the mountain, you two will more or less take the time to teach Gantang one or two superior sword skills suitable for him. Xiego reluctantly said, the old deaf boy is not worthy of letting Xiaoma teach swordsmanship in person, but I can choose a time when I am in a good mood and teach him two kinds of weak swordsmanship. This time it was the mountain master's turn to squint at the second seat. Xiego had no choice but to explain sincerely, Lord Shan, the same swordsmanship and two cultivators, one who has heard the Tao can be divided into 3 warriors, can they be the same? My chicken ribs are Gantang's supreme treasure. Don't worry, he will be grateful to date. Damn it, if it were me, if I could help a few children to preach for a few days casually, say with a few baskets of nonsense, you can learn 2 kinds from someone? Even if it's just one kind that can make Bai Jingxini's superb swordsmanship from the sword worship platform to the jumping fish mountain, I have to walk there on my knees every day and I am willing to climb it. Lord of the Mountain, to tell you the truth, back then I was extremely firm in my pursuit of Taoism, and I went forward without hesitation. Qin Pingan said helplessly, I believe what I said before and it is indeed sincere. It's the last sentence, don't add to the superfluous. Xiaomo will occasionally talk to me about some past events, your so-called heart of seeking Tao, isn't it Shanzai now? Xiao's patriarch. Killed a few, got a few cheap books, learned them and then went to block the way and accepted the Dao name that sounded pleasing to the ear. Xiego shyly said, Xiaomo is really, that's what I said. Qin Pingan said, no wonder Mr. Zheng looks at you with admiration. It turns out that he regards you as a senior on the same path. Xiego said cautiously, City Lord Zheng also often robs houses, kills people and steals goods, destroys corpses and wipes out traces? Qin Ping smiled and said, that's not the case, it should be more reserved and in line with the rules. After all, it is in the world of Hauran. If it is in the wilderness it will be hard to say. Won't it be worse than Zhoumi? Xiego said, if it wasn't for the mountain master to open his mouth and ease his cheeks, Xiaomo and I would not be able to teach Gontang swordsmanship. Qin Ping asked curiously, why? Xiego grinned and said, Xiaomo doesn't like old deaf children like cowards. If Xiaomo doesn't like it, she doesn't like it. Qin Pingan said, you don't know, according to the secret records of the Summer Palace, this fellow Taoist Longxing also performed feats when he was young. The old deaf child is unwilling to open this pot of old wine and invite people to drink. It's not good for me to be an outsider. Yuzu took over. A cross-continental fairy dragon snake track, that never leaves when it comes to Nujiadu, is leased to Luoluo Mountain for free for 100 years. Jiang Shangzhen had already walked around the ferry carefully, shaking his head. There was a fly in the ointment. Even if Old Master Yu was a little more sincere and willing to take the initiative to send dozens of main drawings and hundreds of appendix drawings to Luo Bashan, it would probably be a pile of waste paper in Qin Ping's hands. The reasoning couldn't be simpler. There are more than 360 single talismans that need to be dismantled by Qin Pingan one by one. There are a lot of talisman boats in the world. This one can be called the ancestor of Fu Zhou. When Jiang Shangzhen was a teenager, he once asked Lauer Sun a very naive question. Why not make the secret teaching methods of the Patriarch Hall public, so that anyone in the sect can learn the genealogy monks? The old man just patted the young man on the head and passed on with a sentence. When you become the master of the house one day, you will know whether you are willing or not, and whether you can or not are two different things. At the village school, there was another Master Jiang who said he was a substitute teacher for Mr. Chen for a period of time. I don't know what Jiang Fuzi said to a certain pungent woman when he came to the door. The next day, there was a child who dropped out of the village school and transferred to another village. Child happy very. Generally speaking, among the dozen or so village school boys, some liked Jiang Fuzi more, and some liked Mr. Chen more. Dao Sherding returned to Luoba Mountain alone, with a complicated expression on his face. I heard that Mr. Chen was in retreat at Fiolu. Fortunately, before the retreat, the mountain master left a message to Xiaoli, saying that when Taoist Ding returned, he asked him to come to Fiolu to discuss the Tao with him. Qin Pingan is indeed practicing his sword in retreat. The one who guards the gate is Xiego. So Xiego is becoming more and more dissatisfied with that old deaf boy now. He is squatting in the latrine and not shitting. If you don't work hard like this, you will be removed from the title of general worship. However, before the retreat this time, the mountain master said that someone would naturally be willing to replace Gontang to enshrine, and the preacher of Jumping Fish Mountain would still make up the number of 6 people. Is it the Taoist priest in front of me? Xiego asked. Go and return, what are you asking for? Who doesn't know how to speak politely? Taoist Ding asked in his heart. Will the words of Xiao Dao and Senior disturb Mr. Chen's retreat? Xiego shook his head with a smile and said, no, the distance between 2 feet is like 2 heavens and earth. With your knowledge, you can't quarrel with our mountain master Lianjian. Taoist Ding took off his boots, sat in the corridor, his head was sunk, a little listless, and he said helplessly, now Xiao Dao can no longer distinguish between the words jade and immortal. He was on the way of Shui Tianjin's talisman boat, and he was reviewing the game with all the Taoist priests. When Taoist Ding suddenly woke up, he was in a fairyland. Where is the jade that was carefully fried by the sun and the moon? Xiego suddenly said, it seems that our mountain lord looks at you with admiration and is willing to polish you, a little bull-nosed Taoist priest. Seeing that you don't know what to do, and you don't understand yourself, I have to find a reason to let you go back to the mountain. It's a good thing, don't worry about it. With a face. The implication of Xiago's words is very simple. You don't know how to flatter, don't distinguish between good and bad, be careful to be chopped off. In the house, Master Qinshan practiced the sword the day before yesterday, and this is the second time he has been eclipsed. Last time, a shocking groove of blood was drawn out of the neck. It's amazing not because of how exaggerated the injury is, but because of the 14 realms behind the scenes hiding in the shadows, who were able to ignore the Luobashan Mountain Protector Formation and Fiola's heavy restrictions, without revealing any clues. Just let a martial artist who is at the end of the realm and return to the true level suffer from this level of injury. The second ruthless strike directly opened a wound on the back of Qin Pingan, who was immersed in the process of sword refining with bones visible. This made Xiego, who was in charge of guarding the gate, gnash his teeth in anger. Fortunately, Qin Pingan gave up practicing sword again. The old was still there and he was not at all decadent. He opened the door, sat in the corridor and chatted with Xiego for a while. Fortunately, Qin Pingan has a bird in a cage. Otherwise, halfway through the retreat, the consequences will not be small. In the lightest case, the aura of heaven and earth leaks out. In severe cases, the Dao Qi of the whole body is cleared or the Dao deeds of dozens of years are damaged. Let's just talk about the dispersal of spiritual energy. Since ancient times, it is easy to release and difficult to take back. Every spell and supernatural power cast is indeed throwing money out of the piggy bank. To separate the turbid and clear spirit between the heaven and the earth requires a chi refiner to peel off the cocoon bit by bit. It is relatively easy for those with a high realm, but for a chi refiner of the lower 5 realms, it will take countless time just for this one thing. If there is no family study or guidance from a wise teacher, no magic weapon handed down by the teacher, neither the geographical advantage of the fairy mansion dojo, and no one to be friendly with, of course, you will run into walls everywhere, and your practice will not go smoothly. Walking on a fork in the road, only talking about cultivating one natal object, genealogy monks, all have ready-made practice steps. Where can Shan Xiaxiu hear the Tao? Those who have been taught by masters are called true teachings. In a word, if there is no guide, you will be lost forever, and the ghosts who kill the time will hit the wall. It is not the most terrible thing, but you are afraid that you will go astray in your practice and walk on a road of no return. Dead end. Refining and scrapping a candidate natal object may be acceptable to the genealogical monks, but there are still substitutes. It is the tragic end of the avenue being cut off. Therefore, Zhangzita Daochang will set up at least one large formation to protect the mountain. Different Dharma lineages, each peak also has its own formation, layer by layer blessing, in order to store wind and water, gather spiritual energy, and invisibly clear the dirt between heaven and earth evil spirit. You must know that the operation of all large formations requires immortal money. As long as this expenditure is multiplied by the number of years, the amount will be very large. This leads to another crucial question, whether the mountain protection array can absorb the surrounding. If the answer is to absorb the aura of heaven and earth, then how big is the surrounding area? Almost all sects in history have different choices, and they are all doomed to avoid this question that should not be disclosed to the public. Generally speaking, 2 sects are more than thousands of miles apart? It is because they are afraid of offensive conflicts, just like rivers and rivers fighting each other for waterways. The choice of Luopashan is extremely conservative. It is just to seal up the aura of heaven and earth so that it does not leak out, and does not use the method of swallowing mountains and rivers with energy with a large formation. The Longquan sword sect, who was also in Chuzhou back then, did the same thing, but even so, due to the geographical proximity of the 2 sects, as the saying goes, one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers, the Longquan sword sect was still forced to move out. From the perspective of the world, Ruan Qiong, the chief enshrined of the Dali imperial family, had to take the initiative to give way to the young hermit official of the Sword Qi Great Wall, and had to avoid his edge. The Tiger Wei Bo personally helped move the mountain, and the Song family of Dali, who was in the middle, gave Ruan Qiong a compensation and allocated a large piece of land in the old Beiyue boundary of Dali to Longquan Jianzhou. In the eyes of other monks in Aquarius continent, all this is reasonable. There are even a lot of gossips that have a nose and an eye, saying that by chance Qin Shanzhu, who encountered a changing situation, actually tried to go to a blacksmith shop to find a place to stay when he was young, but the result was that his eyes were higher than the top. Ruan Qiong looked down on him in every possible way, thinking that the poor boy had no qualifications for cultivation, and he was unwilling to accept Qin Pingan as a disciple. I don't know when Aquarius continent began to secretly poke and spread a few sayings. You can't accept disciples to Ruan Qiong, you can't judge the chief Ruan, release the big leak Ruan Jianxian. These humorous sayings were all told by Lu Xianyang to Qin Pingan himself. At that time, Qin Pingan held back for a long time and asked Master Ruan what he thought when he heard these statements. Lu Xianyang thought about it seriously and said Ruan Taijiang was expressionless and calm. Maybe. Explain? How would Qin Pingan explain this kind of thing? Explain to Master Ruan, or explain to those in Aquarius Island who spread the news? Don't let me meet you tongue-chewing face to face, be careful. Dao Sherding asked cautiously, Senior, are you very old? Xiego twitched the corner of his mouth. I slept for a long sleep and missed many things. It can't be regarded as a real Taoist age. Why, if you are older and have a higher realm than you, I feel a little bit happier gone. Daoist Ding shook his head and said, Xiao Dao doesn't think like this, practice is his own job. Xiego followed the little Taoist's words. A Taoist, what he sees in his eyes is too focused on the things in front of him and the things at hand. What I see in my heart is at most what my future is like, and I don't care much about the world outside the human body. Taoism, at least in my opinion, is hardly a Taoist priest. It doesn't mean that you have to be a kind and good person, and you have to walk around in the world of mortals and go through one after another. It's just that now you Taoists, starting from the ancestors of Taoism, and then to the ancestors of various schools, plus those Taoist classics that can be easily flipped, all require your disciples and grandchildren to accumulate external skills, and the Taoists even proposed something. 3,000 merits and the like. There are thousands of branches of the orthodoxy, each with its own ebb and flow. The rise and fall of honor and disgrace can be, since everyone looks at one thing in this way and holds the same opinion, it is naturally because of this thing that it is profitable. Do you understand the real meaning of what I want to say? Dao Sherding nodded and said, the senior understands what the senior meant. Xiego sneered and said, don't pretend you don't understand, just pretend to be stupid with me. Daoist Ding said, how dare you, thanks dog? Said, the reason why I want to chat with you a few more words is because I think you are more similar to those Taoist priests in the world, but only in relative terms. You can't imagine what it's like here. If you can hear a few words about the true teaching of Taoism from a senior cultivator, some people will ask for it. He fell down on the ground, cried bitterly, and made no secret of it. He not only worshipped the grace of the Master to preach, but also kowtowed to the virtue of nurturing heaven and earth, and even worshipped his own Taoist heart. He never felt guilty about the way he came from behind. You guys can't do it, you're not pure enough, you don't cry for real, you don't laugh for real, you have all sorts of worries, you make all sorts of calculations, you do everything as if you're doing business with someone and you don't know it. When Daoist Ding heard this, he was in high spirits, swaying in his heart, yearning for it. Xiego glanced at the little Taoist priest. He is indeed a talent to be made. Daoist Ding thought about it for a moment and seemed to have realized something. He raised his arm, stretched out a palm, raised it up and shook it slightly. If there is a sage ahead who can be called a moral person, he will divide the world into yin and yang, temporarily using good and evil to forcibly name it. Deizaki district is hard to prove and not easy to get. Those who practice good ways will die young, and those who practice evil ways will be able to climb high. This is the most deceptive way to deceive the younger generations. But those who are careful to count will know that the former achieves many successes, and the latter loses more. For beginners who dare to say that they must be the ones who have reached the top, they need to follow the former path. Those who hear the Tao first, invisibly become the guardians of the scholars behind them. If there is a separate legal system on the road, and a new door is established on the side of the road will be bigger and the road will be wider. Many people who walk on the same road can join hands going to the top of the mountain, ascending to the sky mightily. The Taoists with pure Taoism practiced a certain old site. 100 people can't do it, how about 1,000 people? Thousands of people are not enough, 10,000 people are of one mind. Our generation of Taoists can really do this, united as one. 10,000 years later, the number of people, momentum, and Tao veins are better than the battle of ascension to the sky 10,000 years ago, or broken and refined, to transform a city into a city, or to overwhelm the ruins of that court. Is it an extravagant hope? Why should the patriarchs of the three teachings worry about thousands of years? Why should they scatter? Xiego grimaced and nodded slightly. Little Taoist priests can do it. I didn't even think about it so much so far. His mind is much better than that of Yuan Jutsai. No wonder the owner of the mountain gave him blue eyes. Maybe he wanted to poach someone? That's fine, it's more than enough to enshrine Xianyubi like a desolate mountain. A spotless and immaculate green-clothed figure, the sword fairy turned into a rainbow light, swept out of the room, his sleeves fluttered, the atmosphere was vast, and the glaze was radiant. In a blink of an eye, he had traveled more than 100 miles away from the mountains and rivers. Taoist Ding heard the sound of birds, and Mr. Qin said with a smile, "Wait a moment, go back quickly." Daoshi Ding asked, "This is? Is Mr. Qin practicing some kind of secret technique?" Xiego curled his lips. "Since there is no way for the Yin spirit to get out of the body, let's find a similar method. The living can't be suffocated to death by urine." Taoist Ding admired sincerely, "Let you be surrounded by thousands of mountains and build your own road, and you are talking about people like Mr. Chen." Xiego nodded, "Little Taoist priest, you are more suitable for Luapa Mountain than the old deaf boy." Taoist Ding was shocked and said, "But that old deaf senior who is one of the 10 sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi?" Xiego rubbed his cheeks. "The old deaf boy is so famous? On my side, I want to pretend to be a humble and respectful bird. Could it be that this ordinary priest is dishonest?" Xiego remembered something. "Why does our mountain lord insist on you not asking for Xuanhuan? Is it because you have something unspeakable and painful so you can't ask Xuanhuan for advice?" Taoist Ding hesitated for a moment, but still chose to speak sincerely in this matter. "I like not to ask others for everything. Of course it is difficult to do so, so I will settle for the second best. At the beginning of my cultivation I set a framework for myself. Before using it to form the alchemy, I borrowed more than 200,000 talismans from Luching to the dojo of Taiging Fudi. I also allowed myself to pray with Patriarch Yu once in my life to break the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm. You can bypass the inner demons, thinking about using up this opportunity before retreating to prove the way and ascending." Xiego said, "That's very good. It's not about saving face. I don't ask for anything. I just ask for it cautiously. In this way it's our mountain master dog who is meddling with mice." Daoshi Ding shook his head and said, "It's senior, I misunderstood Mr. Chen, but actually Mr. Chen's intentions are deeper. Regarding my 200-year career in Taoism and Cloudwater, he was very positive and praised me a lot, but Mr. Chen also made a comment, which can be described as the needle hit the nail on the head and made me sweat profusely on the spot, which can benefit me for a lifetime." Xiego would not be polite to him. "Let's listen to that comment." Daoshi Ding took a deep breath and said slowly, "Mister, it's useless to ask others to ask for yourself. So he asked me to think about it, and one day I will be there. What should I do? What to do, what to think, turn around and look back at what the road was when this life was born." Xiego rubbed the sable hat. "You are not stupid. Do you have an answer right now?" Ding Daoshi said, "There is no answer yet. But now I have a few fresh ideas, and I have used multiple positive and negative arguments to verify a certain final point." Xiego smiled and said, "For example?" Taoist Ding smiled and said, "For example, the long river of time can flow backwards. When Patriarchy was filling the golden peak in Taofu Mountain, let alone begging once, I have to pack up and live outside Patriarchy's door. At least one question. Another example is that Patriarchy is outside the sky Xinghua. When I return to Yuhua Mountain, I will definitely carry a stack of amulets with me. When I go to the outer space I can not only ask the ancestors some questions, but also overlook the world in the bright galaxy, killing 2 birds with 1 stone." Xiego nodded and said, "You have figured it out. It turns out that the so-called begging of our mountain master is not the same concept as the begging in your heart." Daoshi Ding nodded vigorously and said in a deep voice, "It is true. When Taoist Ding sticks to asking for help, Mr. Chen is teaching me to seek Tao. Mr. Chen taught me the word asking the heart, which is to teach me to ask. In my mind, preaching in the mountains for high-fidelity people, it is better to teach people to fish than to teach them to fish. That's all, that's all." Xiego whispered, "Is there a possibility?" "I just said it is possible. In fact, our mountain master didn't think so much." Taoist Ding said firmly, "It's absolutely impossible." "Xiego is so strange. You are the Taoist priest of Lupo Mountain, but you can't do it, so you just go to Qinpingan?" Seeing the playful expression on the senior's face, Daoshi Ding was stunned and tentatively said, "No way?" Xiego looked embarrassed and raised his airs to teach him a lesson. "Young Taoist priest is uncertain. How dare you speak outside the Tao? Our mountain master's hard work in preaching for you has been greatly discounted." Taoist Ding smiled knowingly, put his hands into his sleeves, shrunk his neck, and basked in the warm sun. "Luapa Mountain is really a good place, and it has captured people's hearts without knowing it." Xiego laughed and said, "I want to betray you. Getting out. Leaving Yuhua Mountain is not difficult. I take advantage of the fact that I don't need to protect the pass for the Mountain Lord, so I will take a quick trip to see Yu Xian and say a few good words for you." I will allow you to stay in Luoba Mountain to practice Taoism for decades. In the past 100 years, when you enter the Ascension Realm one day and then return to Yuhua Mountain, then you can restore the Taoist degree and keep your status as a guest on the Luopa Mountain. Big leak. Taoist Ding said with bitterness on his face. The removal of the name from the genealogy of the Patriarch Hall is not a joke. The seniors are joking, so we must not do such a thing. Taoist Ding really can't do such activities as deviant. My body is disciplined, my heart is free, and this is the way Ding Daosher wants to walk. Xiego lazily said, a 200-year-old earth fairy is rare in our time. The little Taoist priest can stay here for a few more days and try to get acquainted with my Xiama. He and Luo Bao, the master of Bixiao Cave at Tan, has a very good relationship. After you prove your Tao and ascend, and you have the ability to travel to Qingming Qianxia by yourself, you only need to say that you are a Taoist friend of my Xiama. You can't say that. Master Bixiao has a heart. Little easy to hear this opening sentence. He gets bored in his sleeves. You can put it another way. Say that you are half of Xiaomo's junior. Maybe Bixiao Cave Master will chat with you a few words about Taoism. Daosher Ding has roughly guessed the true age of this ermine hat girl. It's no wonder that you can go to Tianwai if you say that you can go to Tianwai, and you can see your ancestor you if you want to. No matter what you talk about, there are no taboos, and you can talk about the old master of the Taoist temple in the East China Sea so lightly. Taoist Ding couldn't help asking curiously, the Taoist partner of the senior, is the same generation as the senior? Xiego grinned and said, the 10 heroes in the ancient world, plus 4 candidates, make a total of 14. Xiaomo and I have asked about half of them. This is the first time Daosher Ding has heard of the 10 heroes of the world. Even though it was the first time he had heard about this, Taoist Ding knew how important it was when ancient times and world were grouped together. It was really impossible to imagine the realm of those 14. Daosher Ding asked in his heart, Senior, can you tell me who they are? Xiego waved his hand, I'm right, you can't hear me. Taoist Ding asked in a roundabout way, dare to ask that boss sword fairy, is he one of the 10 heroes in the ancient world? Xiego shook his head. Qin Qingdu was only one of the candidates at the time. He didn't practice sword fast enough. He belonged to the kind of rare accumulation of accumulation, and he walked steadily with every step. Taoist Ding asked again, where is Li Sheng? Xiego smiled and said, it's still one of the candidates. Daosher Ding plucked up his courage, where are the patriarchs of the 3 religions, shouldn't it be? Xiego turned his head and took a look. Daosher Ding knew he wanted to go wrong. The patriarchs of the 3 religions are among the 10 heroes. The 4 candidates for the top 10 heroes in the world are not ranked in any order. Sword cultivator Qin Qingdu, the eldest sword fairy of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The little master Yuku, later Hao Ran Li Sheng, created characters and communicated with heaven and earth. Originally, Bai Zhe had the most hope of becoming the co-lord of the world's monster clan. Mr. Sanshan Jiuho, the ancestor of Fu Zonglu, has his ashram in Taishan, one of the 5 ancient mountains. Bai Jing once witnessed the detailed scene of Mr. Sanshan Jiuho preaching in the world. As for Qin Qingdu, at that time he was still a young man with thick eyebrows, big eyes and a Chinese face. He was not handsome. In terms of appearance alone, he was hundreds of Qin Pingan worse than the old blind man's shrine. When the battle of ascension to heaven was over, the master of Bixiao Cave, who stayed in Luobaotan and refused to contribute, relied on his Taoism and learned from Naji Temple, forcibly enclosing a large piece of land in the world, occupying it as his own, and refining a Taoist temple seems to be named Kaizhou. Then named the land of one state Guandao Temple? As a result, Daozu was annoyed. Xiego smiled and asked, it is said that Yu Xian monopolizes the word talisman, why did he Dao go to the sky? Yu Xian's disciple and grandson, have you never thought about the reason? Daosher Ding nodded and said, I thought about it but I didn't think about it. Xiego said, there is nothing I can't figure out. Naturally, Taoist priests have already occupied the road on the road. Taoist Ding pointed to the sky and said, the junior is puzzled. Since the senior has such a high level of Taoism and succeeded in joining the Tao early, why didn't he just go to the outer sky to refine the stars to make talismans? He did this, you juniors don't you have nowhere to go, what are you talking about? Stuck in a tank for 10,000 years you can't get angry. Xiego laughed and said, I blame the heavens and the people, you are suffering to death. In fact, not only Yu Xian was able to make great strides forward because of this, even Wei Shi, who had benefited from Mr. Sanshan Jiuhao's initiative to give way in that year, was able to make a living. With a chance at the 14th realm of Hadao, it's a pity that Wei Shi, who called himself the owner of the 37th peak, did not live up to his expectations. His strength was weak and he missed a move. Hearing Xiego's explanation, Taoist Ding suddenly realized that there are really Taoists who are willing to take the initiative to make way for future generations. There is one more high-minded person. Taoist Ding stood up, walked down the steps, and Tianjisho paid respect to the senior Fulu who still didn't know his name and Taoist name. Xiego thought of something again and she was very happy. The more she thought about it, the more fun she felt and she couldn't help laughing. She was lying in the corridor, dangling her legs. Xiama, go home quickly. Taoist Ding asked, may I ask which mountain is the dojo on? Now that he has made up his mind to stay here for more time, Taoist Ding wants to have more contact with his senior. Even if he doesn't ask about the Dharma, it would be good to ask more about the old almanac from 10,000 years ago. Xiego rolled his eyes and said, without a serious ashram, our Luapa mountain has never held a formal peak opening ceremony. Since Xiama doesn't have its own mountain, I marry a chicken as a chicken and a dog as a dog. Of course there is no. Probably the one who won this honor must be the Taoist Xianhui who guards the gate at the foot of the mountain. After that, the nascent soul realm will follow suit. Our mountain master has a heart. Ding Daosher was speechless. The old deaf son of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the senior in front of him and her Taoist companion. Mr. Chen's Luapa Mountain, which has just acquired the title of Zongzi, seems to be a little crowded with the great monks standing on the top of this mountain. Jianghu Mountain. The sky and the earth, which were originally sunny, were obscure, as if the mountains were covered by layers of clouds and mist. Outside the mountain, a majestic Dharma figure with a green shirt and a sword on his back was walking towards the mountain. Walking to the outside of the gate archway of Jianghu Mountain, the height of the sword fairy is no different from that of ordinary people. Just like a wandering the world at night, shrinking the mountains and rivers, all laws are not limited and the time is infinite. In the mountain there was a middle-aged patriarch who walked out of the main hall and went down the mountain to entertain the guests in person. The reunion after so many years seems to be just yesterday, and it is vivid in my memory. The meeting between the two parties is like spreading out a painting scroll that is still wet. This middle-aged man, whose appearance and temperament didn't seem to have changed in the slightest, even his attire was the same as before, with a sword on his back and an amulet hanging on his waist. He was the military monk who brought Ma Xuanhuan out of the Lizhu cave, Ma Xuanhuan's nominal preacher and secret guardian, and both sides had the status of master and apprentice. As if in a picture scroll of time, revisiting the old place hand in hand, the man looked around and smiled. It's so lifelike it's hard to tell the truth from the fake. It's hard for a boy in straw sandals to survive back then. Now that I have asked Chen Jianxian from Lezhenjiang Mountain, I can say a few more words. There was no sign of turning the major issue into the minor issue. Instead, he took the initiative to uncover the wedge of that conversation back then, and Qin Pingan didn't need to remind him. In the picture scroll, the location is the immortal tomb outside the town. The man and the boy talked about his reasoning. You are not qualified to bargain. If you agree, just nod your head. If you don't agree, just keep silent. If you feel unfair and unwilling, and if you can escape from the old ape by chance, then you can go to the real town after you leave the town. Wu Shan came to me to ask for the justice you thought. There was no look of anger on the boy's face, his eyes were bright and he just replied, if there is a chance, I will. The Ma Xuanhuan, who was an outsider, obviously wanted to say something at that time, but the man responded with a sentence. The dead are not qualified to speak harshly to the living. At this moment, Qin Pingan paid more attention to Ning Yao, as well as the mud-legged boy holding a short knife. No matter how you look at it, Ning Yao is a match made in heaven. Slowly retracting his gaze, Qin Ping let all the characters in the picture scroll temporarily leave the stage, with his hands wrapped around his sleeves, scattered in this fairy tomb that has not yet been converted into a temple by the Dali dynasty, and smiled. The words of the seniors back then by intuition can be heard come out, yes, I mean no harm. But to be honest, I didn't understand this truth at the beginning. On the subsequent journeys, I thought over and over again, chewing, and I chewed out a lot of aftertaste. The man walked aside and said frankly and honestly, at most, there is no hostility towards you. But if you want to say that there is any kindness, it's hard to talk about it. Back then, I was just afraid that when you were young, especially if you had a girl you liked watching, you would be prone to passion and impulsiveness. Before you really grew up, you would miss your future and you stumbled here, which made you and me even deeper. A certain patriarch of Jianghu Mountain made things difficult for a junior in his own territory. This kind of thing, spread it doesn't sound good either. He did see that Qin Pingan had a fistful upper body very early on. Qin Pingan said to himself, Senior is a master of military affairs with 20% cultivation of mind and strength, so he is in the mountain and looks outside the mountain. The gods of the above 5 realms also have no malice when looking at ordinary Qin Pingan. Unless it is in the battlefield, only then will I be hostile to anyone. The fairy grave where I fought against Ma Xuanhuan is not the battlefield of my predecessors, so there is no murderous intent, let alone the slightest murderous intention. I don't even hesitate. If I didn't win Ma Xuanhuan but Ma Xuanhuan is better than me, he thinks again, if you kill me painfully, the seniors will stop me in the same way. The man nodded. I will stop you from killing him and I will stop him from killing you. Being partial to Ma Xuanhuan is due to the status of the mountain gate. At the same time, I will not be too partial to him. It is caused by my personal character, and I am not allowed to do things by means. Speaking of this, the man's expression became strange. He came here in a menacing manner and brought up the old matter again. Could it be that he didn't ask the teacher for a crime and he didn't come here to thank me, did he? Qin Pingan was still talking to himself, but I don't know if Senior has realized that Huan Shu still harbors an invisible malice without knowing it. It was the first time that Qin Pingan called him by his first name. The man restrained his smile. I would like to hear more about it and clear up my doubts. I don't know the true face of the world only because I am in the world of mortals. Judging from his posture, Qin Jianxian wants to be courteous before fighting. However, Huan Shu found that Qin Ping just looked at him with a smile, implying to himself that since the answer lies with him, he is the one who solved the bell? However, Qin Ping's mind changed quickly. Huan Shu's seniority in Jianghu Mountain is not low. It is said that he is the younger brother of Yu Ding, the contemporary mountain lord. There is so much fog, there is not even any record of Dallas espionage, only a concise comment that this person comes from the ancestral family of the Central Plains military family. Because I have a good senior brother and because I met the first ancestor of the military family again, Xuanhuan has a spare time? It is not only a wandering mind but also Qin Pingan chooses to forget key words and personnel affairs to imprison God sex, often sees and hears what is the key word to open the door, and then remembers something temporarily. So what I think at this moment, there is the New Year's Eve gong Wu Shuangjiang, and if it is extended all the way there is still a feeling of being caught. Wu Shuangjiang cleaned up Aya's way she wants. These thoughts are like a series of catched thoughts, and the branches are overgrown, and the fire starts a prairie fire. It is completely involuntary and Qin Ping can only think of it and he must kill his thoughts one by one. Huan Shu suddenly said, "That's right. That's how it is. There are indeed 3 types of malicious speech. The first type, such as the malicious words in the market, is the most obvious. The second type is more subtle and it is not used in words at all. The content and wording are focused on, but it is a class that overlooks and despises the lower and lower classes. Qin Shan's his previous evaluation is still to be polite. Pingan said those words in this situation. The last one is indeed hidden and difficult to realize, because it already comes from the one-sided world that Huan Shu lives in, and the invisible malice towards Qin Pingan's one-sided world. Both sides are in this situation. Believe that no words are needed, no one needs to speak, there is a world of difference, good and evil are self-evident. From the speaker, from the class of the speaker, from the whole world. The man kept muttering to himself, falling into a mysterious situation where people ask themselves, "The way is in me? The way is in you? The way is in the innocent blue sky, in the muddy loess." Unknowingly, when Huan Shu came back to his senses, Qin Pingan had already withdrawn the formation, and the two stood at the gate of the mountain. Qin Ping waited until Huan Shu got out of that realm, then turned around and left. Qin Pingan could even tell the difference between Ma Xuanhuan and Ma Lanhua. How could he not be able to tell the difference between him and Ma Xuanhuan, or between Ma Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan and the preacher Huan Shu? What's more, before going down the mountain, Ma Xuanhuan also voluntarily broke away from the Jianghu mountain genealogy. Even Ma Xuanhuan, an awkward person who always likes to without wiping his ass, is willing to act abnormally. Door to him his master Huan Shu actually has feelings. Huan Shu asked, "Have you finished explaining Qin Shan's reasoning? Do you want to leave? Otherwise." Huan Shu didn't talk too much back then, just a few words, a total of 84 characters. Qin Pingan asked back, "I am now in a higher realm than you, and my fist is harder than yours, so I just say a few more words, so you have to listen patiently to me, which is a total of 264 words. Take 10,000 steps back and say, don't think about it if you don't do it, don't think about it if you want to turn over the old account, I really want to ask you for some justice. Today's Xuanhuan Huan Shu can give Qin Pingan? That being the case, after reminiscing about the old days, come here full of joy and return full of joy." I never thought, Huan Shu said, Don't rush to go. The owner of the mountain is waiting for you to climb the mountain as a guest. It's not a day or two. Qin Pingan smiled. Isn't it because you want to have a closed-door fight? Huan Shu couldn't help laughing, shook his head and explained, my nephew Xianxia wants to talk to Qin Xianxia about a vulgar matter. Now it's Qin Pingan's turn to be surprised. Huan Shu's seniority is so high? Couldn't it be a certain real body who is qualified to be worshipped in the east and west of the ancestral home of the Chinese soldiers? No wonder it was this person who went to Lizhu Cave to take away the token of the military family of the three religions, not the current owner of Jianghu Mountain or Fengxue Temple. Huan Shu laughed and said, what is Ma Kexuan's temperament? You are from his hometown so you don't know yet? If his seniority in the mountains is higher, he will be a fool. Although Aquarius continent is the smallest of the Hauran 9 continents, it is the only continent where two ancestral families of military families stand at the same time. The owner of Fengxue Temple Mountain is a sword fairy who likes to control swords. He looks like a child with deep eyes and extremely powerful Taoism. The owner of Jianghu Mountain, named Yu Ding, is a man of medium stature and unremarkable appearance. Yu Ding appeared at the foot of the mountain, clasped his fists in salute and said with a smile, I have met Master Qin, Master Huan's uncle. Qin Ping glanced at Huan Shu. Huan Shu glared at Yu Ding. Yu Ding knew something was wrong, it's just that he first saw his master uncle and Qin Pingan had a good chat so he thought that there is no need to hide your real seniority. Huan Shu said, people have already helped to bring it so I will go to the Patriarch Hall. If there is nothing to do recently, don't bother me. Yu Ding saluted again, I would like to abide by the decree of the law. Respectfully send master and uncle back to the hall to hold the lamp and add fuel. On the other side of the Shanmen archway, a young female cultivator also came, her face and demeanor were somewhat similar to Yu Ding's. Qin Pingan did not move to climb the mountain and asked, Master Yu, do you have anything to discuss? I need to go back to the mountain immediately to entertain guests, and I will stay soon. Yu Ding said, Xianxia Qin himself is a sword immortal, and he also has a descendant of Luapa Mountain, a sword Dao sect. Qin Pingan nodded and said, fellow Taoist Snow Ape, you have seen a lot. Yu Ding really couldn't bear this sentence for a while. The woman on the other side of the mountain gate couldn't help laughing. Qin Xianxia is really funny, is he just talking nonsense in such a serious manner? Now let alone Aquarius continent, it is the whole Hauran world, no one knows who doesn't know the young hermit not long after returning to his hometown, he created two sects one after another. If this is considered well-informed, then if I can say a few more words later, I am a pedantic heaven and man who knows all the stories about Luaba Mountain and Jiangxi Great Wall. It seems that some of the rumors on the top of the mountain are true. The young hermit has been sitting in the summer palace for many years, and has accumulated a basket of flying swords full of yin and yang. Qin Pingan didn't look sideways and turned a deaf ear. Yu Ding said helplessly, don't be rude. Qin Pingan smiled and said, cultivating Taoism in the mountains requires a true temperament, which is much better than making plans in your stomach. Above the etiquette of family education, just stretch your nature and let it grow naturally, which is the embryo of Taoism. Yu Ding smiled and nodded. The woman sighed, but she was actually older. Yu Ding said sternly, limited by natural talents and acquired academic ability, I can't be considered very good. I have been stagnant for many years at the first level of the Jade Realm. But it is not the accumulation of my own strength that can touch the bottleneck of the Jade Realm. As a result, I would like to thank the delay of a certain year of spring. With this good fortune, the speed of refining the flying sword is more than half the result with half the effort. In addition, a piece of dragon-slaying platform cut from Longji Mountain over the years, day and night, constantly sharpening the edge of the sword, finally there are signs of retreat. Therefore, before the retreat, if Qin Xianxia did not come to Jianghu Mountain as a guest, I would go to Luapa Mountain and take the initiative to talk about this with Qin Xianxia to express my gratitude. Qin Pingan's expression relaxed, he was silent for a moment, nodded and said, so that's the case. Yu Jianxian has a heart. The current main mountain of Jianghu Mountain is the top of the mountain, and its Taoist name is Snow Ape. He is both a military monk and a swordsman. It is rumored that his natal flying sword is called Hua Xinfeng. There are two ways to divide Huaxin in the world, the 12 flower trade winds or the 24 fan. The number of the former is small, but the implication is greater. The latter seems to have a larger number, but in fact it is relatively narrower than the road. According to Yu Ding's statement, the natal supernatural power of his flying sword Hua Xinfeng belongs to the latter. Yu Ding continued, Our Jianghu mountain is willing to take out half of the Longji mountain sword sharpening stones to make a deal with Luapa mountain. To be honest, Dali Longji mountain belongs to our Jianghu mountain's share, calculated in 10 shares, 20% of it was sent to the ancestral court of Zhongtu, 6 people including me and Uncle Huan, or it was needed for repairing the ancestral hall, or we needed to make swords by ourselves, or we needed to repay some favors on the mountain. 20% and 20% again. After discussion by Patriarch Hall, it is ready to be included in the Zhenwuxian treasury, and it will not be touched for the time being. Therefore there are still 40% of the sword sharpening stones left on Longji mountain, which have not yet been excavated. Qin Pingan immediately put his hand on Master Yu's arm. Go up the mountain to chat and talk slowly. You can take a while when you return to the mountain to entertain guests. The two sides looked at each other without saying a word. In fact, both sides are relieved. One is the unexpected joy that there is even talk about this matter. The other one was even more relieved. Master Qin Shan didn't immediately turn his face and deny him just because he had just become the Dali national master. Otherwise Qin Guosher would not have to go out in person. Just ask the Dali court to send someone to ask Jianghu mountain, Your Honor, Pai sharpen the sword, is there any surplus in stone? Before discussing matters in the Patriarchal Hall, it was not that no one hesitated to suggest that it is better to mine the Dragon's Ridge mountain as soon as possible, and then discuss it with the Zhongtu ancestral court and keep it on your behalf? In this way, even if he, Qin Pingan, became a national teacher, he would always. It's not easy to tear up the contract signed by Cui Qin himself. First, seal Longji mountain immediately, and then open a big mouth with the lion of Jianghu mountain, asking for all the sharpening stones that have not been mined out of the mountain in time, right? Hearing this sounding good but extremely lame suggestion, Yu Ding felt powerless. Luopa mountain is only a few steps away from Longji mountain. Stealing, quarrying under Qin Pingan's nose, even if he can pretend to turn a blind eye now, His Majesty the Emperor of the Great Li dynasty, would he really sit back and watch? I really wouldn't complain in my heart. It took me a long time to invite Qin Pingan out of the mountain to serve as the national teacher. Is this how Yu Jianghu mountain congratulated me, Dali Song? What's more, as far as Yu Ding himself is concerned, he is willing to make a long-term deal with Luopa that is mutually beneficial for both public and private, and emotionally and rationally. Cheering up the stairs together with the mountain lord, Qin Pingan praised. The remaining 40% of Longji mountain is given to Luopa mountain. The spirit of Taoist Yu is already that of a fairy. Yu Ding was a little dazed. Did I say that all the sword sharpening stones should be given to Qin Shanju? The result of the previous discussion at the Patriarch Hall was to give 20% to Luopa. If the new national teacher is still not satisfied, at most he will give 10% more. Give it all? Mountain Lord Yu, you can step down as Mountain Lord. According to Qin Pingan's thinking, if he can buy 20% of the sword sharpening stone with Jianghu mountain, it is already a worthwhile trip. Don't say it's just a visit to the mountain. Let me go to the kitchen, put on an apron and cook a few leftovers for Master Yu, no problem. How did Yu Ding know that Qin Shanju was used to being the scene of Beiluzi and the second shopkeeper? He just turned his head and looked at the female cultivator beside him, but she nodded. Father, you just said it yourself and you will give it all. When Yu Ding heard this remark, he didn't feel any sentimentality that the female university didn't like, and he didn't feel that she was turning her arms out, but he seriously thought about it. Qin Pingan was a little curious, so he turned to look at her. He didn't follow his father's surname, it seems to be called Song Jing. Since he didn't go down the mountain to experience and rush to the battlefield, there are no records in the files of the Dali Criminal Department. I have a guess, based on Jianghu Mountain's bright side, coupled with the secret files of the Dali dynasty, the mining of Longji Mountain will not be so fast, and now only 40% of the sword sharpening stones are left. People help out, help cut the dragon tower. She smiled. Xuanhuan, I am also a sword cultivator. I went to the Great Wall of Sword Qi secretly, but before I went, I swore an oath in the Patriarch Hall not to pass the sword, so it was a waste of time. Qin Pingan nodded and asked with a smile, May I ask, is it a single character flying sword? She was surprised and said, You can guess all of this, Xuanhuan is really a god. Every one character flying sword in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, as long as there is one holder of this kind of flying sword, it is the most important thing on the archives of the Summer Palace, and the Great Wall of Sword Qi will definitely arrange 2 or even more. Many guardians. Just like Yu Ding's natal flying sword Flower Trade Wind. If it is not the 24 fan but the 12 Flower Trade Wind, then Yu Ding's Kendo achievement can be even higher. In the same way, if Yu Ding's natal flying sword, is it the legendary one-character flying sword such as Flower? The avenue is wide as you can imagine. However, the number of such single-character flying swords in history is too rare. Even if it is recorded in the Great Wall of Sword Chi, there are only 14 in the past 10,000 years. Fijian's real name has a lot of words, but it doesn't necessarily mean that its rank is low. For example, Chin Pingan's bird in a cage in Jing Diyue, and Lu Jinglong's Fijian's tentative rules, are all very high. But as long as it is a single-character flying sword, it must be of extremely high rank. Because this allows the sword cultivator to not have to practice hard, cross any barriers and practice Taoism with his heart, which is equivalent to having a natal character of a Confucian sage. Yu Ding laughed and said, "Her name was chosen with the help of Grandmaster Jiang. The pride of the parents is beyond words." Song Jing asked, "Can you guess which word it is?" Chin Pingan said calmly, "How do you guess?" Song Jing has little regrets. Chin Pingan has already turned to discuss business with her father. Jing is the name of an ancient star. Since the name was personally given by Jiang Taigong of the Wu Temple, it naturally has a deep meaning. Since ancient times, military strategists have attached great importance to changes in celestial phenomena. It is recorded in the Book of Rites and Moon Decrees that the moon of Jichuan is in the dark arc of Kuei. Tianguan star there is a cloud in the xianxia, the arc 9 stars are in the southeast of the wolf, and the bow of the sky is also used to defeat and rebel huayuan. In addition, the sages explain the characters with annotations, and the arc is the banner, so it is spread out. So what else does Song Jing need to guess about the name of that flying sword? It's just an arc. Then she used her natal flying sword to cut the long zhantai, which can not only help Xuanhu Mountain to quarry stones faster, but also is a kind of sword with the best effect. No wonder she dared to express her opinion on such a major sect matter, and Yu Ding didn't think so. She is messing around. Ascending slowly on the main road of Xuanhu Mountain Shinto, Yu Ding put forward 3 requirements. One is to choose an auspicious day, and Xuanhu Mountain formally concludes an alliance with Luoba Mountain and Qingping Sword Sect. Second, the sword masters and martial arts masters of Xuanhu Mountain can go to the 2 sects to practice, and vice versa. As for the number of people, if we can't discuss it well today, we can discuss it in detail later. 3. When Xianxia opens again, Xuanhu Mountain will select 6 to 9 people, and they will go to Xianxia in the future. Under the colorful sky, I hope to stay in Feishing City for a while before going out. Longquan Jianzong and Fengshui Temple, since the Longji Mountain that belongs to them has been exhausted long ago and has been hollowed out. The Qi practitioners who have stayed in the mountain over there for many years to practice are actually doing it. According to the contract signed by the 4 parties at the beginning, any party will withdraw from the Longji Mountain boundary after mining. It's just that Ruanqiong and Fengshui Temple have their own tacit understanding, each has its own worries and considerations. In short, neither of them has truthfully reported to the Dali court. Even if Xuanhu Mountain is aware of it, there is no need to please Dali on this matter. The Lisong family had a bad relationship with Longquan Jianzong and Fengshui Temple. So once the agreement between Xuanhu Mountain and Luoba Mountain is reached today, then even if the Dragon's Ridge Mountain was completely taken over by Luoba Mountain. Going round and round, in the past years I wanted to ask for it but couldn't find it. This mountain finally belongs to me, Chin Pingan. For the previous 2 conditions, which were not conditions, Chin Pingan of course agreed without any hesitation. But for the 3rd point, Chin Pingan said that he had to discuss it with Feishing City first. Looking at the young hermit official who started talking nonsense in a serious manner again, Song Jing had a hard time holding back her laughter. Who doesn't know that at the summer palace in Feishing City, Ning Yao is just helping someone to take up the post of hidden official? Then who did you Chin Ping discuss with, and where did you discuss with your wife? But to be honest, even Chin Pingan's mother's family, Aquarius Island, when talking about his Taoist partner, always said that Chin Pingan had climbed to Ning Yao, and if he really wanted to become a Taoist couple, she was married. Song Jing just didn't think so. She had nothing to do with her and she didn't want to be married. The 2 of them were a perfect match, as if made by God. Chen Ping opened a shop in the Great Wall of Sword Chi, and Chen Ping just drank some wine and went home late, so Ning Yao was willing to close the shop? All nonsense. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Song Jing noticed that Chin Pingan turned his head and looked at him again with a kind smile, like an elder looking at his nephew. Comfortable and kind? Yu Ding quickened his pace intentionally or unintentionally, and happened to get in between the 2 of them. Qin Shanju, let's talk about business and business. You must not be the protagonist of that certain book of landscape travel. Now that the agreement has been roughly settled, Chin Pingan will rush back to Fuyolu, and Yu Ding has no intention of keeping him. Strange, weird, just like guarding against thieves. Qin Pingan was at a loss. A grain of mustard seed transformed into the Dharma form, Yufeng Daowu returned to the Fiolu Taoist temple. Qin Pingan opened the door and walked out of the room, probably because he was in a good mood, with his sleeves fluttering. It is rare for Qin Shanzhu, who has always walked calmly, to show such a heroic pace and arrogance. It was just a one-liner with Taoist Na Ding, which almost made Taoist Ding have to make a formula to stabilize his heart. Fellow Taoist, I just realized a method of ascension that can be called a master at a young level. Do you want to learn it? Dare to learn it? As soon as this question came out, there was silence. So cold. Qin Jianxian was in high spirits while Ding Daoshi was dumbfounded. Xiego was the first to break the silence and asked in a low voice, "Shanzhu, are you drunk?" A conscientious music editor jumped out of nowhere, squatted there, spread out a blank booklet and was about to write down the matter. There is that chapter title. Qin Junkai has entered the fairyland, but he can teach the method of ascension. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.